Pokemon Ninjutsu Master Chapter 351-400. Chapter 351. Qiao Meng moved instantly, and his figure was like a ghost. Came behind the 15 people of Shalufu Company, their fists pierced the air, glowing white light with boundless power, and smashed towards them. Their fists smashed into the air, compressed the air, and blasted out a white on of several meters of air, forming air cannons. The soil cracked wherever it went. No one doubts that once these 15 people were hit head-on by this terrifying fist style, with the flesh and blood of human beings, they will be spared, and all of them will be blasted out of powder. However, the scarred man's reaction was not unpleasant. At the moment when Qiao Meng moved, he raised the ring in his hand in shock. A white light shrouded them all, and then with a bang, their bodies changed, and in the blink of an eye, they were 100 meters away. 100 meters away, the face of the man with the scar is not very good looking, because when he teleported just now, there were still 2 unlucky people who were accidentally rubbed by Qiao Meng's fist, and Qiao Meng contained the ability to shake the fruit. With one punch, these 2 unlucky bastards instantly turned into powder between heaven and earth. The scarred man's expression was frightened and frightened. If he hadn't avoided it in time, or if he had not been given the skill ring by the organization, he would have already become the same as these 2 people. Teleport. Luo Chen was a little surprised. He looked at the scarred man's ring. He could feel that the teleportation just now was released from the ring, and he also felt the energy fluctuations on the ring. System: look for the ring. Name: skill ring. Grade: none. Attribute: none. Evaluation: the skills with elf are sealed in the ring, and these skills can be used by consuming energy. Ellipsis. A skill ring. Luochen frowned slightly. Has Shaluf's technology developed to this point? It is possible to store the skills of the elf in the ring, so that humans can also use the skills of the elf. Super Dream. Luo Chen called out again. Qiao Meng rushed out again. The scarred man raised his hand and wanted to use teleportation again. However, at this time, Qiao Meng's eyes shone with incomparably scarlet light. Suddenly, an invisible force of confinement blessed the scar man and the others, making them unable to move, and even the teleportation that was half-launched was instantly interrupted. Impossible. The scarred man's face became extremely terrified. He knew the preciousness of this ring. If he was not the main person in charge of arresting the god of time and god of space, the organization would not use this skill at all. The ring was given to him. Because this skill ring has the superpower immunity function, which is the so-called magic immunity, with this ring, even if it is a first-level divine beast, skills such as psychic power are ineffective against oneself. And now, since the other party has imprisoned him with his mind power, wouldn't its level exceed that of a first-level divine beast? Thinking of it, the scarred man was extremely horrified. Evaluation error. The organization's assessment of Luochen's strength was wrong. This super dream actually has the strength of a super beast. An artificial elf can actually break through a first-level beast. He struggled, trying to turn the ring and send this information back to the organization. However, at this time, Qiao Meng had already come to their side. Brush. A cold light flashed, and the palm with the skill ring was completely cut off. Ah! The screams sounded, but they disappeared quickly because he was knocked unconscious by Mewtwo. Then, Qiao Meng looked at the other 12 people, and with a flash of cold light, he threw a punch without even screaming, and the 12 people were blasted into powder. Although it sounds long, it all happened in just 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, he was still arrogant just now. He wanted to arrest Shiruf, the god of time and space, and a group of 15 people. Except for the scarred man, the group was destroyed. At this time, Palkia, who was bewildered by the sight, finally came to her senses and was completely awake. It looked at Dialga and let out a roar. Luo Chen explained to him what happened. But Palkia didn't listen at all. The anger was extremely hot, and he roared, a huge incomparable sound. The energy beam blasted towards the falling dust. Qiao Meng passed by with more dust. The place where they stood just now has been penetrated, and the land has been wiped out. Then, Palkia charged towards Dialga again. The two elves are mortal enemies, and they have to fight every time they meet. Luokan frowned, then there was only war. Chapter 352. Then fight. Luokan gave an order, since he can't listen to his words, then he will be served. It is really difficult for these old monsters who have lived for an unknown number of years to obey their own orders. With Luokan's order, Dialga, who had been impatient for a long time, screamed in the sky. The relationship between the two was not good. If it wasn't for Luokan, Dialga would have jumped on it. And now that Luokan has spoken, he no longer has any scruples. He roared, and there was even excitement in his voice. The two elves have been rivals and have been fighting since the super ancient times. It's a pity that the laws that both of them understand are on the same ladder. The laws of time and space are among the top laws, so for countless years, the two have been unable to help each other, and each time they ended in a tie. XXX. And now, Dialga saw the opportunity to beat the other party violently. After all, it is not alone now, and there are two extremely perverted super beasts beside him. 22 inches roar. Dialga let out a roar, the huge pentagonal blue diamond on his chest glowed with dazzling brilliance, and he couldn't open his eyes. The blue dim light attached to the whole body looked like flames from a distance. The blue flames fluttered on the surface, the pupils turned dark red, and the black pupil in the middle was squeezed into the middle in a bloody color. 3 different light blue beams, like blood flowing, are clearly visible, and converge in front of its mouth galloping towards it. Then it opened its big mouth, and a gigantic silver bullet continued to expand in front of its mouth. Time and space roar. This Dialga threw out a space-time roar when they met. On the opposite side, the two are deadly enemies, and Palkia is also very familiar with the roar of time and space. Seeing the other party use time and space roar, it also roared. Its legs were slightly staggered, its neck was elongated, and the purple-like stripes on its body were glowing with light. Just like Dialga, the purple energy was rolling like blood, flowing towards him. Gathered in front of its mouth. It condensed into a milky white crescent in front of the mouth, as if there was an additional meniscus in the sky. As the energy continued to gather, the milky white crescent continued to expand. Like Dialga, Palkia also has its own exclusive skill, and this is its exclusive skill, Arch and Cut. Finally, the two of them are all condensed. Poof! The silver bullet and the milky white crescent slammed towards each other. At this moment, the world was silent. Wherever the silver bullet head passes, time is distorted, visible to the naked eye, penetrating towards the opponent like a vortex. And the milky white crescent moon is like a sickle cutting through the space, and there are large cracks in the space where it passes, revealing a large piece of nothingness. The scene created by these two skills is extremely terrifying, as if the end of the world is coming. Boom! Boom! The two skills finally collided. In an instant, it was like a spark hitting the earth. The earth trembled wildly, and the earth-shattering sound made people's eardrums hurt. But soon, the deafening sound that had been deafening for a second had completely disappeared, and there was no sound at all, as if the world was deaf. In the distance, the place where the space-time roar and the Yukong cutoff collided has long since become a black hole. A vortex, a black hole formed by the fusion and twisting of the laws of time and space. There is not a shred of light around this black hole. It swallows light, sound, and even time and space. It is extremely terrifying. At this moment, the world will be silent. Under this black hole, the two continents in the dimensional space of the god of time and the god of space are being devoured crazily, bit by bit, with the black hole as the center, turning into the most primitive nothingness. After a few minutes, the black hole caused by the roar of time and the cutoff of the subspace disappeared, and the two continents were forcibly lost by more than half. It's just terrifying. Fortunately, this is in the dimensional space. If it were in Baiyang Town outside, maybe Baiyang Town and everything around Baiyang Town would turn into nothingness in an instant. In one blow, both sides knew that own exclusive skills could not help the other. As if they had a good heart, Palkia and Dialga let out a low roar, and stepped on the air with their feet, like two mountains, rushing towards each other. Immediately afterwards, there was a fierce fight between the two elves, scuffled with each other, and the scene was extremely intense. Metal explosion. The power of the earth. Metal claws. The water's tail. Time and space roar. A Kong Lai slash. Ellipsis. All kinds of skills are scattered like crazy as if they don't want money. The multicolored energy exploded in the sky like fireworks, and as the two elves continued to fight each other, the earth cracked and shattered. Half an hour later, the two continents were torn apart and destroyed, and none of them were intact. Hundreds of tricks to fight against each other. Seeing Chi-Chi stalemate once, Luo Chen frowned slightly, and said to Jue who was lying on his shoulder, "Kurama, intervene in their battle." Ellipsis. Chapter 353. Open black lens bracket. Time and space. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Jue nodded on Luoken's shoulder. His body was extremely light, and he jumped to the ground. It looked at the two little elves who were scrambling together in the distance, and the fight was extremely fierce. It made a light sound, and the energy surged in its body. Suddenly, purple monster vertical pupils appeared in its eye sockets. The hair on the whole body instantly became the same as the pupils, all purple, and a flame rose out of nowhere on the soles of the feet, walking on the fire. A purple time chain appeared at the end of each of the 9 tails, and there were also 2 time chains covering it. It looked up at Palkia and Dialga in the distance. The purple light in its eyes became more and more mysterious, and the chain of time on its body rattled, and the light was bright. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable force emanated from its body, shrouding Palkia and Dialga in the distance. In the distance, Dialga was stunned. As an elf who also understood the law of time, he was very sensitive to time. He vaguely felt the fluctuation of time. After the whole body turned into a purple 9-tailed, its heart was overjoyed, but its face remained calm. Instead, he became even more ferocious, giving Palkia no time to breathe, attacking Palkia like a storm. Palkia was also taken aback by the sudden onslaught. How could Dialga attack like a madman? It hurriedly parried. Soon, the power of the 9 tails shrouded the vicinity of the two. Palkia twisted her waist and slashed a claw at Dialga. But suddenly, it found that for some reason, the claws that it had slapped were retracted little by little, returning to its movements a few seconds ago, and even its waist-twisting movements were restored. It was stunned, not understanding what was going on. But at this time, Dialga saw Palkia with half of her body exposed. Her eyes lit up. Great opportunity. It roared, and its tail instantly glowed with white light, and finally turned into a metallic color. This is a steel tail. The body twisted. The incomparably piercing sound of breaking through the air came, and the tail carried the power of 10,000, and blasted away towards Palkia. Bang bang bang. The tail smashes a series of sonic booms in the air. Boom. In the end, with a loud noise, Palkia ate the iron tail forcibly, and was blasted and flew out. The huge body was pulled out 100 meters away and rolled to the ground like a bulldozer. Forcibly flattened countless hills. Woe tilde. Palkia let out a furious roar, and was actually kicked out by her mortal enemy, which made the 3 corpses jump violently, stood up abruptly, and rushed towards Dialga again, trying to find the place back. Looking at Palkia who was rushing towards him, Dialga also greeted him with the playful look in his eyes. The two quickly came into contact with each other. Then, with the help of the 9 tails, Dialga kept pressing Palkia to fight, and it was a violent beating, and Palkia was unable to fight back at all. Boom. Palkia was slapped far away by Dialga again. Lying on the ground, Palkia looked at Dialga's eyes with uncertainty, even a little horrified, and shouted, "You broke through. Every time I am at a critical moment, I will return to the action before seconds. Don't underestimate this second. A master duel, seconds can already decide a lot of things." This is clearly the power of the law of time. Space and time are relative, and at the same level, neither can work on the other. Its own probing Dialga's breath found that there was no breakthrough. This made him stunned. What the hell is going on here? Why there is no breakthrough? Its time law can affect itself. In the distance, looking at Palkia with a dazed face, Dialga's mood is unusually refreshing, just like eating iced sour plum soup in June. The two have been fighting since the super ancient times to the present, and every time it is a draw. It has long wanted to beat each other violently, but I did not expect it to happen today. I'll tell you. At this time, the human voice rang out. Palkia turned her head to look, and saw that the human came to her side at some point. Kurama, the human said. Suddenly, Palkia's eyes widened. I saw the purple elf with 9 tails beside the human, an invisible but non-negligible force rose from it. Although it was plain, it made Palkia feel her heart palpitate. Moreover, he also felt the power of the law of time. Speaking of which, what affected him in the battle just now was the elf's law of time. Boom! At this time, the other elf beside the human burst out with today's momentum again. Its eyes completely shrunk into a black spot. Another super beast. The shock in its heart is a speechless addition. This super beast is already so worthless yet. You must know that it has gone through countless years, but it has never been able to break through the first level divine beast, but in the small dimensional space, 2 super divine beasts have appeared. This made it a little unwilling, and his confidence was hit. Ellipsis. Looking at the shocked Palkia, Luokan smiled and said to it, Diaresis, I need your strength. Dialga has already chosen to cooperate with me. Do you want to come with me? A rich voice resounded in Luokan's mind. I refuse. Luokan smiled. Don't rush to refuse. My bargaining chip for Dialga is to help it break through to the first level divine beast. As soon as these words came out, Palkia suddenly stood up from the ground, breathing quickly. Like Dialga, they were all eager to break through the first level divine beast. They were stuck at this stage for too long. It's been so long that it loses confidence in itself. Are you serious? If it's fake, will Dialga choose to cooperate with me? Luokan asked rhetorically. Okay, I'll cooperate with you, Palkia answered without any hesitation. Even if there was a 1% or even 1,000th chance, it would be willing to try. Okay, let's get out of here. With that said, Luo Chen asked Chao Meng to bring the scar man who fainted. Then the group left the dimensional space with the god of time and the god of space, and came to the sky above Baiyang Town. 3. In Poplar Town, a splendid contest is being held. On the field, the audience suddenly felt that the sky was getting dark, as if a dark cloud was pressing on top. They looked at the sky suspiciously, each of them lost their voices, and their eyes widened. I saw that in the sky, there were 2 small elves as huge as mountains galloping towards the outside of Baiyang Town. The god of time and the god of space. XXX. After half a minute, someone finally recovered and screamed. Ellipsis. Chapter 354. After leaving the dimension, the group rose to high altitude and galloped all the way towards Nashi Island. Most of the elves present here are first-level divine beasts, or even above first-level divine beasts, and the speed is simply swift. In addition, Palkia, who has mastered the laws of space, has reached the extreme in the use of space. When this aspect is used on the road, the speed is not too fast, it is similar to teleportation. After half an hour, the group landed on Nashi Island. As soon as she landed, Junsha looked at Nashi Island and was amazed by the Nashi Island. Her eyes widened. It was like a fairyland, full of life. There are little elves laughing and playing around, and the legendary little elf that was rarely seen in the past can be encountered here from time to time. Is this your territory? It's my first time here. She looked around, but she couldn't hide the surprise and envy in her eyes. As the next heir to the Junsha family, she has a high vision, but such a small island makes her amazed and sincerely envied. And next to Dialga and Palkia. Dialga had stayed here for a while before and knew the situation on this island. And when Palkia saw this scene suitable for the ecological environment of the elf, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Quasi-divine beasts and sacred beasts can be seen everywhere. Even the elf-like Sanshung mushroom, even time and life, the elf Celebi is here, and the super ancient elves coexist peacefully here. It is simply a pure land of bliss that belongs to the elves themselves. His face was calm, but his heart was shocked. What kind of island is this, and who is this human being? Looking at this small island, Palkia, who didn't have much hope at first, was full of confidence in Luo Chen's ability to break through to the super beast. Ellipsis. After leading Junsha to visit on the island for a while, Junsha's own flying battleship also fell from the sky to Nashi Island. Dr. Volcano is here. After getting off the aircraft, Dr. Volcano looked at the numerous sub-gods and divine beasts on the island, the god of time, the god of space, and Celebi. His eyes widened and his eyes were about to fall. This small island almost listed all the precious beasts in the world. There are more mythical beasts here than he has ever seen in his life. The Junsha family is not an evil organization and will not hunt for mythical beasts, so Dr. Volcano has not seen many mythical beasts in his life. So seeing so many mythical beasts, he suffered from occupational diseases, and his eyes were attached to the beasts on the island. If Luokan hadn't promised him, if the elf voluntarily let him study it, he would have left without giving up. Luokan brought Dr. Volcano and Junsha to Meow Meow's laboratory. Looking at Meow Meow's laboratory, Dr. Volcano nodded. This laboratory is very advanced, very good, and has all the equipment. They walked towards the inside of the laboratory and came to a side hall with a mechanical laboratory bed. There was a man lying on the bed in the laboratory. This man was missing a palm, as if it had been cut off abruptly. This man was the scarred man from Shaloof Company. Dr. Volcano, did you bring the medicine? Luokan asked. Bring it. Dr. Volcano opened the suitcase, and in the box lay a reagent, bright red all over, like blood. This is the best of Dr. Volcano. The new achievement, after Sakagi and Akaji died of brain death, Dr. Volcano used their bodies to study, trying to decipher the special genes implanted by mysterious tissues in their blood. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. He found that this special gene was implanted with some orders. Once someone leaked a secret that should not be told, the special gene would activate the destruction order, killing all the brain cells and strangling the soul. The bodies of Sakagi and Akaji were completely preserved in the laboratory. Although their souls were lost, their genes and blood were well preserved. Knowing this situation, in order to find a solution, Dr. Volcano finally made a major breakthrough after sleepless research. 00. The methods of the mysterious organization are too strong, involving genes and souls. It is impossible for Dr. Volcano to completely decipher this special gene, but he developed a reagent based on the blood of Sakagi and Akaji. This reagent cannot eliminate special genes, but it can issue the order to delay the special genes, which can be delayed for about 2 minutes, but this is all conjecture, and everything can only be known after testing. Luokan nodded, and looked at the scarred man on the bed. 2 minutes was enough. 2 minutes should be enough to get some useful information. Inject him. Dr. Volcano injected the reagent into the scarred man's body. Super dream, wake him up. Cheomung's eyes flashed, and the scarred man woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of incomparably scarlet eyes with a windmill-like pattern in them, which was extremely terrifying. Monthly reading. I hope you don't let me down. Ellipsis. I'm very angry. The Word document with the code word has crashed. No matter how I look for the file, I can't find the file. It's useless to repair the file and retrieve the file. I can only recode it. Close black lens bracket 100 million. Chapter 355. In an instant, the scarred man's eyes widened and his eyes were blank. He felt that the heaven and the earth were constantly spinning, and Luokan's eyes were like 2 black holes, swallowing his soul. After a while, the consciousness returned. At this time, he found himself in an inexplicable space. The space was boundless and could not be seen at a glance. The bright red was the only style of this space, which gave people a very dull and depressing feeling. This is where Darkrai's nightmare space. The Scar Man's eyelids twitched, but to be dispatched by Shaloof Company to be the leader of this operation, his temperament will naturally pass the test. With a calm expression on his face, he asked Luo Chen, "Why did you bring me here?" Seeing that he had come to an unfamiliar and depressing place, and the scarred man who was still able to keep his composure, Luokan nodded secretly. As expected, he was the person in charge of this operation, and his temperament was okay. Luokan said, "How far has your company, or the organization behind your company, developed genetic technology?" Suddenly, the scarred man paused, but quickly returned to normal. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Luo Chen was in no hurry and asked again, "Then do you know the exact location of that mysterious organization?" "Don't say anything I don't understand." Luokan nodded. "That's good, then I'll change someone you can understand." "What the hell is this thing?" He took out a pixie ball that looked like a black gem. There were 2 stars on the Pokeball, which was the Pokeball that devoured 2 extreme beasts. Looking at the ball, the scarred man's eyes shrank, but they recovered in the next second. Of course, none of this escaped Luo Chen's eyes. The scarred man spoke with a nonchalant tone. "It turns out that this thing is in your hands. It's nothing, it's just a sample made during the development of the Master Ball, which has great commemorative value." Luokan didn't care. "Okay, I hope you can talk to me like this later." "Are you going to use torture to get a confession?" "It's useless, don't waste your energy. I don't know anything, you can't get anything out of my mouth. Either let me go, or give me a pleasure. Like a bitch, if I were your father, I would have strangled you to death." The scarred man mocked. "Your mother probably regrets giving birth to you, giving birth to such a scumbag." Hearing the last sentence, Luokan's eyes suddenly turned cold. "If you want to provoke me, then you have succeeded." He wanted to provoke Luokan and let the furious Luokan kill him directly. But unfortunately, his abacus was wrong. Luokan is not someone who is easily driven by anger and is dominated by anger. "I hope you can last a little longer." Saying that, he snapped his fingers, and a cloud of black mist like elf appeared. It was the nightmare god Darkrai. And the pain feeling in the monthly reading space has also been adjusted to the maximum. The nightmare god took the tough-looking man with scars down, revealing a bunch of tormenting things. After a few seconds, "Ah!" the tragic voice resounded in the Yudu space, and under 100 times the pain, even an Iron Man could still be alive. Soon, he was tortured to death by the nightmare god once. Just when he thought he was relieved, he was horrified to discover that he actually appeared intact again, and even his broken palm was restored. This was originally something to be thankful for, but in his eyes but full of endless fear. Ah. The nightmare god begins again a new round of torture. Once. Twice. 10 times. 50 times. He was killed 50 times by the nightmare god in various ways. He collapsed and said to Luokan with snot flowing, I said everything, give me a treat." Now his biggest wish is to die quickly. In this place, he finds that even death is the biggest wish. "I'm sorry, I'm in a bad mood right now, I don't want to hear it, continue." Luo Chen was expressionless. Suddenly, a new round of torture came again. In the end, I was played to death 100 times. After an incomparably shrill scream, his body appeared in front of Luokan again intact. He was shaking all over, and his eyes were full of endless despair. Seeing this, Luokan also felt that it was almost the same. He waved his hand to the nightmare god and said, "How much do you know about the mysterious organization behind your company?" I don't know, I only know that there is a mysterious organization behind our company, and only the head of our company knows the details. I have never seen a mysterious organization, and the order is directly issued to the head by the other party, and then the head will convey it to us. I have only participated in a remote meeting of a mysterious organization, and the images of the people of the mysterious organization have undergone special processing and are wrapped in a layer of water mist, making it difficult to see the specific appearance. The man with scars came back to Luokan, and immediately explained everything in a quick and swift tone. He even explained clearly what underwear he was wearing and what he had done over the years. Listening to his speech, Luokan's eyes became colder and colder. This person is worthless. Scar Man is a cadre of the Shalufu Company's combat department. He has committed countless sins over the years, since he abruptly arrested a living person for genetic testing. Luokan looked at him. Then where did the divine beasts you capture go? All the first-level mythical beasts were taken away by the mysterious organization, and the rest were taken several tubes of blood, and then they are all in our company. Which first-level divine beasts have you caught? Ho King, Kazukuza. Suddenly, Scar hugged his head tightly and rolled on the ground in pain. Luokan squinted his eyes. Sure enough, is there a special gene implanted in this person's genes? Hope Dr. Volcano's potion works. Come on, he urged. Also, Ngu, Gulatin, C, Neptune Fang, Zekrom. There are so many first-level divine beasts. Luo Chen was horrified. What exactly did the other party want to do? Looking at the scarred man with the blue veins bursting out on his aching forehead, Luokan continued to ask, then what is this black pokeball? What's the use? Chapter 356. Knife Scar held his head, tugging at his hair tightly, and his whole body was convulsing. Facing Luo Chen's words, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but a wave of pain surpassed him in an instant. The ground opened his mouth wide and roared silently, so painful that he couldn't even speak. This pain comes entirely from the pain of the soul, as if countless ants are tearing at his soul bit by bit, making the pain unbearable. Looking at this scene, Luokan frowned, and the blood-red windmill pattern in his eyes was spinning wildly. At the same time, the entire moon reading space is also surging. The blood color becomes more and more intense, and the blood energy converges. In the sky of the moon reading space, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared, with a bright red pinwheel pattern imprinted in them, exactly the same as the eyes of the dust. But the only difference is the size. This eyeball is like a blood-colored moon, floating high in the air of the moon reading space. XXX. With the appearance of the moon-sized pupils, the blood in the entire space was tumbling. 22. Luokan is hypnotizing the scarred man, using the illusion of the moon reading space to hypnotize the scarred man, making him completely forget his own pain. Soon, the scarred man was not in such pain that he couldn't even speak. Instead, he rolled on the ground with his head in his arms. Obviously, the pain was relieved a lot. However, Luokan was also satisfied. It was enough to relieve the pain. This comes from the soul, and pain from genetics is not so easy to solve. Say it. What's the use of this black pokeball? He said, speak up and I can give you a treat. The sweat on the man with scar was like rain, his facial features twisted together, and he was roaring. Hearing Luokan's words, his eyes opened a slit, revealing a little light. For him, death is his biggest luxury right now. The pain of this soul being wiped out bit by bit is really painful, and now he just wants to die happily. He spoke with difficulty, and his voice was hoarse. Black. The black pokeball is found in the super ancient ruins, it is said. It is said to be related to. I have an elf, it needs to devour the ultimate alien beast to grow. This elf should be the elf in the world of the ultimate alien beast. As for what it has, we still haven't figured out what it is. At the moment he finished speaking, boom! The moon-sized pupils in the sky shattered and turned into blood. Scar's mouth let out a shrill scream, like the roar of a beast, and then collapsed to the ground. His body finally turned into a little starlight and disappeared, which means his soul dissipated. Luo Chen looked at, it's a pity, but it's no big deal. Everything that should be asked has already been asked. He took out the black elf ball with 2 stars, and narrowed his eyes slightly. So there is an elf sealed inside. Is it the spirit of the world of the ultimate alien beast? Do you need to devour 7 extreme beasts? Luokan had some expectations. What kind of elf is this? And it actually feeds on the ultimate alien beast. He believes that the day when the puzzle is solved is not far away, and there are still 5 ultimate alien beasts. He put away the black Pokeball again, turned his mind, unlocked the moon reading, and returned to reality. The brain is dead. Dr. Volcano checked. Luokan said what he knew from the scarred man. Of course, he didn't say anything about the black Pokeball. After hearing Luokan's words, Junsha and Dr. Volcano were shocked. 5 first-level divine beasts. Several second-level divine beasts and third-level divine beasts. What are these people doing? This power is enough to destroy the world. Luokan shook his head, and he was also full of doubts about what they wanted to do. 5 first-level divine beasts, this power can completely destroy this world. By the way, there are also these 2 things. Luo Chen suddenly remembered the 2 pyramid-like Pokeballs seized from the hand of the man with scar. There should be little elves in it. The group came to an open place outside the laboratory, and called Mewtwo and Ninetales over, just in case. Falling dust threw the 2 pyramid-like metal objects into the sky, but nothing happened. He was stunned. At this time, Ninetales gave it a soft sound. Luo Chen nodded, a little embarrassed. This thing should be a super ancient Pokeball, which belongs to the same type as the super ancient fast dragon Pokeball. It needs to be filled with mental power. It has been too long since I used the super ancient fast dragon Pokeball. Have forgotten this. The scarred man was able to use the Pokeball because of the skill ring on his hand. Picking up the elf ball again, the windmill pattern appeared in his eyes, and Luo Chen poured his mental power into the 2 pyramids, and then threw them out. In an instant, the light on the 2 pyramids rose sharply and stagnated in midair. Countless tadpole characters appeared out of thin air. These were super ancient characters. Each of these characters seemed to have life. They walked out of the pyramid, suspended in midair, and danced in circles. Finally, 2 white lights flashed. A red and a blue figure appeared in the air. Like 2 planes, they have beautiful lines. This is the long-lost Lanshuadu and Red Shuadu. After being at a loss, seeing Luokan, both Lanshuadu and Hongshuadu had joy in their eyes. With a smile on his face, Luokan probed them and found that nothing was done on them. It seemed that these 2 guys had nothing to do with them. Chapter 357. Finally, 2 white lights flashed. A red and a blue figure appeared in the air. Like 2 planes, they have beautiful lines. This is the long-lost Lanshuadu and Red Shuadu. After being at a loss, seeing Luokan, both Lanshuadu and Hongshuadu had joy in their eyes. With a smile on his face, Luokan probed them and found that nothing was done on them. It seemed that these 2 guys had nothing to do with them. Lanshuadu and Hongshui both danced around Luokan constantly, and their bodies were incomparably agile. In the distance, the elves sensed the movement. The 2 elves, Zoroark and Sirach, also flew over, and they made excited sounds when they looked at the 2 waters. Zoroark and Sirach were surging with energy, and suddenly, they also changed into Lanshuadu and Red Shuadu, and flew towards each other. Suddenly, the 4 waters in the sky were dancing, chasing each other. After a while, the rest of the elves also joined in the playfulness. For a time, all kinds of divine beasts, sub-divine beasts, quasi-god elves and ordinary elves played together and frolicked with each other. There was no hierarchy here, everything was very comfortable, and the elves were full of laughter and laughter. On the lush island, all kinds of elves are chasing each other, the sun shines softly from the sky, everything seems like a painting. On the ground, Junsha and the others looked at the sky and the grass. There was no distinction between levels and attributes. The elves were fighting with each other. Envy flashed in their eyes. What a harmonious picture. Luokan and they didn't bother them. After a long time, maybe they were tired from fighting, and they leaned against each other in 2s and 3s, and slept on the grass like this. Latios and Latias flew down, leaned forward and rubbed Luokan's cheeks, and made a sweet cry at Luokan, with joy and gratitude in their voices. They also knew that Luokan had saved them both. People were rescued, thanking Luokan. Luokan touched their heads. No thanks, we are friends, aren't we? Then, Luokan said to Latios and Latias again, by the way, what did they do to you when you were captured? Hearing this serious matter, Latios and Latios also became serious and said something to Luokan. Now, with Luokan's mental power, he can fully know what the elves are talking about. He frowned. I just kept pumping your blood. Then I kept absorbing your energy. Did a lot of experiments. Luokan frowned. Anything else? The two little elves tilted their necks in thought, and then they seemed to remember something, and called out to Luokan again. Have you seen Bulletin and them? Luo Chen said, tell me with your mental power. Latios and Latias let go of their mental power and connected with Luokan, and suddenly a tender female and male voice sounded in Luokan's mind. In addition to Guritin, I also saw Sea Emperor. Tooth, Ho-Oh, Kaizakuza, Zekrom. They were imprisoned in a machine, and the machine extended a lot of metal pipes and inserted them into them, drawing some power from them. What power? Is it the energy in the body? Latios shook his head. No, they look painful. Hearing this, Luo Chen and Junsha frowned. Dr. Volcano, do you know what it is? Dr. Volcano frowned and thought for a while, and finally shook his head. I know too little, maybe it's to extract their power, or to extract their genes. But being able to make them suffer is certainly not a trivial matter. Luokan called over the divine beasts that he had rescued from the flaming group, Sakagi, and Akaji before, and asked them something. As a result, they know less. Latios and Latias at least have their power and blood drawn from them. Except for God Y, the three god pillars and lightning bird didn't even draw blood, they just absorbed the power of their mythical beasts, and then threw them to the flaming team. Luokan fell into contemplation, and he found a pattern. The three gods pillar and the lightning bird are both third-level divine beasts, and the mysterious organization does not draw their blood or anything like that. And Latios, Latias, and Y God, the three are all second-level divine beasts. They have drawn both their power and their blood, and have also done a lot of experiments on them. Obviously, all the divine beasts that are useful to the mysterious organization are level 2 or higher. As for the level 3 divine beasts, they are only used as thugs and rewarding organization members. Then, what are they trying to get from the first-level divine beasts, or what kind of organization are they plotting from beginning to end? Luokan found that the more he understood, the more mysteries there would be. The identity of this mysterious organization is really too mysterious, and it has always been covered in mystery. He fell into deep thought. For a long time, a cold light flashed in his eyes, as if he had made a major decision. He looked at Junsha and said, "What's going on at Shaloof Company? People from our family and the Junsha family are watching over there." Well, when I was tortured just now, I learned about the plan of Scarman and the others to capture the god of time and the god of space. Shaloofu Company gave them 10 hours, and only after they were caught would they report to the company. Report, so Shaloofu Company should not know that we have caught the scarred man. A cold light flashed in Luokan's eyes. Then, let's hit him with a wrong hand. Don't be in a hurry, we'll take Sheriff Company. Since the mysterious organization is too mysterious, kill him to the surface. Now, with the festival between Luokan and the mysterious organization, even if Luokan doesn't go to them, when they are free, they will come. Since the leader of the Sheriff Company is their member, then the Sheriff Company will be advanced and let them get out of the shadows. This kind of enemy is in the dark, and I don't like the feeling that I don't know anything about it. Chapter 358. Are you going to take the Sheriff Company now? Junsha was also frightened by Luokan's move in an instant. You must know that Shaloof is the largest company in the world, and 60% of the things in the world are developed by them, covering a very wide range, from civilian use, technology products, elves recovery potions, energy blocks, evolution stones, and many other things are products of their company. Even many valuable pokeballs, such as the Master Ball, are products of their company. The energy of Shalouf Company is so huge that it has penetrated into every industry. But after calming down and thinking about it carefully, Jun Sha thinks, okay. After all, Shalufu Company and what they are doing are horrifying. Since they have captured 5 first-class mythical beasts, if Palkia and Dialga were not rescued by the dust, it means that they have 7 in their hands. A first-class beast. This is a bit shocking. 7 first-level divine beasts, not 7 green caterpillars. Each first-level divine beast is the most powerful existence in a region. The strength is enough to destroy the world. And the 7 first-level divine beasts were controlled by one organization, and the burst of power was enough to destroy the entire world. Junsha also wanted to find out what they wanted to do. After thinking about it for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said to Luo Chen, do it. Ask how Joey is, she is in charge of leading a team to monitor Sheriff Company. Luokan opened up Joey's communicator again. After Joey heard it, he was very neat and tidy, done. Having said that, Joey and Junsha asked the top of the family for instructions, but it was just a passing scene. Both of them are the next heirs of the Joey family and the Junsha family, and they have great power. Soon, news came from their families, it's all up to them. Where is the headquarters of Shalouf Company? Luokan asked. In Manjin City in the Chengdu area. Jun Sha said. Then let's prepare. Let's go to Manjin City. Luokan said to Lanshuadu and Hongshaidu, we're going to bring Shalufu Company, do you want to come? The 2 little elves let out a soft sound. XXX. Fallen Dust nodded, after leaving their mark on the psychic scroll. Luokan called all the divine beasts on the island again. In an instant, the entire meadow was full of divine beasts, and a handful of divine beasts that were rarely seen in the past were caught here. He instructed the elves above the 2nd level divine beast level to stand by at any time on the island, and when the time comes, they will be channeled. Time is running out, they need to kill Scarman and take him by surprise at Shalouf Company before they know that the Scarman and his party have failed. After explaining some things, Luo Chen said to Jun Sha, let's go. Well, our family and the Junsha family are also ready. When we arrive, they will urgently evacuate all the people in Jinshi City. Luokan and Junsha boarded Latios and Latias. He said solemnly, Super Dream, let's go. Shish tilde tilde. In an instant, the sound of a sonic boom came, and they flew away like arrows from the string, disappearing at the end of the sky in the blink of an eye. Latios and Latias are very fast, with smooth lines on their bodies, and their limbs are retracted into their bodies, just like a fighter jet, and they can match the speed of Mewtwo. The 3 little elves were flying fast in the sky, and a series of sonic booms were smashed wherever they passed, and the speed reached supersonic speed. Pulling up along, aurora-like light behind him, looking up from the ground, you can see 3 rays of milky white, blue, and red galloping in the sky. The scene is very spectacular. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. They flew over Vibrant City, Nibi City, Wallan City. Soon, they came to the Quartz Plateau where the Kanto Alliance was located. The Kanto Alliance. What is that? The people from the Alliance pointed to the sky in horror. Because of the repeated earthquakes before, they just got off the airship and prepared to deal with the aftermath. Unexpectedly, just after landing, something strange came from the sky, and everyone stretched their necks to look at the sky. Looks like 3 elves, Latios and Latias. There is someone on their back. 00. The leader of the alliance stared intently at the 3 voices in the sky. His eyes suddenly stared. It seemed to be a super dream, and the person sitting on Latios' back seemed to be Luokan. He broke down in a cold sweat, What did this little ancestor want to do with his murderous aura? The Great War broke out on Nashi Island only half a day ago, causing earthquakes throughout Kanto. Now what are they going to do? The Alliance leader suddenly had a very ominous premonition, as if something big was going to happen. Ellipsis. After the Quartz Plateau is the Chengdu area. Not long after, they came to Manjin City. Manjin City is the most prosperous city in Chengdu, and it can be said to be one of the world's largest megacities. The whole city is very prosperous and full of a sense of technology. No reason, just because the largest company in the world, Shalufu Company, is headquartered in Manjin City. Shalufu Company covers a very large area, almost 10 times larger than that of Junshin Town, accounting for 1/5 of the area of Manjin City. The buildings are very luxurious, sci-fi, and there are many buildings. At this moment, Luo Chen and his group were floating in the air. Looking at the Sheriff Company on the ground, his eyes were extremely cold. Go. 100 million. Chapter 359. Calvin is today, sitting in front of the computer, writing and deleting, very dissatisfied. The higher the climax, the more entangled. The Shalufu Company and the mysterious organization are a very important part of this book, and it is also the biggest climax since the book was opened. Many of the previous pits have to be filled here. After watching this plot, you are guaranteed to have a feeling of, fuck, this twisted feeling, and the identity of the mysterious organization you never imagined. Let's talk about the current situation of this book. Now it's 74 words, and now it's written about Sheriff Company and the mysterious organization, and many things I said will surface. To be honest, it's not easy to write. Most of the plots are combined with anime, manga, and games, and then create original plots by yourself. I also want to finish one area, go to another area, and then start all over again to cultivate new elves, but is it good looking? In this way, it's very easy for me to write. Don't I just repeat the same routine from scratch? What's the difficulty? The water is good and the water is good. Don't I just follow the TV animation to follow the plot? But, I'm sorry for that. The protagonist has so many mythical beasts, and his strength is already overwhelmed. Did you go to another area and start all over again? Isn't this TM kidding me? This is the same as Shaoji in TV. The level of the skin gods has been reset to 0, and the initial elf can't be beaten. Every time the beginning of the new generation of animation gives people a WTF feeling, I want to cut the screenwriter with a knife. Ellipsis. Chapter 360. Saying that, Mewtwo's energy surged and gathered towards its hands. In an instant, the energy converged and condensed into a basketball-sized light in the hand. The ball shines brightly. At the same time, outside Shaluf's headquarters, Manjin City, there were dozens of Junsha and Joey walking around the city, raising the cordon, with a serious face, assisting the evacuation of Manjin City residents. The residents of the city also cooperated with Junsha and the others in their hearts. Obviously, they had an unusual trust in Junsha and the others, and evacuated Manjin City in an orderly manner. What happened to Miss Junsha? During the period, someone asked with some doubts. I received a notice that the evil organization will destroy it in Manjin City. Hearing this, the citizens even quickened their pace. They have no nostalgia for property or anything. In this world, elves are property and their partners. Money is stored in bank cards, and anyone can take it. Don't go, and they all carry these things with them. Soon, the entire Manjin City was evacuated. In the Golden City, Joey said to an elf next to him with purple skin, like a kitten, but with a slightly forked tail, Sun Elf, covered with psychic power. This is one of Ibrahimovich's evolutionary types, the Sun Elf, but this Sun Elf is slightly different, with a faint golden hair on the purple skin. Hearing Joey's words, the lazy Sun Elf stood up from the ground, his eyes glowed with golden light like the sun, and a thought force centered on it, radiating throughout the entire Golden City. If Luo Chen used his probing eyes to investigate this Sun Elf, he would find that the level of this Sun Elf was actually a second-level divine beast. As one of the largest families in the world, the Joy family has no doubts about its potential. After a long while, the Sun Elf withdrew his mind power and nodded to Joey. Joey understood, touched his ear, there was a miniature headset on his ear, and she said, "All have been evacuated." In the sky, Junsha heard the news from Joey, "The evacuation has been completed." Luo Chen heard the words, "Do it." In an instant, a cold light flashed in Chow Meng's eyes. Swoosh tilde. The dazzling energy ball in his hand was like an arrow from the string, roaring towards the Sheriff Company headquarters on the ground. In the end, it was about to hit. Tilde. Suddenly, a transparent film appeared out of thin air, wrapping the huge Sheriff Company. Chi tilde. The energy light ball and the protective film are constantly colliding, causing sparks to splash. At the same time, Shalouf Company has a tower-shaped building in 4 corners. The building is inlaid with huge spar, and these crystals are emitting a fiery light, as if absorbing energy. This crystal is excavated from the extreme north, with a depth of tens of thousands of meters. I don't know how many years the crystal has been deposited. This crystal is extremely hard and has energy-absorbing properties that can absorb any attack from the elf. With the continuous absorption of this crystal, Mewtwo's energy light ball is constantly weakening, and finally is completely absorbed by the protective cover. At the same time, the headquarters control building of Sheriff Corporation. Drop tilde. The piercing alarm kept ringing, and the dangerous red light flashed. The sound of the siren made the entire Sheriff Company stand up in awe, all of them wondering, what the hell happened? Alarm alert, energy attack detected, energy intensity, level 1 Divine Beast, the swallowing crystal begins to absorb energy, the saturation level is 10%. Alarm alert, energy attack detected, energy intensity, 1st level Divine Beast. The swallowing crystal begins to absorb energy, and the saturation level is 15%. Alarm alert, energy attack detected, energy intensity, 1st level Divine Beast. The swallowing crystal begins to absorb energy, and the saturation level is 20%. The electronic synthesizer sounded, causing some uproar among the employees of Shalouf Company. A 1st level Divine Beast invaded. There is actually a 1st level Divine Beast invasion. Soon, the entire Sheriff Company took action, and it was worthy of its fame. In an instant, countless elves appeared in the dense sky, and countless cannon barrels rose from the ground, like cannons. The central building of Shalouf Company is also the core area of the entire Shalouf Company. Here are the top executives of the company. Among them, the central building, the absolute ruler of the entire Sheriff Company, Sheriff heard the message from the electronic synthesis sound. The whole person was a little stunned for a moment, and then got up in anger. Who is it? A staff member projected the projection outside. It was Luo Chen and his party. How courageous. He was furious, already recognizing Luoken. He didn't go to him, instead he came to the door. If it wasn't for the key organizational issues, he would have gone to clean up these 3 things a long time ago. The dust that interfered with the organization's actions twice. He flew into the sky, facing Luo Chen far away. How dare you come? Luoken looked at him. Explain to me the mysterious organization behind you. Hearing this, Shuru's eyes narrowed. As you know, it seems that Scar has failed. His face was very ugly. Then I can't keep you. Today, you will stay with me. Saying that, he threw 5 Pokeballs in a row. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed, as if the end of the world had come. The clouds were oppressive, thick and dark, with lightning and thunder. 5 incomparably huge elves appeared, like demons, their bodies were like mountains, and their auras were frightening. They caught 5 1st-level divine beasts. War. At the touch of a button. Ellipsis dot. XXX. Chapter 361. In the east, the clouds were thick and frightening, as if the sky was about to collapse. In the thick clouds, a green dragon appeared and disappeared when it was seen, causing countless clouds and mists. In the west, the flood was terrifying, and an incomparably large elf appeared like a whale. It was blue in color and had wings like shark fins. Every time it flapped its wings, it could roll up the monstrous waves. In the south, the earth was cracked, and a fiery elf appeared with a fiery body and a ferocious head. Lava was billowing on his body, turning the names of the places under his feet into magma. In the west, the heat wave was scorching hot. A little elf with a red body and a golden crown appeared. The feathers on the body were burning like flames. The heat wave was rolling, as if a second sun appeared in the sky. In front of Shiraufu, an elf with an extremely dark body, like a giant dragon, appeared, and the sky above him was like a thunderbolt destroying the world, and the dazzling thunder snake was constantly shining. The explosive power of these 5 elves has completely destroyed the entire Golden City. Under the momentum of the 5 terrifying first-level mythical beasts, the earth rumbled and cracked open, and a huge crack cut the whole Golden City apart. The houses that were closer to the 5 elves were even more rumbled. The collapse was either destroyed by magma, washed away by floods, or destroyed by ground fissures. The 5 elves vaguely surrounded Luokan from 4 directions. Luokan looked at the 5 elves, and narrowed his eyes. These are the 5 first-level divine beasts captured by the mysterious organization, Kaikongza, Kaihuangya, Garadan, Hu, and Zekrom. Unexpectedly, it was in Shuru's hands. At this time, in the distance, far away, the people of Junsha and the Joey family moved the entire city to a hilltop far away from Manjin City. At this time, they were still moving towards the other side of the hilltop. Travel to a city adjacent to Manjin. There were rumbling sounds coming from behind, and the sky suddenly became like night falling, and crackling thunder and lightning emerged from the clouds. The sudden appearance of the sky shocked them a lot, and they couldn't help but look back. All of a sudden, they were all dumbfounded, and their eyes were as big as bull's eyes. All of them were dumbfounded and shocked, and even some people who were inadvertently sat on the ground in fright. No one could keep calm at all. Because the scene in Manjin City was so terrifying at this time, large swaths of buildings were eroded and melted by the hot magma, large swaths of houses were washed away by the flood, the ground was cracked, and covered with dense cracks. The city of Manjin, which was prosperous not long ago, has now become a ruin. They watched this terrifying scene in horror. They all recognized these first-level mythical beasts, and they might have been ecstatic when they saw them in the past, but now, looking at the monstrous malice on these legendary elves, and what they did at this time, they were all chilled. I don't know where the joy comes from. Why did these legendary elves appear here? Someone asked in horror. These are the most powerful legendary elves, and they are all beings called gods by the local area. Now that they have all appeared in Manjin City, are they trying to destroy the world? Junsha, who has the Junsha family, looked at the 5 terrifying figures in Manjin City, and swallowed her saliva unconsciously, and then said, "The evil organization has controlled them, and now the people in our family and the people of the Joey family are preparing to fight against the evil organization. Everyone leave here, so as not to be affected by their battle." At this time, all the talents woke up like a dream. This is the legendary battle of the elves. Once it is affected, not even the scum is left. Said, a group of people hurriedly accelerated their pace, trotted and quickly evacuated to the adjacent city. The sky above Manjin City. At this time, the entire Manjin City has been turned into ruins. Sharav stood on top of Zekrom's head, looking at Luokan with cold eyes. "You can stay here today." Luo Chen was expressionless, and pointed to the 5 first-level divine beasts around him whose minds were controlled and whose eyes were scarlet. "Aren't they in the hands of the organization behind you? What do you want from them? Learn from them. What power? Also, the organization behind you is all over the world to capture first-level divine beasts. What exactly do you want to do?" Shiraufu was slightly surprised. "You actually know, it seems that Scar said everything, and you actually have the means to make Scar speak. Presumably you also got a lot of news from Sakagi and Akaji." Luokan smiled and said, "Yeah, at the beginning of April, you will make a move against the god of time and the god of space." As he said that, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his hand was in the void. Diaresis spirituality. Bang bang bang. A large cloud of smoke burst out, and then a strong wind came out of the smoke, blowing the smoke away. I saw that there were several elves in front of Luokan, namely Dialga, the god of time, Palkia, the god of space, Yfeltar, the god of plus Luokan and Junsha, who were riding. Dios and Latius are 5 divine beasts in total. Dialga and Palkia. Shuru finally changed his eyes. They are actually in your hands. He always thought that the mission of Scar had failed, and was found and captured by Junsha and the others. In this way, this is them. The Scar was captured together with the god of time and the god of space, and the benefit of the fisherman was taken. After all, the god of time and the god of space are little elves close to the super beasts, and the laws of time and space are very difficult to deal with. If not for the organization, the Jiao of Jiao has given instruments to deal with the god of time and the god of space, and they don't have much confidence in them. So he was preconceived, not thinking that Luo Chen had captured Dialga and Palkia himself, but thought that when Scar and Palkia and Dialga were exhausted from fighting, they sat down. Fisherman's benefit. How daring, how dare you take things from our Shiroof company? He was furious. So what can you do to me? Luo Chen didn't explain. The 10 elves seemed to sense the master's mood, and their auras shot up to the sky one by one. The sky seemed to crack open under their aura, and the void was shaking constantly. For a time, the 10 elves were drawn to each other, and the atmosphere was extremely serious. Luo Chen suddenly waved his hand. Go. It means that the battle of gods has started. Ellipsis. Chapter 362. Although the mythical beasts on Luokan's side surprised Shuru, especially Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space. However, he was quite sure that he would catch all the divine beasts in Luokan and wipe out Luokan completely. Because there are 5 first-level divine beasts here. No, it's not just the first-level divine beasts, but the divine beasts that have been improved by their own laboratory. Their abilities have already surpassed the first-level divine beasts, and they are a little stronger than the peak of the first-level divine beasts, and their temperaments have become more ferocious and brutal. Luokan, leave your life today, I will accept your elf. Shuru looked at Luokan, determined to keep Luokan's group behind. Originally, their plan had been going very smoothly. According to the arrangement of the organization, they were proceeding step by step. There was never any error, and most of the divine beasts they needed were caught in the laboratory. But since Lu Chen came to them, everything has changed. All the organizations on all sides were destroyed by the dust, even everything in the flare core. Although most of the data and important divine beasts were kept, Luo Chen still destroyed a lot. The most important thing is that Shiroof didn't expect Luokan to find him in the end. The most important thing is that the organization behind him also let him find clues. Shuru was frightened and terrified of the organization behind him. If Luo Chen was a jerk and wanted to investigate the organization, he would probably be doomed. And if you tell the god of time and god of space to capture and dedicate it to the organization, then, you can also get a lot of rewards. Break the empty seat, attack. Shuru immediately ordered. Suddenly, the cracking space roared and swooped down from the clouds. The speed was so fast that flames were burning all over the body, and it swooped towards Luokan and the others. The air pressure was pressing. Latius, block it. Latius rushed up, like a cannon being fired, and the fighter-like wings tore the air apart. Boom. One swoops down, the other rises to the sky. The two collided with each other, and an earth-shattering sound came over, making people's eardrums about to burst. After a short stalemate, Latius was suppressed, and he was constantly being pushed to the ground by the void seat. Luo Chen wasn't surprised at all about this. After all, Kaikongzo was a first-level divine beast, and Latius was a second-level divine beast. Latios, go and help. Ha! The sound of breaking the air came, and Latios turned into a phantom and rushed up in an instant, and together with Latias, he resisted the dragon god swooping in the sky-breaking seat. Latios and Latias are twin elves. The power of 1 plus 1 is greater than 2, and the combined power of the two is already comparable to that of a first-level divine beast. Therefore, they were deadlocked with the sky-splitting seat. One blue and one red body had dazzling energy, and a slender energy tail was pulled out from behind. The dragon god swooped down from the sky-splitting seat and slammed into a stalemate. The energies of the three continue to converge at the point where they collide, and finally reach a critical point. It was like a nuclear bomb exploded in an instant. Boom! A mushroom cloud was pulled up from midair and expanded into the universe. It was very terrifying. There was a gust of wind of more than 10 levels at the scene, and everything around was annihilated and destroyed. In the huge explosion, the three figures were separated. In this blow, the three were evenly divided, but in general, Rayquaza won because Latios and Latias fought against Rayquaza together. Cracked seat, tornado. After stabilizing his body, Kaikanza opened his mouth and roared. The dragon's horns exuded a dazzling light, and the eyes were scarlet for a while, only to see the rocks flying between the sky and the earth, and the trees collapsed. A bunch of huge tornadoes suddenly appeared in front of Kaikanza, from bottom to top, as if to swallow everything. The tornado swirled, with lightning and thunder in the middle, and quickly rushed towards Lu Chen and them. Latios, Latias, dragon's breath. Hearing the sound of falling dust, the sound of the two water capitals sounded. The body was like a giant dragon, and it swelled up in an instant, and the huge beam roared towards Rayquaza. Boom boom boom. The sky and the earth changed color, the wind whizzed, and everything around turned into powder in an instant. Far, far away. Residents who have been transferred to Manjin City, far away, looked at the smoke filled with gunpowder from a distance, and felt the ground shaking under their feet. Do Not Ban has changed his face. If he hadn't left there, he'd probably be dead by now. Ellipsis. After the smoke dissipated, the sky and the earth became cold again, but the smell of gunpowder smoke was even more pungent, full of a chilling smell. You can't have both of your water guardian angels. Only two of them can resist the rift seat. You will lose without a doubt. Is that so? Your air-splitting seat is very arrogant and haggard. Luo Chen smiled coldly. The art of psychic. Boom. After a cloud of smoke rose. Ah! A shocking dragon roar resounded. A domineering dragon-shaped creature with a purple body, two slender and ferocious dragon horns on the top of its head, red edges on the shoulders and lower parts of the body, rudder-like flanks, and spike-like fins on the tail end soars in the sky and the earth. Between. There are 5 energy balls around him, revolving around it like satellites. And its appearance, ignoring the color of the skin and the energy balls around it, is exactly the same as that of Risikuza. This is the dusty cracking seat, the flashing cracking seat. Impossible. Looking at it, Sheriff was stunned. Kakuza. Is there a second rift seat in the world? And it can feel that this cracking seat is actually a first-level divine beast. There's nothing impossible. Your skycracker is awesome. Shirufu's face was not good-looking, and at the same time, he was very puzzled, why there is a second rift seat in the world. Roar. After the flashing rift seat came out, his eyes were tightly waiting for Shiruf's rift seat, his body was full of fighting intent. Although the opposite rift seat was under control, his underlying consciousness seemed to sense something, and his body also showed war intent. Shuru also stopped trying Luokan, and a low voice came. Give it to me. On the side, the other 4 first-level divine beasts who could no longer hold back, bared their teeth and grinned. The whole state was extremely violent. Rumbling and Kakuza rushed towards Luokan, with fierce flames to the sky. Come on. Luo Chen waved his hand as soon as possible. Roar. The 6 divine beasts on Luokan's side also roared and rushed forward, and their auras were not weaker than those on the other side. The battle of the 11 divine beasts begins. Ellipsis. Chapter 363. XXX. Boom boom boom. The ferocious aura of the 11 divine beasts erupted without reservation. The auras of the 11 divine beasts were intertwined, and they rose into the sky with a bang, making the whole world tremble, and the sky was under their mixed aura. As if a big hole had been blown out. Ang roar. A sky-shattering dragon roar resounded, flashed through the cracking seat and roared at the cracking seat, and then the two sky-shattering seats erupted with a shocking fighting intent, soaring into the sky like a dragon, and the two figures quickly intertwined together. Go straight to the sky. Their ferocious dragon claws shone with dazzling light. This is the dragon's unique trick, dragon claws. When rushing towards the sky, the flashing crack and the crack are also screaming fiercely. The dragon claws are constantly colliding. The metal-like collision sound is constantly coming out, and every collision sparks in the sky. Every blow is like thunder. The figures of the two Risikuza continued to rise, and the fight became more and more intense. An invisible shock wave swept out from where they fought, and the thick clouds in the sky were shaken apart by the fight between the two. As they fought, the air shook. Bang bang bang. Finally, the figures of the two elves became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a black spot. Finally, the two came to the ozone layer and let go of their hands to fight. Seeing Rikongza find his opponent, the rest of the elves couldn't hold back. The god of time, Dialuka roared, his body jumped out instantly, his claws were windy, and he slashed towards Gulatin. It found Gulatin, and Gulatin also showed no weakness, and his body became more and more radiant. The more dazzling it became, a mountain composed entirely of stones condensed above it, like a meteorite, smashing straight towards Dialga. This is a ground-based trick, rock avalanche. A first-level divine beast would not be a first-level divine beast. It involves the power of the law. Gulatin is known as the god of the earth. It is said that the earth was created by it. And the rock slide it uses is like a big mountain, solid and heavy, and with the force of 10,000, it roars and smashes towards Dialga. Roar. Dialga, the light on both claws became brighter and brighter, and suddenly greeted the falling stone mountain. Boom. The claws touched the stone mountain. In an instant, the rocks collapsed and energy poured out. The entire stone mountain was disassembled by Dialga Luca's paw, turned into powder and blown away by the strong wind. The stone mountain was shattered, but Dialga's offensive was also blocked. Gulatin and Dialga let out a low roar, and the two went to the distance with a kick, and suddenly a loud rumbling sound came continuously. As for Palkia, he turned his attention to the Sea Emperor's teeth that created Wang Yang's ocean. Haihuangya felt its gaze, and the sea roared by him out of thin air, and suddenly a huge water gun blasted out towards Palkia. Like Guratin, Haihuangya is known as the ocean of the sea. God, wherever he passes is a piece of Wangyang, and it is said that the sea was created by it. Seeing the huge water gun whistling coming, Palkia did not retreat but advanced, and charged towards the Sea Emperor's teeth. There was a strange light on his body, and the law of space ability was activated. I saw that when the huge water gun came to it, the water gun actually split from the middle, as if the space here was torn into two halves. Boom. Palkia also fought with Neptunia. In the sky. The crisp bird chirping came, and the fire element supreme Ho Wang didn't know that he was scurrying in the sky with a red and blue light. The speed was extremely fast, mixed with the sonic boom of a fighter jet. Attacking each other, various skills bloomed like fireworks in the sky. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The one who opposes Ho-Oh is the guardian deity of both waters. As for the remaining black dragon, Zekrom, God Y found it. However, it's a little off, because God Y is a second-level divine beast, and it is still at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. But it doesn't matter, Luokan just wants to test the power of these 5 first-level divine beasts through their battles, because he wants to know what the mysterious organization has extracted from these 5 first-level divine beasts. During the battle, can you detect any clues? His intuition told him that what this mysterious organization extracted from them was very important. 0-0. Boom. Boom. Bang dong dong. As time went on, their battles became more and more intense, and they no longer tried to test each other. All kinds of big moves were thrown at each other's face as if they didn't need money. Incomparably intense, the collision sound like the collision of Mars hitting the Earth is incessant. In the end, they all fired a real fire, and every move was a deadly move, smashing at the opponent's vital points. Boom boom boom. The 11 mythical beasts turned on their fire, and a spectacular scene appeared. The sky of the entire Golden City was rendered with a fantastic aurora under the rendering of their energy. At the same time, strange sights also appeared around Mansion City and around 10 kilometers in the surrounding area. A white light enveloped Mansion City, and it was clearly distinguished from the outside. Ellipsis. Far, far away. Among the migrating team of Mansion City residents, there is no shortage of powerful trainers. He rode an elf into the air and overlooked Mansion City. Suddenly his eyes shrank. Because he clearly saw, Mansion City disappeared. The entire Gold City has disappeared. 100 million. Chapter 364. Far, far away. Among the migrating team of Mansion City residents, there is no shortage of powerful trainers. He rode an elf into the air and overlooked Mansion City. Suddenly his eyes shrank. Because he clearly saw, Mansion City disappeared. The entire Gold City has disappeared. In his eyes, the outskirts of the incomparably huge Mansion City were surrounded by white lights one after another, and then the entire Mansion City suddenly disappeared and disappeared from sight. And where the original Mansion City was, there was only a huge black hole that was hundreds of kilometers long. The light couldn't get in. It was as if the entire Golden City and the land it was located on had been abruptly moved to another time and space by terrifying means. The trainer looked like he had seen a ghost. He thought he had seen it wrong, so he quickly wiped his eyes, and then his mouth grew, and he was horrified. Impossible. Hearing this exclamation, some people were a little puzzled, because from just now, the continuous explosion and vibration had ceased quite a bit. Is it over? With doubts, the rest of the people released their flying elves and rode on them. Other people also saw this scene, and they all sat on the ground in fright. The shock in their hearts could not be described in words, and the cold sweat on their foreheads dripped like rain. Usually, in the championship challenge, when the champion elves use their ultimate moves, their power can wipe out a mountain, which is enough to shock the world and make people terrified. But now, this abruptly destroys the entire Mansion City, including the surrounding area, a total of hundreds of kilometers of land, not destroying it, but abruptly turning it into nothingness. What is nothingness? Unable to reach. These residents of Mansion City are ordinary people. They have never seen a beast attack, so their worldviews have been impacted, and their spirits are a little dazed. Is this the combat power of a beast? Of course Luokan didn't know what they were thinking. If they knew, it would probably be funny. They still underestimate the combat power of the second-level divine beasts. If these 11 mythical beasts really fought on the mainland in the Chengdu area, it is estimated that the entire continent will be smashed by them soon. At this time, he was in a different dimension, and the energy erupted from these 11 divine beasts directly brought the entire Mansion City to this space, isolating the space outside Mansion City. The destructive power of these 11 divine beasts is too strong. If they are allowed to attack, it is estimated that they will cause indelible damage to this continent, and may tear the entire continent to pieces. After all, this is a battle of 11 top-level divine beasts. Luokan was still watching the battle of these 11 elves, and the entire dimensional space was shaken by them. Hey Tilda. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the air, which was hard to see with the naked eye. An extremely tricky angle attacked the back of Luokan's head. Luokan's eyes widened, of course he felt it with his current mental power. He tilted his neck. Tilda. The invisible ripples jumped past the edge of its ears and disappeared into the air. Good luck for you. In the distance, Shirov sneered and touched the ring in his hand. Luokan looked at the ring in his hand. The shape was very simple, it seemed to be wood and metal, and it was inlaid with a diamond-shaped gemstone, like a diamond. The attack that attacked Luokan just now was released by this ring. A skilled ring. Luokan guessed in his heart that there was also a man with a scar on this thing, but he left it in the laboratory for Meow Meow and the others to study. Mewtwo. Huh. Chow Meng's figure disappeared in an instant, his fists were clenched tightly, and in the blink of an eye, he came behind Sheriff, punched the back of Shiruf's head, and the fist hit the air, compressing the air into a white streak. Mount Air Cannon. The ring in Shiruf's hand flashed violently, and then appeared dozens of meters away. Shu Tilda. At this time, he had just landed, and an energy bomb slammed towards him. He responded very quickly, and one rolled over, but the aftermath of the explosion also hit it far away. Cheomung returned to Luokan's voice and whispered to him, "The superpower system's trick is useless, and the power of thought has no effect on him." Luokan nodded, "The spiritual power of the super beast is useless. It seems that Shuru's ring is of a higher level than the scarred man." Shuru got up from the ground, but he wasn't injured, just a little embarrassed. Reciprocity. Luokan chuckled lightly. Shirufu's face was ashen. Diaresis, you are courting death. I originally wanted to keep you playing for a while, but now you will die for me. Speaking of which, he became annoyed and roared, "The genomics team is dispatched." Saying that, the 5 guards wearing combat uniforms behind him let out an inhuman low roar. Then, their bodies swelled, and their clothes were stretched open by them, turning into pieces of cloth and shattering. Their bodies are constantly getting bigger. Soon, these 5 people became beast-like beings. All of their heads were not human heads. One's head became a dragon's head. The head was covered in flames and turned into a bird, while the other was pitch black with lightning attached to his body. These 5 people have all changed from humans to beings like elves. They are more than 10 meters tall, and they are very ferocious. But if you look closely, you can see that the appearance of these 5 people is actually very similar to the appearance of Gulatin, Kaihuangya, Kaikongza, Hu, and Zekrom. Out of 10,000 experimental subjects, the 5 successful genetic humans that were cultivated can die at their hands. You can be proud of yourself. Now your little elves are going to fight against the Gulatins. I see what you can do to resist. Hearing his words, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly froze. 10,000 experimental subjects. 10,000 living humans were grabbed by him for genetic testing, and only 5 survived. Simply insane. Originally, I wanted to keep you playing for a while, and wanted to see how the bodies of these 5 mythical beasts changed, but now it doesn't seem necessary. Shirufu's words were returned by Luokan. His voice was low, and there was no fluctuation in his voice. But Sheriff didn't know why, but an inexplicable pressure rose in his heart. Super Dream, Kurama, do it. The voice of falling dust rang in his ears. Ellipsis. Chapter 365. Hearing Luokan's words, Cheomung walked out from Luokan's side with cold eyes. Juwei stretched out his 9 tails like blood jade, spread out like a fan, raised his waist and jumped down from Luokan's shoulder. Looking at the calm Luo Chen, Shuru frowned slightly. The other party's reaction was a bit out of his medical treatment. It was too bland. It was too bland. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be so calm. Does he have any reason? Still pretending to be calm. XXX. Facing his 5 genetic people, as well as some of his backers, he shouldn't be so fearless. Could it be that these 2 elves gave him confidence? Shirov looked at Mewtwo and Kurama in front of Luokan. Chow Meng knew that Team Rocket got dreamy eyelashes, and then accidentally cloned the elf, but this cloned elf was born with genetic defects, and the level could not reach level 1 divine beast after all. It is estimated that the current combat power and level are the same level beast. His eyes turned, and his eyes were placed on Kurama. At this time, the elf that looks exactly like the 9-tailed elf should be a variant of the 9-tailed elf, or a genetic elf. It is not a big threat to himself. It is estimated that the level and combat power are also about the 2nd level divine beast. Assessing the fighting power of these 2 elves in his mind, the unease in Shuru's heart disappeared without a trace. In fact, this can be regarded as Shirufu underestimating Luokan too much. If he can investigate a little bit about when the quartz conference was, Cheomung faced the outbreak of Sakagi and Akagi, he would know that Cheomung's strength is far more than the second-level mythical beast. It's that simple. If he can understand a little bit about Fallout's solution to the flare, and how the Guritanized Sakagi and Akagi are if he is dead, then he will know why Luokan is so calm. If he can learn more about how the God of Time and the Voice of Space, two top elves among the first-level mythical beasts, were subdued by Luokan, then he just know the strength of the Nine Tails, and know why Luokan is so fearless. Unfortunately, it's all just an if. For Sheriff, these things are too small, or it is because his position is too high, his status is too high, he can be said to be the top group of people in the whole world. All these things are trivial things for him. Although he has heard about them, he has not understood them, or is not worthy of attention. It is like a national leader. A small village has a top student in the college entrance examination. Is it worth his special investigation or attention? Even if the Guritanized Sakagi and Akagi are killed, there is nothing worth paying attention to. It is just a peripheral member, and the Guritan gene on his body is still incomplete. Even if he is not killed by the dust, he will wait until his own genes. When they are completely replaced by Divine Beast genes, they are also dead. Ellipsis. After estimating the fighting strength of Cheomung and Nine Tails, he calmed down, looked at Luo Chen, and chuckled lightly. Although I don't understand why the other party has no fear. But when we fight, we know whether the opponent is really calm or whether he is pretending everything. Moreover, this is his base camp, and he himself has a backer, even if the other party is really confident. Go. Roar. Having said that, the 5 genetic humans implanted with the first-level Divine Beast genes let out a loud roar. The heat wave was rolling, the energy surging in their bodies, and the momentum in their bodies was constantly skyrocketing. Looking at them, Luo Chen's eyes widened, the eye of system exploration. Name: Gene Man Gulatin. Rank: Level 2 Divine Beast Elementary. Attribute: Ground. Explanation: only one human being with the Gulatin gene has been implanted in 10,000 people. It can fully adapt to the physique of the Gulatin gene. The human genes in the body have been completely fused and entangled with the Gulatin gene. He will use all the tricks that Raton has. Ellipsis. Name: Gene Man Shikongzo. Rank: Level 2 Divine Beast Elementary. Attributes: Dragon, Flying. Explanation: only one human being implanted with the Shistoshan gene will appear in 10,000 people, and it can fully adapt to the physique of the Shistoshan gene. Tricks he will use. Ellipsis. The attributes of the other 3 are also the same. This can no longer be said to be a human being, it has already become an elf at all. Boom. The body of the genetic man of the cracking seat jumped, and his body was like a wandering dragon, and he rushed towards the dust. It is the dragon skill Dragon Claw. After implanting the Divine Beast genes, their temperaments became extremely irritable, and with this blow, he wanted to shatter Luokan's head. Hoo-hoo. The other 4 genetic humans also let out a very roar, each striding meteor. The ground was making a rumbling sound, rushing towards Luokan. All kinds of tricks were brewing on their bodies, to blast Luokan into slag, oppressive force amazing. Luo Chen looked at it coldly. Mewtwo and Kurama didn't move, their eyelids lowered. They were rapidly approaching Luokan, getting closer and closer, just as they were about to get close. At this moment, Mewtwo and Jutai's eyes flashed brightly. Boom. The world trembled, the universe was overturned. Bang bang bang. A hurricane broke out at the scene. The 5 surging genetic humans seemed to have been hit by some sledgehammer. They flew back at a speed more than 10 times faster than when they rushed over, forming a phantom. During the loud bang, they smashed into the mountains far away, smashing the mountains into pieces, plowing a long ravine on the ground, and the smoke filled the air. It didn't take long for the smoke to dissipate, and the 5 genetic humans stood up from the ground with incomparable difficulty. At this time, their respective chests collapsed directly, and the front chest was directly smashed onto the back, forming a huge pit, which was very terrifying. However, the vitality of these 5 genetic people is also very tenacious. But, it's just stubbornness. They took a few steps forward. A gust of breeze blew, and in Shiruf's stunned eyes, the bodies of these 5 genetic humans were dismembered, turned into sand and scattered with the wind. Finally, Shiru came back to his senses. His eyes were extremely horrified, and his eyeballs even bulged out. He looked at Luo Chen, his eyes widened. Super Divine Beast. Ellipsis. Chapter 366. Looking at Mewtwo and Kyuubi, Shiruf's heart seemed to be a stormy sea, and he was actually a super beast. There was a deep disbelief in his eyes. This is a super divine beast, an existence ahead of the first level divine beast. But the other party actually has 2 at the same time. This made him stand upside down in an instant, as if he was in a cold ice cellar. In terms of genes, their Shilufu company has been ahead of this time for nearly 100 years. Cheomung was accidentally cloned by the rockets. The genes in the body are not balanced at all. How could it have the potential of a super beast? This is simply impossible. Yes, its potential can only reach the 2nd level divine beast at most. However, everything in front of him was beyond his understanding. The other party not only broke through the 2nd level divine beast, but also became a superhero. Shirof's spirit was a little dazed. For the first time, it was the first time that he felt that things were so difficult, and it was also the first time that he had deep fear and hidden deep fear for Luo Chen. Hey! When he was in a trance, a sound suddenly came from behind him, like a light on his back. Shiru suddenly woke up like a dream, and a shudder, not good. The ring in his hand radiated light, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant, appearing more than 10 meters away. And where he was standing, Xiaomeng did not know when it appeared. Shiru's cold sweat broke down. If he hadn't reacted just now, he would have been caught. Not far away, Luokan shook his head secretly. Sure enough, he is still a hero. He is a hero. Even if he loses his mind, he quickly reacts. Loss. Shiruf stood in the distance and took a deep breath, looking at Mewtwo and Ninetales with fear. The appearance of these 2 supernatural beasts also made him feel uncertain, as if the opposite was a pig, but when you picked up the butcher's knife and slaughtered it, you were surprised to find that the other was actually a wild beast. It's like 2 people are playing chess. They don't play against you at all, they just flip the chessboard. This is how he feels now. Shirof's eyes looked at the 5 first-level divine beasts that were being controlled by him and were fighting fiercely. He took a deep breath and hoped that they would not let me down. Violent anger flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly gave orders to the 5 first-level divine beasts in the sky. Furious mode. When the voice fell, the 5 first-level divine beasts roared wildly, their blood vessels and veins running down the skin like horned dragons, and their bodies were growing. The arrogance and momentum on his body were like pouring a barrel of fuel, and it was surging. Their original strength was a little higher than the peak of the first-level divine beast. But now, their strength has suddenly surged upwards. Their aura is really like 5 demon gods, and their fierce flames are unparalleled. Looking at the 5 first-level divine beasts whose momentum jumped up a lot. Fallen Chen. System, the Eye of Probing. Ellipsis. Name, Hu controlled by Shiruf, he is in a state of rage. Attributes. Fire, Flight. Rank. Pseudo-Super Divine Beast temporarily in the Super Divine Beast state. After the madness ends, the strength will return to the first-level Divine Beast. Description. Something implanted in the body is activated, like a stimulant, and their strength will skyrocket for a short time. Name, Cracked Seat. Rank. Pseudo-Super Divine Beast temporarily in the Super Divine Beast state. After the madness ends, the strength will return to the first-level Divine Beast. Attribute. Dragon type, Flying. Description. Something implanted in the body is activated, like a stimulant, and their strength will skyrocket for a short time. Ellipsis. The information about the other 3 divine beasts is similar. Hu. Finally, the momentum of the 3 divine beasts stabilized. Under Shiruf's order, the 5 first-level divine beasts quickly broke through their other defenses, and their energy emerged one by one, moving towards Cheomung and Chaos. Ninetails rushed over. Furious. Did the level temporarily reach the pseudo-divine beast? Is this your support? Luokan looked at the 5 elves who rushed over and temporarily reached the level of pseudo-divine beasts, and smiled slightly. Want to rely on 5 pseudo-supernatural beasts to fight against 2 supernatural beasts? Luokan shook his head. He could only say that he thought too much. Super Dream, Kurama, let him recognize how big the gap between the pseudo-super-divine beast and the super-divine beast is. Chao Meng nodded. Now. Tilde. A huge shock wave spewed out of Kikazu's mouth. This was the wave of the dragon, heading towards Mewtwo and Kyuubi. Chao Meng's expression was calm, and he extended his hand directly towards the wave of the dragon. Chao Meng's hand is 1 size smaller than that of a 10-year-old child. In front of this huge shock wave, it is like an ant in front of an elephant, which is very ridiculous. Boom! The waves of the dragon and Mewtwo's palms collided, making a huge roar. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Chao Meng's ridiculously small palm blocked the incomparably gigantic dragon's fluctuations. He didn't even tremble at all, and he didn't take a step back. Looking at his relaxed appearance, it was as if he was blocking a leaf. However, the surrounding ground that was stunned by the aftermath of this dragon's wave shows how terrifying the dragon's wave is. XXX. After Cheomung resisted it, it wasn't over yet. The palm it blocked the wave of the dragon slammed into a grip, turned it into a claw, and then squeezed it violently. Poof! It was the balloon that shattered, and the entire terrifying dragon wave was crushed into pieces by its claws, and it turned into a light spot floating in the sky. Shoo shoo tilde. Mewtwo took a step forward, disappeared, and already came to the sky above Risikuza. The right hand clenched the fist tightly, the fist was covered with white light, and the fist was bowed backwards. 0.0. Boom. The muffled sound resounded through the sky, and Chao Meng's fist slammed into Kaikong's cheek. The unstoppable strength directly blasted the rift seat out, hitting the ground ruthlessly, and the ground trembled, smashed a huge pit, the ground cracked, and finally fainted. When Chao Meng started to move, the Kurama also moved. With a swish, the ruby-like body came to Gulatin. Looking at the energy condensed in front of Gulatin's mouth, its eyes instantly turned into purple vertical pupils, the hair on the whole body also changed, and the body appeared. The chain of time. Then, the energy bomb condensed in front of Gulatin's mouth actually disappeared. This is because it used time backflow to make the energy bomb in front of Gulatin's mouth return to the state it was 3 seconds ago. Then, a black energy bomb was also condensed in front of Kurama's mouth, with black unknown impurities attached. Boom. He directly hit Gulatin in the face, and Gulatin was blasted out, knocked down the flash, then lay on the ground and fainted. On the other hand, Mewtwo, who managed to get Risorza, also got the black dragon, Zekrom, when the 9 tails got Gratin. Hu and Haihuangya were still in the air, and their energy gathered. But with a flash of pink, white and purple phantoms. Hu and Kaihuangya also let out a scream, fell to the ground, and fainted. Done all this. Luokan looked at Shirif, who had a dazed and horrified face, and said indifferently, "Is this what you rely on?" 100 million. Chapter 367. Shirov is a little lost, although he can predict that the 5 pseudo-supernatural beasts are definitely not the opponents of these 2 supernatural beasts, and even at the beginning, he had 5 pseudo-supernatural beasts that can be compared with 2 supernatural beasts. The idea of competing, but he did not expect to lose so much. Is this the power of the super beast? Is this the difference? Do you have any other tricks? Luo Chen asked from a distance. Shuru's face was ugly. In the face of absolute strength, everything was useless. The opponent's punches broke everything, and his own technological weapons were completely useless to them. As for his life-saving weapon, the skill ring, there is not much energy in it, and I can't escape. Therefore, Sheriff found that unknowingly, he had reached the pointless time of 010. In just over half a minute, the whole situation had undergone an earth-shaking change. He knew he was over. He regretted it in his heart. If he could not be so arrogant and could learn more about Luokan, would the result be very different from now? But all these are ifs, everything is just a false proposition. He took a deep breath and said to Luo Chen, "This time you won." Although it was over, his face still did not show fear, but a hint of arrogance. Who is he, the most top-level person in the entire world? The reason why he surrendered to the organization behind him is because during these years, he has seen the origin of this world, and it seems that the truth of this world belongs to them after all. When they return, the world will be their slaves. He also knew that maybe he would bow his head to Luokan today, surrender, and explain everything behind the organization. Maybe he would have a way out, but he can't do it with arrogance and self-esteem. He can be mad, arrogant, and lose, but he will never allow himself to survive like a beggar. He smiled at Luo Chen, "But do you want to know the truth of everything?" He smiled abruptly and strangely. "Sorry, then you can continue to know nothing." Looking at his weird smile, Luo Chen felt a throbbing in his heart. "No, Cheomeng." As soon as Mewtwo jumped out, Sheriff's figure disappeared and appeared on the spire of Sheriff's largest building. Self-destruction program, start. Kurama, time goes back, stop him. Kurama used time rewind on Shiroof, but it had no effect and was isolated by the skill ring in his hand. It's too late. When Shirufu shouted that the self-destruction program was activated. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Sheriff Company, the Sheriff Company with an incomparably huge area, burst into flames one after another, and the explosion sounded incessantly. The entire Sheriff Company was covered by countless firelights. Shirufu stood in the firelight and looked at Luokan. When they return, the whole world will be in their pockets, so wait for their revenge in desperation. Ha 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 ha. As he said that, he smiled wildly, and said to Luokan again, "Also, the 5 first-level divine beasts you rescued are now only 5 wastes, and these 5 wastes are completely useless." Boom. A mushroom cloud rose up and blasted the entire Shiroof Company to the sky. Shiroof's voice also disappeared in the explosion. The wind was fierce, and the dust was standing in the air. Mewtwo propped up an energy shield to resist the strong wind and stone debris generated by the explosion. His face was ugly, and he never thought that Shuru would choose to self-destruct, and all the information would be interrupted again. But now that the largest minion of the mysterious organization, Shiloof Company, has been eliminated by himself, I don't believe that he will not show up yet. Luokan has a hunch that it is not far from their surface. At the same time, Shirufu's words before his death also made him a little concerned. When they return, the whole world is in their pockets, and you are waiting for their revenge in desperation. Single quote. Shaking his head, Luo Chen decided not to think too much. They would eventually, when it comes to the surface, everything will be clear. Ellipsis. At the end of the battle, the aurora-like light curtains around Manjin City also dissipated one by one. Manjin City has returned to its original position. It's just that it has been completely destroyed, and all of it has been razed to the ground. It is all gravel and sand, and there are big holes with potholes everywhere. There is no trace of trees and greenery. Some are just endless desolation. It is possible that there will be no trees and flowers growing for nearly 1,000 years. Compared with other terrains, the entire Manjin City has sunk by dozens of meters, like a Tianqing. All in all, the whole city is ruined. On the top of the mountain far away, some residents of Manjin City are still here. This is the last group of residents to be evacuated, and they are also the most powerful group of people in Manjin City. Looking at their home in ruins in the distance, the group lost their minds. Although they were well prepared, when they saw the scene in front of them, they felt like they were struck by lightning. They were all downcast and in a bad mood. This is the city where they have lived since childhood and their ancestors have lived for generations. Now, it's ruined. On the side, Junsha of the Junsha family received a letter from the next heir of the Junsha family, the Junsha who was with Luokan. She was instantly overjoyed and said to the surrounding Manjin city residents, "Don't be disheartened, the family sent a letter, and then everything will be handled and the land will be restored to its original state." Hearing this, smiles appeared on the faces of many trainers. In this world, the Junsha family has a first-class reputation and is trusted by the whole world. "Miss Junsha, I will be counted in the construction of the city at that time. I am the trainer of the rock-type elves. And me, I'm from the ground system. I'm from the water system." Ellipsis. It is not difficult for Luokan to build a new Manjin city. As for the fact that there will be no trees growing in the next 1,000 years. Isn't there Celebi, the elf of life, the seeds are sown, and it doesn't take long for them to grow into trees. Ellipsis. Chapter 368. Then, Luo Chen looked at the 5 colossal beasts lying on the ground and passed out, these 5 first-level divine beasts. They are all first-level mythical beasts, and their Pokeball can't accommodate them at all. Maybe Shaloof Company has them, but now they are all in ruins. It is estimated that they were either destroyed by the big explosion, or the strong explosive airflow does not know how to rush them. Where did it go? This is a bit difficult. After thinking about it, Luo Chen took out the scrolls of spirituality. After all, they were too big. He walked over and printed their handprints on it. This psychic scroll is also very magical. It is clear that Gulatin and their paws are larger than the psychic scroll, but when their hands are close to the psychic scroll, they automatically leave a small hand on it. Seal. After doing all this, Luokan called Meow Meow and the others. Meow Meow answered the phone very quickly, obviously waiting for Luokan's call. "Hey, boss, what's the matter? Is everything normal? Are you all right?" Its tone was a little nervous, obviously worried about falling dust and them. Luo 22 Chen smiled. "It's okay, everything is normal." "That's good." Meow Meow breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, let the Blue Eyes White Dragon prepare for the reverse psychic technique." Receive. After speaking, Meow Meow hung up the phone. After a while, Luokan and the others only felt a pulling force coming. "Then I'll go back first and place the 5 first-level divine beasts. You and Latios will fly back," he said to Junsha. Junsha nodded. Poof. A cloud of smoke rose up, and the falling dust turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Seeing this, Junsha was amazed. Although Luokan mentioned it before, she was still amazed when she actually saw it. Shaking her head, she mounted Latios. "Latios, let's go back." Ellipsis. Nashi Island. A cloud of smoke rose, and the figures of Luokan and the others appeared, and they returned to Nashi Island. "Boss." Meow Meow and Kojiro were already waiting, and when they saw Luokan and they were all right, smiles appeared on their faces. Luokan nodded, and then, when they saw the 5 behemoths behind them, Kojiro and Meow Meow were also taken aback. Although there are many legendary elves on this island, the size of Gulatin, Neptune, and Krak is too scary. They are simply 5 mountains, and their names are also spread in this world. It's been a long time. Although there is no shortage of divine beasts on the island of Fallen Dust, even super divine beasts, in terms of size, they are not comparable to them at all. The Super Dream Beast, needless to say, is about the size of an average 10-year-old child. As for the 9 tails, let alone a puppy. The body shape of the 2 is not domineering at all. The biggest ones on this island are the super ancient dragons, Gengar, and Hooty, but in front of them, they are only half their size. These 5 oversized divine beasts gathered together, and the visual impact was unparalleled. Roar tilde ah. XXX. At this time, behind Luokan, the 5 first-level divine beasts all let out a silent roar while in a coma, and their voices contained an incomparable sense of pain. Stunned, What's going on? Things are implanted in their brains. Mewtwo put his hand on Gulatin's head and said later. Luokan frowned, also approached Haihuangya, put his hand on its head, and released his spiritual power. In the spiritual world, he could clearly see that there was something in Haihuangya's mind, which was continuously absorbed. Because of their power, this thing is implanted in the most dense part of their nerves, and it should be used by Shuru to control them. This thing is also constantly destroying their nerves. If it continues like this, the consequences will be very serious, which may lead to permanent loss of their power, and even worse, they may never wake up again. Could this be what Sheriff said? The one who rescued himself was Five Wastes. On the side, Dr. Volcano also came, and when he heard Cheomung's remarks, his face was very ugly. It's hard to do, it's actually implanted in the neural area of the brain. It's too hard to handle, the nerves are too fragile, and looking at their conditions, the thing in their body should have been linked with the nerves, and this situation cannot be operated at all, and it cannot be dealt with. If we perform surgery, it is likely to cause permanent damage to their nerves. Hearing Dr. Volcano's words, Luokan didn't worry at all, but his body was easy to handle, which didn't bother him. Although he can't do anything about genetics, having something implanted in his body doesn't bother him at all, even in the most important neurological areas. Most people don't dare to take things in the nerve area at all, because the nerve is too fragile. Once damaged, the consequences will be destructive. But for Luokan, it's not difficult at all. Although he doesn't know how to perform surgery, he has the fruits of surgery. No matter how he plays, it won't hurt their nerves, and they will recover anyway. As the pain of the five elves intensified, Luo Chen knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Get out of the way. There was a lot of open space around. Luo Chen walked up to the smallest Feng Wang room, slaughterhouse. Luokan touched Ho King's body with one hand, releasing a hemispheric airtight space, enclosing Ho King's entire body. In the slaughterhouse, a white laser condensed on the demon sword, and slowly cut it towards Ho-Oh's brain. Room. Command. Luo Chen stretched out his finger and waved it upwards, and King Ho's body was instantly suspended in the air. Then he took the Guiku that Miao Miao took out of the laboratory, and slashed at the head of King Ho. PFF'd. Ho-Oh's head and body were directly separated. Seeing this scene, Kojira, Miao Miao, and the rest of the elves all stared out. This is to kill Ho Wang. Dr. Volcano couldn't help but raise his volume and glared. What are you doing? Don't worry, watch, Luo Chen said. Dr. Volcano was stunned for a moment, looked at Ho-Oh, and then suddenly opened his mouth wide. How is this possible? He clearly saw that the head of Ho Wang, whose head was separated, was still breathing, and there was nothing at all, as if the head had not been separated. Dr. Volcano's brain immediately crashed. Ellipsis. Chapter 369. He clearly saw that the head of Ho Wang, whose head was separated, was still breathing, and there was nothing at all, as if the head had not been separated. Dr. Volcano's brain immediately crashed. This is not in line with medical common sense at all. But what made his eyes widen even more was still to come. Luo Chen even saw the ghost in his hand cry several times. Chi. The sword light flashed, and King Ho's head was immediately dismembered into 8 pieces, which were chopped into several pieces and floated in front of Luo Chen. The organizational structure in the brain was clearly visible, and it was still beating vigorously. It was very strange. It had already been split into countless pieces, but there was not a trace of fresh blood flowing out, and the brain was also fixed. Well, where is it? Luo Chen pulled the pieces of King Ho's head. Yes, it should be this thing. In one of the random pieces, he saw a metal body in the shape of a chip, surrounded by many nerves. On the chip, there were dense passages and conduits, about the size of a female adult's hand, and it was located in the most central position of the entire nerve area. Baton. Luokan pointed his finger, using the power of the surgical fruit. The chip that controlled the entire nerve area suddenly burst out of the air and flew into Luokan's hand, but as for Hwang's nerves, there was no damage in the slightest. After doing all this, Luo Chen clenched his fist in his right hand, Ning. In an instant, the head of Hu, which had been dismantled into 8 pieces, and its head were reunited, and not even the slightest crack could be seen, as if everything just now was an illusion. Okay, it's done, the things are taken out. On the side, Dr. Volcano's mouth has long been opened into a big O, with an unbelievable appearance. He walked over and touched the place where the king was split just now, and found that there was not even a trace of scars. It wasn't because he had been watching it just now, and with the chip that Luo Chen took out of Feng Wang's body, he almost thought that everything just now was fake. What's going on here, Tilda? He asked with wide eyes. At the same time, he was also staring at the chip in Luoken's hand. He couldn't believe it. Such a difficult problem was solved so easily. Secret. Luoken smiled and gave an answer that made Dr. Volcano almost vomit blood. Okay, this is my personal ability. Let's take out the chips from the other first-level divine beasts. Fallen Dust did the same and took out the control chips of the Gulatin and their neural regions. Congeal. Finally, he took out the chip inside the last empty seat. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and found that he was really tired. The size of these 5 first-level divine beasts was too large, and maintaining the room-slaughtering circle required a lot of physical strength. Celebi, it's up to you. Luo Chen said to Celebi. BB tilde. Celebi flew into the sky, revolving around the 5 first-level divine beasts that were still in a drowsy state. The petite bodies emitted countless light green fluorescent fine powders that were scattered to the ground, landed on their bodies, and then directly merged into them. Went in. Soon, the body surfaces of the 5 first-level divine beasts exuded a rich green light, and the damage caused by the previous battle with Mewtwo and the others was healed one by one. Not long after, the 5 first-level divine beasts opened their eyes, stood up, and the ground trembled slightly. They stared blankly at everything around them. BB tilde. At this time, Celebi made a loud cry, and green fluctuations continued to spread from it, like ripples. Soon, in the minds of Ho-Oh, Guratin, and the others, the scene of Luoken fighting with them at Shaloof Company before appeared in their minds. After a few minutes, they all understood, yes, they were captured by a group of strangers before. Ho-Oh, do you know how they were taken away by Shiroof Corporation? Feng Wang tilted his head, with deep confusion in his eyes. Its voice sounded in Luo Chen's mind. I only remember that I was captured by a group of strangers, and then fainted, and I am gone. The memory, when I woke up, was here. The experience of the other 4 is the same as that of Ho-Oh, obviously. They have lost their memories for a long time. However, after trying to think about it, Rift Seat seemed to remember something. Diaresis, yes. That person has an elf that is not found in this world, and there is a mysterious force in it that can restrain me. Power, so I was captured. The main thing is that he seems to have a diamond-shaped energy gem. Hearing this, Luoken frowned, fell into deep thought, possessing an elf that is not found in this world. Is there a mysterious thing that can suppress the power of a first-level divine beast? And a rhombus. Is it a Mega Evolution Stone? After thinking about it for a long time, I didn't have a clue. Dr. Volcano, do you have any clues? Volcano thought for a long time before shaking his head. No. There is not too much information, and Luoken is not too entangled. Shalufu has been uprooted by himself. He does not believe that this mysterious organization is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay, let's rest on the island first. It's very dangerous outside. I'm afraid that the person who captured you will still do something to you, so let's live on the island first. Seat them. The 5 elves nodded. Ellipsis. The time soon came to the second day. The next morning, Junsha hurriedly broke into Meow Meow's laboratory. In the laboratory, Meow Meow, Luoken, and Dr. Volcano are studying the skill ring seized from the scarred man. It's a big deal. Junsha walked in and smiled bitterly. What's wrong? This is a fax from the family, Take a look. Junsha handed over the things in her hand. As a result, Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes became cold. The Crusade Against Nashi Island. The Justice League. 10. Chapter 370. What was written in this newspaper was exactly about falling dust destroying the Sheriff Company. But, here, Luokan is described as a heinous person, the leader of a terrorist organization, and in order to seize the technology of Shilufu Company, he destroyed the entire Shilufu Company. In addition, he also destroyed the entire Manjin city, all of which were premeditated by him. All in all, this describes Luo Chen as terrifying as he wants, and as evil as he wants. It directly defines Luo Chen as a terrifying character who can cause disasters all over the world. In response to the destruction of Shilufu Company and the City of Terror that destroyed the City of Gold, the enthusiastic, justice, people in the world, many families and large organizations in various regions have united with each other to form a Justice, the Alliance, shouting the slogan of destroying evil, is coming to Crusade Nashi Island. Looking at the above description, Luokan smiled, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. He has become the enemy of the world. These people are all families and organizations in various regions, and they control the technology and military production equipment in the region. Each of them has different strengths. They all have very close cooperation with Shiluf Company, or have most of the technology and equipment. They all rely on the Sheriff Company. Sheriff is like a manufacturer, and they are distributors in various regions. Now if you kill Sheriff, you will move their foundation and lose nearly 80% of their interests, so I will use this banner to crusade you, or. It is said in the newspaper. You have captured most of Shilufu's top technology. Junsha said to Luo Chen. Luokan said, as a major force in various regions, then they shouldn't be stupid, they must know Sheriff's combat power. Since I have even destroyed Sheriff's company, how dare they dare to come? Hearing this, Junsha's face also became serious. Yes, the trouble is here. The newspaper said that the reason why you were able to destroy Shiluf Company was that you used conspiracy to anger several super divine beasts, and then they were introduced to Shilufu Company, which led to the demise of Shilufu Company. Moreover, the reason is that you coveted Shilufu Company's latest genetic technology. Interesting, destroy the Shiruf Company, in order to seize their technology. Hearing this, Luo Chen squinted his eyes. It seems that someone is messing with us. It was obvious that someone had passed a false message to the big families in these regions, concealing Luokan's strength, emphasizing that Luokan was coveting Shiluf's technology, and then robbed them of their technology. The wealth and silk are touching. 200% of the interests can make people trample all the laws of the world, not to mention the technology of Shilufu Company. That is tens of thousands of % of the interests, which is enough to make the people of these big families go crazy. Therefore, under the banner of Crusade Against Luokan, he came to divide up the property and technology that Luokan had robbed from Shiluf Company. Didn't you Junsha and the Joey family come forward? Come forward, we issued a statement, daring to crusade Nashi Island as to be our enemy, but look here. Junsha turned a page of the newspaper and wrote, Junsha, Joey family shelters terrorist organizations, meaning why? Are these two families involved? Shocked. There is evidence that directly points out that the Junsha family and the Joey family are actually allies with the terrorist organization on Nashi Island. She smiled wryly and shook her head. Our family, under the propaganda of their fishing boats, has completely turned people all over the world to hate us, and the Elf Alliance is also investigating us. After all, people in this world are deeply afflicted with terrorist forces. Boss, Musashi and his wife, Lily and Sharona have come to the island. At this time, Kojiro walked in and said. Luo Chen frowned. What's going on? He looked at Musashi next to Kojiro, who had been accompanying his mother in Shinshin town. Musashi explained the reason again. Luokan's face suddenly became as cold as a cold pool. Because the influence of Shiluf Company is too huge, this matter has been pushed to the highest peak by the fishing boats, and they are isolated from the world on the island, so they do not feel it, but outside, this is already the hottest topic in the world. Almost people all over the world are talking about it. People in this world are deeply acquainted with evil organizations. XXX. So many passionate young people were incited to go to Junshin town to surround Luokan's family. No way, Musashi had to bring Luokan and his mother to Nashi Island. Luokan's eyes filled with murderous intent. No matter who it is, I will let him know what despair is. Ellipsis. The next day will come soon. To the east of Nashi Island, in the waters 20 nautical miles away from Nashi Island, there is a dense fleet of fleets, rushing towards Nashi Island. Above the sky, there are countless battleships and aircraft, overwhelming the sky. This is the power of the major organizations in various regions, that is, the fleet of the so-called Justice League. Of course, not all the forces participated, but the major forces and organizations coveted the latest technology of Shilufu Company participated. In general, except for the Kanto region, almost every other region has many big forces have joined the Justice League. The sky above Junshin town. There were 7 or 8 figures riding on quasi-god elves in the sky above Junshin town. They were probably middle-aged people. They looked at the fleet advancing in the distance. One of them spoke. Where are these people going to crusade Nashi Island? Obviously they want to snatch the technology obtained from Shilufu Company after Luokan wiped out Shilufu Company. Are we really not going to take part in it? This man is a little hot. Next to him, a person glanced at his mouth. If you are not afraid of death, go. They don't know the horror of falling dust, but don't we know? That's right, take a kick. Take a ghost. Fallen dust attracted the divine beast to destroy Shiroof. It's strange for me to believe this. It's not that you didn't know that day, the fight on Nashi Island caused a huge disaster in the whole of Kanto. Earthquake, and that day, did you forget the figures of them riding Latios and Latias? Shuru was killed by the elves that Luo Chen owns. The first person who started talking about getting a kick sneered, I'm not kidding. By the way, can the people of the Justice League succeed? I don't know, anyway, I know that they will take a big one. As for whether they will win or not, it depends on the power that Luo Chen has. This time I have some expectations. We have always known nothing about Luo Chen's strength. This time, it should be you can see his true power. One of them laughed happily. Let's go, let's find a place to wait and watch a good show. In order to improve their reputation, the people of the Justice League even started a live broadcast. With that said, the group quickly left. These people are the leaders of the Alliance and the leaders of the major forces in the Kanto region. Ellipsis. Chapter 371. Open black lens bracket. Something happened yesterday. This chapter is to make up for yesterday. Nashi Island, the place where the dust falls. Mom, don't worry, it's alright. Luo Chen looked at his worried mother and said. After a lot of comfort from him, Luokan's mother felt a lot more at ease. Then be careful, Luomu said. Well, understand, who is your son? These are all idiots to me. Yeah, don't worry, Auntie, your son is much stronger than you think. Lily and Sharona said aside. These days, Luomu has never taken the initiative to understand Luokan's power and strength, but she is not stupid, and she also knows a lot vaguely. After hearing Lily's and Zyrna's words, she was completely relieved, but she still warned, then you remember to be careful in everything. Understood, Luo Chen said. Lily, Sharona, just stay here with my mother. Then I'll come when I go. While chatting and laughing, Luokan left his residence. The moment he opened the door and went out, the expression on his face suddenly turned cold. Super Dream, let's go. Mewtwo took him away. Soon, they came to the top of a mountain near the coast of Nashi Island. Looking at the end of the sea level in the distance, the battle fleet approaching little by little and the battle airship roaring in the sky. He even saw a completely different helicopter with someone carrying a long gun and a short cannon. Luokan laughed. There is actually a live TV broadcast to increase his influence in the world. The reason why this group of people live on TV can be known with their ass. It is not just in the name of a crusade against terrorist organizations, to establish a glorious image for themselves, and then live broadcast around the world to show how they eliminated terrorist organizations and show themselves. With a heroic posture and extraordinary strength, is it possible to enhance the reputation of one's own organization or power, so as to gain a greater market share? Everything was well planned, but is Luochen really as powerful as they imagined? It's a pity. Luo Chen smiled coldly, but this time, I'm afraid their wishful thinking was wrong. Meanwhile, the world. Internet. I'm here, I've seen the shadow of Nashi Island, I'll be there soon. Wow, I can't wait. I can't wait to see what kind of rare elves these families and forces will come up with, and whether there will be legendary elves. If you kill a terrorist organization, the terrorists should be damned. I don't know what happened to the Kanto Alliance, but they actually made a terrorist organization the champion of their quartz competition. Yeah, it actually killed Shalufu Company. How many people benefited from the products developed by Shalufu Company, the recovery medicine, wound medicine, antidote, Pokeball, and many civilian technologies that we used. The products are all Sheriff products. The people of Nashi Island are damned. For their own selfish interests, in order to snatch the latest research technology of Shalufu Company, they dared to do such a ruthless attack and destroyed the entire Manjin city. That's right, it's also insidious and cunning, attracting the powerful legendary elves such as Korakuza and Bulletin. HMPH, if it weren't for his conspiracy and tricks, how could it be possible to destroy Shalufu Company? Shalufu Company in minutes kill him. This kind of scourge must not let him stay in this world. The Justice League must win. There was a heated discussion on the internet. The most prosperous streets in various regions, there are not many people walking around at this time. Because today all the people are staying at home, sitting in front of the computer or TV, watching the live broadcast of this rare event that has never been seen in a century. The major organizations and forces have united to destroy terrorist organizations and broadcast live broadcasts. This kind of thing is difficult to encounter for many years, which makes them very excited. Big power and big family, which means they have many rare elves. Today, they can not only see how they destroyed Nashi Island, but also see many ultra-rare elves and even divine beasts that are usually hard to see. Come, they finally arrived at Nashi Island. In the TV screen, the camera pulled in little by little, and they had come to the sea 100 meters away from Nashi Island. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. A person suddenly sat upright and stopped discussing. Ellipsis. On Nashi Island, the Justice League's fleet broke through the sea and moved toward Nashi Island neatly. It was threatening, and it was very spectacular to overlook it from the sky. They approached Nashi Island little by little. At the same time, on the command ship at the rear of the fleet, the senior officials of the Justice League are sitting here, that is, the leaders or representatives of the major forces participating in the Justice League. Looking at Nashi Island, which was already in front of them, their faces showed excitement and tyranny. When they arrived at Nashi Island, it meant that the technology that the other party obtained from Shalufu Company through conspiracy was theirs. 0.0. Remember, the technology about medicine belongs to my Aoyao family. At the round meeting table, a bald middle-aged man with a bald head showed greed in his eyes. They have always been engaged in the business of pharmaceuticals. What kind of stamina pharmaceuticals and recovery pharmaceuticals are their business scope? They have always cooperated with Shalufu Company, and various pharmaceuticals of Shalufu Company are distributed by their family. I account for 30% of military technology. Another person said that this is the Apocalypse Organization, a security company in the Shanao area, but the underground is actually an arms dealer who has been producing military supplies, and is the largest arms organization in the entire Shanao area. I want Pokeball technology. I want. Before they started fighting, they were already starting to distribute benefits. Just when they were about to approach Nashi Island. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the entire sea trembled, setting off turbulent waves, causing the incomparably huge, aircraft carrier-like battleships to tremble. "What's going on?" someone shouted on the command ship. Then, they looked at the big screen in the command room. Everyone's expressions suddenly froze, and then their expressions changed slightly. At the same time, through the live broadcast, people all over the world were stunned through the camera, their mouths opened wide, and they were shocked. 100 million. Chapter 372. The sea was suddenly rough and swirling. I saw around the fleet, I don't know when dense stinging jellyfish appeared, endless, surrounded the entire fleet, glowing a light blue sheen under the sunlight. There are so many, looking down from a high altitude, if you have a phobia of cheating books, you can't stand this scene. The dense stinger jellyfish blocked the way of the fleet, making it difficult for them to move forward. What's the matter? Why are there so many stinging jellyfish in this place? Some people asked, and they swallowed their saliva. Stinger jellyfish are very common trash elves, but there are too many now. See if you can disperse it. 010. Suddenly, someone in the outer fleet threw out an electric elf, trying to disperse the stinger jellyfish group. But this electric elf was just released. Boom! The rubies on the foreheads of a large number of stinging jellyfish glowed with luster, and then a red arc blasted out, converging together in the air, forming a huge light, which was a phantom light. With a loud bang, the elf that was just released was stunned by the huge phantom light. In the command ship. What do we do now? In the command room, the members of the Aoyao family asked, these stinging jellyfish blocked our way. The main cannon is ready, smash them. Tianchi Company said with an expression, not to mention the elves, the casualties caused by their company are unknown. Every force here is a serious company on the surface, but behind, which one is not with hands stained with blood? Then don't delay. If you can't drive it away, kill it. The rest of the people attached. For the people of these big families, the lives of some trash elves are just like grass on the side of the road, and it is not worth paying attention to if they are trampled to death. The people outside gave orders. Immediately, at the front of the battleship, a metal cannon full of technology rose from the deck, and came to the bow of the ship. A force of suction was formed inside the pitch-black barrel, and the energy inside was bright, with currents rushing around wantonly, and the energy was constantly accumulating and surging. Just as it was about to launch. Boom! Under the seabed, a shocking splash of water suddenly erupted, like a powerful deep-sea bomb exploding on the seabed, setting off a huge tsunami-like current. There is something in the sea. I saw a blue figure showing its body in the water curtain. Its size was extremely huge. It was actually a huge stinger jellyfish like a hill, and its size was similar to that of a battleship. Roar! It roared and looked at the cannon that was about to be fired in front of it. One of its tentacles wrapped around it, and then twisted fiercely. Click! The entire barrel made of extremely hard materials was directly bent. Shoot tilde tilde. The ballistic trajectory was changed, and the energy accumulated in it blasted out with a bang, blowing a battleship not far away into a ball of sparks. Then, the giant stinger jellyfish grabbed the vanguard battleship in front of him. The ruby on his forehead was shining brightly, and a huge white beam directly penetrated the vanguard ship in front of him, and it also turned into a ball of sparks. After doing all this, the giant stinger jellyfish didn't do anything, and stayed there quietly, quite a bit like a husband who is in charge of 1,000,000 people, giving people a very powerful feeling of intimidation. XXX. How can there be such a big stinger jellyfish? Super ancient stinger jellyfish. In the command room, looking at this huge stinger jellyfish, someone's expression changed slightly. No, it's not a super ancient stinger jellyfish. It doesn't have super ancient patterns on its body. It should be a mutated stinger jellyfish. Someone who has studied elves said. While they were discussing, the scene of the giant stinger jellyfish appearing and destroying the fleet was also clearly captured by the camera in the sky. The entire network time is boiling again. How could there be such a huge giant stinger jellyfish? This combat power is so terrifying, it will destroy a battleship with one blow. Wait, I remember this huge stinging jellyfish, which destroyed our dock city in the Kanto area. The Kanto people found something. Really? I checked just now, and the dock city was really destroyed by this giant stinging jellyfish. So to say, this Luokan is really a terrorist organization. In addition to destroying Nanjing City, it also destroyed the dock city in Kanto. Immediately, the whole world caused an uproar. At the beginning, the destruction of the wharf city also caused uproar in the whole world. Now, the appearance of the giant stinger jellyfish that destroyed the wharf city has confirmed the name of the fallen dust terrorist organization. Ellipsis. Command ship. The level of this huge stinger jellyfish is close to the level of the third-level divine beast, which is equivalent to the existence of the sub-god, and it does not pose much threat to us. Apocalypse Company said. However, are you sure that the other party does not have a more powerful elf? Are you sure the information is correct? Impossible. How old is he? If you are afraid that you can quit, I will take your share. With our power, we need to be afraid of a newbie. Someone said. Everyone agreed, thinking about the benefits of destroying the dust, which made their hearts fiery. What if the strength is a little strong? Can they still beat our coalition? Destroy this huge stinging jellyfish. A mere sub-god dares to come out and be arrogant. These are all interests that move people's hearts, blinding their eyes. If they cannot be dazzled by interests, they can investigate Luokan well, and think about some deep-seated things, they will know that Luokan's strength. They provoke. Do not rise. Ellipsis. Chapter 373. Just as they were about to kill the giant stinger jellyfish. In Nashi Island, Luo Chen took Chow Meng to the coast. The giant sting jellyfish, you all step back. The giant stinger jellyfish is no match for these big families. Hearing Luokan's words, the giant stinger jellyfish nodded, roared in a low voice, and retreated with her clan. The Justice League fleet sailed to the coast of Nashi Island. HMPH, if you are acquainted, you must be dead today. I advise you to be obedient and capture it. On the coast of Nashi Island, the heads of the Justice League's major powers also came out of the command ship, condescending. Looking at Luokan, and hand over all the information you robbed from Shaloof Company, I can consider letting you die a little more happily. Brain. Luo Chen glanced at him lightly. Stubborn. The man snorted coldly, then even you and Nashi Island will be wiped off the map of this world today. Prepare for battle. With an order, the members of the Justice League threw Pokeballs one by one, and the bow of each fleet was also dazzling with dazzling energy, aiming at Luokan 22. Bang bang bang. The Pokeballs opened one by one in the sky. In an instant, densely packed elves appeared on the coast of Nashi Island. The people here are all elites of various strengths. The elves they have are all rare and high racial elves. Each of them almost has the strength of a high-level king, and many of the captains are still champions. At this time, the top executives of the Justice League, Apocalypse Company and Arcane Medicine Company also took out their Pokeballs and threw them upwards. A white light flashed, and in an instant, the whole world trembled in awe, becoming a little depressed. Several birds with red feathers, lightning feathers, and light blue feathers appeared in the air. These were lightning birds, frozen birds, flame birds, and other quasi-gods in various regions, such as blood-winged dragons, fierce-bite land sharks, three-headed dragon, fast dragon, giant gold monster. All appeared in the sky, densely packed, covering the sky and the sun. The frozen bird, lightning bird, and flame bird are the high-level strengths of the third-level divine beasts. The rest are all sub-gods or high-level champions. The mixed momentum of these little elves dissipated the clouds in the sky. The strength of the Justice League has been shown to the whole world through live broadcasts, making people all over the world in an uproar. It's really the legendary elf. It's a frozen bird, a lightning bird, and a flame bird. It's scary. Is this the background of these big families? Is it possible that there are actually 3 legendary elves that I see every day? More than just a fairy in legend. Luokan was not afraid at all, but a little surprised. The 3 divine birds were actually 3 divine birds. He found out if there were too many people from the race of the 3 divine birds. Bird. In the sky and on the coast, there are elves densely packed, all elves above the level of the King of Heaven. The combined power makes one's scalp tingle. The eyes of these elves shone brightly, and their aura gathered together like a white rainbow, reaching the sky. Destroy Shaloof Company and the evil people who destroyed Mansion City. I advise you to go ahead and capture it. You won't have any chance of winning. The person in charge of Tianqi Company stood on the deck, holding hands to Luo Chen, said. He looked arrogant, as if he was holding a winning ticket. There's no chance of winning, just rely on your 3 little elves. Luo Chen looked up at the 3 arrogant 3 divine birds in the sky. Then, he looked at the TV station that was broadcasting in the sky. With an indifferent smile, it's time to show your strength to the world. He said to the Justice League people, I'm sorry, I seem to have 3 divine birds too. Many high-level officials of the Justice League were stunned for a moment, before they came back to their senses. Cry. On the other side of the island, the incomparably crisp birdsong echoed in the sky and the earth. Suddenly, a whole body was burning with flames, another body was attached with lightning, and a whole body blue elf flew over from the sky, extremely elegant, and came to the top of Luo Chen's head. This is exactly Fire Bird, Lightning Bird, Frozen Bird. Moreover, these are 3 flame birds that have been conferred gods. In short, they are the most powerful beings in the 3 god bird races, and they are their patriarchs. The Lightning Bird was rescued from the Flaming Core before, while the Frozen Bird and the Flaming Bird were 2 Pokeballs found in the ruins when Junsha and the Joey family were cleaning the battlefield of the Shiroof Company. Impossible. How come you also have the 3 divine birds? All the executives of the Justice League widened their eyes. Moreover, they felt that the other side's 3 divine birds seemed to be stronger than their 3 divine birds, because their own 3 divine birds were screaming at the other side's 3 divine birds with fear in their voices. It was like meeting the elders of the clan. Not only were they shocked, but even the audience sitting in front of the TV was taken aback. The other party actually had 3 legendary elves. After being surprised, they were extremely excited, which doesn't mean that they can see the battle between the legendary elves today. But, the difficult things that make them even more terrified are yet to come. HMPH, even if you also own the 3 divine birds, you have no chance of winning. When he came back to his senses, the top management of the Justice League threw 2 more Pokeballs, white light flashed, and 2 beetle-like mechanical elves appeared. It is known as the Speed Genesect. Isn't it enough? Luoken was expressionless. So what? Roar. The sun in the sky suddenly became extremely violent, and a loud roar sounded, and an elf that looked like a lion, with hair emitting sun-like rays, stepped into the air, with a terrifying momentum, and then half of the sky in Nashi Island changed. It was dark, and the bat-like elf was hanging high in the air. It is the sun god and the moon god. Before the people from the Justice League came back to their senses, Luo Chen said again, Is it enough? If it is not enough, there is more. A red elf with 3 legs appeared, and a Gundam-like elf with a green body appeared. These 2 are the Y god and the perfect Z god. The appearance of these 4 elves has completely made the place completely silent, and the upper echelons of the Justice League even had their eyes bulging, and there was a lot of cold sweat on their foreheads. But it's not over yet. Is it enough? Awkward roar. A dragon roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the flashing fisher soared in the sky, with an incomparably powerful momentum. At the same time, a nightmare god Dakle with black mist all over his body also appeared beside Luoken, with a pair of icy eyes staring at him. These people of the Justice League. Is it enough? Not enough and more. Luo Chen's voice still did not fluctuate in the slightest. On the east side of the island, a mountain-like figure appeared, and it also made a roar. Its roar made the space of the island tremble constantly. On the west side, a blue elf appeared, and at the moment it appeared, the flow of time seems to have slowed down a lot. The 2 of them have been walking towards Luoken from the east and the west, and with each step, the ground is shaking. It's like every step treads heavily on the hearts of the Justice League people. Now, is that enough? Luokan raised his head and looked at the person in charge of Tianchi Company lightly. Ho ho ho. At this time, the pupils of the senior officials of the Justice League were wide-eyed, and they were breathing rapidly. Their eye sockets would be split open by them. One by one, they stepped back and straight back, and finally sat directly on the ground with a word in their mouths. Can't even tell, like a drake that was strangled by the neck. Ho-ho, sound came out of his mouth. Ellipsis. Chapter 374. Open black lens bracket make up for yesterday's close black lens bracket. Boom. All the mythical beasts of Luokan came behind Luokan, including the 3 holy mushrooms, Zoroark, and 2 guardian deities of water. All of them stood behind him like a big mountain, and the crowd was Luokan. The breath on their bodies is bottomless like an abyss, thick and solid, like a demon. Although their aura is restrained and does not radiate a trace, they stand there like this, giving people a feeling of heaven and earth being shattered, and the invisible sense of oppression makes justice. These high-level members of the Alliance have difficulty breathing. The top executives of the Justice League rained down in cold sweat. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, as if they were picked up from the water. So that their minds were completely lost. The arrogance and confidence, the sense of superiority and the feeling of winning the ticket just now disappeared without a trace. These high-level people are like this, and the rest of them are even more unbearable, and some are directly scared to pee their pants. Moreover, from the moment these mythical beasts appeared, all the elves in the Justice League were trembling in the sky and on the ground. This level of life is really too different. The divine beast, even the worst is the existence of the pinnacle of the 3rd-level divine beast. Just because they stood there, the coercion from the life level made them start to fear from their blood. Roar. All the divine beasts let out a low roar. They looked at the army of elves of the Justice League. Their eyes narrowed slightly, and the invisible momentum radiated from its body. Suddenly, like dumplings in the sky, most of the flying elves fell to the ground. The elves on the ground also fell to the ground one by one, and were directly stunned. The elf army that was dense just now, very few can stand and flutter in the sky at this time. Even if they were still able to stand and flutter, they were still trembling, bowing their heads to Luokan, and they no longer had a trace of combat power. Even the 3 divine birds that the Justice League relied on had defected at this time, flapping their wings and came to the back of the 3 divine beast in the dust, looking like they did something wrong. As for Genesect, it was regarded as a first-class divine beast. The god of time and the god of space stared at each other, not even daring to move, like a cicada. The executives of the Justice League stared blankly at all this. At this moment, all the support was like the last fig leaf, torn to shreds, and the throat was like a fish bone stuck, making a ho-ho sound. The impact of the scene in front of them on them was too great and terrifying. They were in a trance. If the scene in front of them was not very real, they would all think that they were in a dream. Their throats were convulsing, their eyes were lost, and their hearts were trembling. What kind of existence have we provoked? There are 20 legendary elves, and many of them are 2nd-level divine beasts, and there are even the most powerful 1st-level divine beasts such as the Shining Rift, the god of time, and the god of space. Not just them. At this time, the people all over the world watching the live broadcast fell into complete silence. Their faces were full of horror, and they couldn't even speak, and some even burned their fingers with the cigarette butts in their hands. Never noticed. The whole world was plunged into endless uproar and panic. How is this possible? How could there be so many legendary fairies? There are 20 legendary fairies. This is a legendary elf, not an ordinary house bird or a green caterpillar on a rotten street. Their eyes widened. Not only these civilians, but even all the big families who did not participate in the Justice League fell into endless fear, and a storm surged in their hearts. XXX. Compared with these commoners, the big family knows more. The commoners only know that these are the legendary elves, but they don't know that the legendary elves are also classified, but these big families know. know that it is the legendary elf also has different levels, strong and weak. Each of their families will have 1 or 2 legendary fairies more or less, but those are the lowest level 3 divine beasts. However, the divine beasts that appeared in Luokan Nashi Island are all the most powerful ones, and even the most top-notch group among the first-level divine beasts, such as Crackling Seat, God of Time, and God of Space. And the power that Luo Chen possesses is enough to destroy the whole world. No one will be the opponent of this army of divine beasts, which is enough to sweep the whole world. For the first time in the world, all the people found out. It turns out that there are people in this world who can take so many divine beasts for their own use, and these big families have also discovered for the first time that the power in their own family is compared to what is on the TV screen. For this young man, how ridiculous, he doesn't even have the qualifications to be a car. After the shock, their hearts were filled with infinite joy. They were glad that when the Justice League found them, they were not dazzled by what they promised, nor were they destroyed after Nashi Island. Roof's technology blinded the eyes. Use a conspiracy to attract a powerful legendary elf, and then destroy the Shiroof company. Do not be silly. This is clearly what Luo Chen brought his divine beast to destroy the Shiroof company with the power of thunder. The people of these families are not stupid, they have eyesight. All these divine beasts have clear eyes, and at first glance they know that they are not being controlled, but are being commanded by Luokan sincerely. They are the elves of Luokan. So this is him, his power. On the airship of the Kwantong Alliance, the major forces in Kwantong gathered together, watching this scene on the TV screen. Their eyes were dull, they thought that the hidden power of Luokan was not simple, and they also thought that they would have several mythical beasts. Unexpectedly, there are several, but 20 mythical beasts, and they are all the top ones. Chapter 375. Really New Town. Oki Research Institute. Dr. Damu stared blankly at the screen in front of him. The extreme shock in his eyes was undoubtedly revealed, and his mind went blank. He did not expect that Nashi Island, which is an hour away from Junshin Town. There are so many mythical beasts living, and they are all as the most powerful. As Dr. Elf, he has also studied divine beasts, but they are only ordinary 3 divine birds, and Suicune with a gentle temperament. As for the others, he has not studied them. Next to Dr. Damu is Xiaomao. At this time, Xiaomao's inner shock is no less than that of Dr. Damu. It turns out, the other party is already standing at the top of the world. He murmured, remembering what his grandfather said to him when he was defeated by Luokan when he first went on a trip. Some people are born geniuses, and their existence will make people unmatched in their entire lives, on the road of life. One ride is absolutely dust. Hearing Xiaomao's murmur, Dr. Damu choked and didn't know what to say. This kid Luokan, he has been watching since he was a child. As he grew up, he knew that his future achievements were not ordinary, so he said such words to Xiaomao at the beginning, wanting Xiaomao to give up being an elf trainer, inherit his mantle and become an elf researcher, but he never thought that Luo Chen would be so shocking. Genius. No, it can no longer be described as genius, or there are no words to describe Luokan anymore. Nashi Island. Luokan walked step by step, and asked again to the people of the Justice League, is it enough now? There was no fluctuation in his voice, and he looked handsome. As before, even in the face of the elf like the Justice League with thousands of horses, he did not panic at all, and he remained calm. In the past, people just admired his temperament. Even if the enemy was in front of him, even in the face of the huge elf army and powerful fighting force of the Justice League, he could still be calm, but no one would think that he could win. But now, everything has been reversed in an instant. The indifferent young man finally showed his edge under the pressure of many lambs. One day, the world was shocked. Using conspiracy and tricks to attract divine beasts to destroy Shiroof company. Luo Chen sneered, if I want to destroy it, why use conspiracy and tricks? As soon as these words came out, the scene was quiet. If Luo Chen had said something like this before, everyone would think that he was a daydream, or that he was hysterical. But when all of Luokan's hidden strengths were revealed, and all his divine beasts were revealed to the world, no one would think that he couldn't do it. With his current strength, no one in the entire world can resist his army of divine beasts, sweeping across, no one can match. After a pause, Luokan said again, "It's like destroying the former Aoki family." As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar again, and the truth of the Aoki family's destruction was finally revealed to the world. However, while the world was shocked, they were more numb, yes, numb, and the shock of today's events was too great. So big that they are already numb. Even if they are told that Luo Chen's identity is actually the ruler of the world, they will believe it. Compared with the numb people in the world, the person in charge of Apocalypse Company is even more frightened, because the reason why he can become the distributor of Shalufu Company's arms and technology is because of the Aoki family. Because it was the Aoki family who cooperated with Shaluf in the military before, it was because the Aoki family was wiped out overnight and sank the island, which caused quite a stir at the time. It is precisely because the Aoki family was exterminated that Shalufu Company had to find another partner externally, and thus chose Apocalypse Company. So, since you're here, are you ready to take the call? Luokan looked at them with expression, but his voice was full of killing intent. This cold pool-like killing intent made the entire Justice League shudder from the bottom of their hearts. Yes, they remembered that they were here to crusade Nashi Island. If you say that, don't you want to be the enemy of these 20 divine beasts? Thinking of this, the hearts and minds of the Justice League people are trembling, and they are shaking all over. What a joke, this is not a fight at all. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The executives of the Justice League shuddered, and the person in charge of the Apocalypse Company smiled and said, "Sorry, we were wrong, we admit it, and what compensation do you need?" Compensation. If you dare to come, then you have to prepare. Luokan's voice seemed to come from Juyu. Go. He waved his hand sharply. Roar. In an instant, an earth-shattering roar resounded, causing the entire sky to tremble, as if it were about to crack. Under the aura of the divine beast, the entire sea was boiling, setting off a huge tsunami. 0. At this moment, the battle fleet of the Justice League suffered heavy casualties. It was smashed into the seabed by the huge waves, and even shattered. And there is even more energy surging on Kakuzu, the god of time and the god of space, and they are condensing some great moves. Seeing this scene, the high-level officials of the Justice League were stunned. This was just the influence of the momentum, and the entire fleet of the Justice League had been destroyed. If the crackling seat, the god of time, and the god of space were to fall, then what place would they have to live? In an instant, they threw out their little elves, and one by one they got on their own flying elves. Just when they wanted to escape. Ah! Behind them, 5 more divine beasts suddenly appeared, namely Gulatin, Kakuzuo, Haihuangya, Hailong, and Fengwang, blocking their way back. And also, seeing these 5 divine beasts, their eyes were split. What followed was Kakuzuza, and the god of time and god of space's ultimate tricks fell. In an instant, the screams came out but quickly disappeared, and the whole world was filled with white light. The sea water is sinking and evaporating like crazy, the sea is blasted out of a huge hole, and the sea water is filling the hole like crazy, forming a whirlpool. As for the Justice League, which was still invincible just now, completely destroyed. 100 million. Chapter 376. The army of the Justice League, which was still invincible just now, was wiped out in the blink of an eye. This scene shows it was broadcast live to thousands of households. Especially in the last scene, Keratin, Gulatin, Neptune, Hailong, and Phoenix who came out from behind the Justice League. This scene deeply shocked everyone. There are actually 5 divine beasts. The commoners are okay, but the forces and families in various regions are covered in cold sweat, their hairs stand on end, and they are actually 5 first-level divine beasts. How strong is this fallout? They were shocked. No force or organization dared to compete with the strength of the Justice League army. After all, the power of the Justice League is an alliance formed by different organizations in various regions, in order to get rid of the various top research technologies obtained after the Shaloof company was wiped out. They themselves are not the top group in each region, but at least they are the forces at the top of the pyramid. 22 However, such an existence was suppressed by the young man on the TV, and was crushed to pieces. This really made them feel the icy cold that pierced the bone marrow, and also felt the scalp tingling because of the power this young man possessed. If he wants to rule the world, with his 25 powerful divine beasts, it is enough, no one in this world can stop him. But no one cares about Shaloof and the Justice League being destroyed. Just when they were guessing whether Luokan would start hegemony and rule the world. The world was silent at this time, and the eyes of the whole world were focused on the young man who was slow in front of the camera, without a trace of arrogance on his face. Above the sky are all his beasts and elves, powerful and terrifying. This is a beautiful picture. Luokan is located in the visual center of this picture. No, at this moment, he is in the visual center of the world, and he is the focus of the world's attention at this moment. In Luokan's house, Meow Meow and Kojira, Sharona, Lily, and Luokan's mother are also watching the live broadcast in front of the TV. Lily and Sharona smiled and raised their heads slightly. They knew that no one could hide his excellence, and no one in this world could be better than him. He will be eclipsed in front of him. Meow, Kojira, and Musashi also showed excited smiles on their faces, and their pride was not concealed at all. I knew that when the boss showed his edge completely, the whole world would shake. That's right. However, compared to them, Luo Chen's mother's performance was a little stunned. Although she vaguely knew a lot of things from Musashi's mouth, she never thought that her son would be so shocking, but what followed was unparalleled pride. That's her pride. But it's over. Why is the boss standing there? Meow Meow asked in doubt. The voice just fell. I saw that Luo Chen, who was standing in the same place without any movement, finally moved in front of the TV screen. He slowly raised his head, his eyes fixed on the sky somewhere in the distance, to be precise, the sky. There was a white cloud in the middle, and the eyes did not know when there were ripples like water waves. He was slow, and said slowly, I've watched it for so long, aren't you ready to come out? The voice was very soft and slow, but it revealed a biting cold. This scene was broadcast to all parts of the world through the only surviving live broadcast helicopter, and people were stunned at first. There is nothing there, why would Luokan speak to a cloud? But soon, those higher-level trainers reacted violently. Cloud. How could there be clouds? The momentum of the eruption of many divine beasts just now has already shattered the clouds in a radius of more than 100 miles. How could there be clouds? Ellipsis. Whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of breaking through the air came over. I saw a white light in the clouds coming towards the falling dust, with extremely fast speed and astonishing power, like a hot flame of sun bursting from the sky. Luo Chen looked at it coldly, without the slightest expression on his face. Huh. In the sky, Mewtwo's figure moved violently, his right fist clenched, and then he suddenly threw a fist. Boom. XXX. The fist collided with the white light beam, and an invisible shock wave slammed out from the fist and the white light beam. A hurricane blew up on the scene, blowing the sea water back, and the dusty clothes were bulging. Kakaka. What followed was the sound of the mirror breaking, and the white beam was smashed into pieces and disappeared. Soon, the momentum caused by the confrontation between the two gradually subsided. At this time, haha, as expected of a super dream, sure enough, it has surpassed the first level divine beast. Has it entered the level of the super divine beast? Amidst the white clouds, a faint and slightly playful voice came out. The sudden attack just now, and the words that came out of the white clouds at this time attracted the attention of all the people in front of the TV. Is there really still someone, and is Luokan's enemy. Or from the Justice League just now. Against Luo Chen, who has such power, isn't this courting death? Who is this person? The white clouds gradually dissipated, and a fast dragon flew out from the white clouds, with a person behind it. This is a man dressed in a Taoist palace robe similar to an Onmyoji. He is not very old, about 25 years old. He has a handsome appearance and dry hair. When looking at Luokan, the corner of his mouth has a little playfulness, but his eyes are full of jokes. There is apprehension. Impossible. How could it be him? In front of the TV, the eyes of everyone from the major families widened, and they jumped up from their chairs, showing the horror in their hearts. Ellipsis. I've been pigeon for so long again, sorry, something happened in reality. It was supposed to be updated the night I came back from Yunnan, but I didn't expect, it's hard to describe. Chapter 377. Dao Fire. Executive Officer Daohuo. It's actually a Daohuo executive. In front of the TV, someone exclaimed, and even jumped up from the chair. Daohuo, the executive officer of the Elf Alliance headquarters, is a bit weaker in power than the Alliance leader, but how could such a person appear here? The big families all over the world are excited. Since Daohuo will appear here, does this mean that the Alliance headquarters will take action against Luokan? If there is anyone in this world who can resist Luo Chen, only the Elf Alliance can fight him. But, as everyone knows, at this time, the people at the headquarters of the Elf Alliance are stunned. Why did the Daohuo executive appear on Nashi Island? Didn't we say that we won't intervene in this matter, and let them fight casually within a controllable range? The high-level officials of the Alliance headquarters were all stunned. The Alliance did not have this order and action at all. Why did Daohuo, one of the top leaders of the Alliance, appear on Nashi Island, or at such a critical time? Moreover, he just launched an attack on Luo Chen, right? Thinking of this, the top leaders of the entire Alliance broke down in a cold sweat. Although their alliance has stood up to this day, they still have their own trump cards, but they have absolutely no chance of winning against Luo Chen. What happened? Many high-level officials of the Alliance panicked, and some people roared, "What the hell is going on with this fire? Do you want to ruin the entire Alliance tilde?" Just when the whole Elf Alliance was as anxious as the ants on the hot pot. Nashi Island. Luo Chen looked up at the fire in the sky, his eyes were calm and indifferent, the two of them squinted at each other like this. Feeling that Luo Chen's body was as smooth as an ancient well, and people couldn't tell the depth of his temperament, Daohuo nodded secretly, and then he said, as expected of someone who can take so many divine beasts for his own use. Luokan didn't answer, and there was a rare flash of solemnity in his eyes, because he actually felt a threat on the other side, the kind of threat that made his hairs explode unconsciously. Moreover, when the other party came out, his mental power was beating slightly, which was an early warning. Luokan's mental power is very strong, and he will not give warnings for no reason. This can only show, the other party is very dangerous. This is a bit unbelievable. You must know that he has encountered countless troubles along the way, but no one has ever given him such a threat, but now this guy named Daohuo, the CEO of the Alliance, has given him this feeling. Another most important point is that Luo Chen always felt that the other party seemed to have a sense of disobedience. There was something weird, but he couldn't tell exactly what was weird. This was an indescribable feeling. I killed Sheriff Company, and spread my news, and then said that the person who captured the countless technological crystals of Sheriff Company should be you, right? Luo Chen looked at the other party and said lightly. Yes, it's me. I need to find out your truth. There is nothing in this world that is more risky than high profits and high returns, so these wastes are automatically sent to my door to help me find out your truth. Daohuo's expression relaxed and shrugged. Shrugging his shoulders, he even sneered at the major families who attacked Nashi Island just now. Indeed, it's quite rubbish. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. One by one, they walk with wind, and they are very powerful. I thought they were powerful, but I didn't expect that they were just a mob. Luokan also shrugged. The conversation between the two was that they didn't take those big families into consideration at all. So, after changing his voice, Luo Chen asked, "Have you found out what I am?" "Guess what? Since you dare to come out, it means you are sure, right?" Diaresis, yes, although the strength you possess surprised me." Daohuo touched his chin and praised with a smile, "Yes, but it's still under control." "Oh, really? If it was a month ago, we really couldn't help you." Daohuo said, "So, your existence is the biggest variable for us. From ancient times to the present, it has never appeared in all history. We have to kill you and not let you grow up after someone like you." "You said, we, just now, and you really can't do anything about it." Luo Chen said, "The, we, you said didn't mean the Elf Alliance, right?" "That's right." The two were chatting with each other. Their conversation was like two long-lost friends reuniting with each other, but for some reason, the atmosphere of the whole world became inexplicably solemn. "Good luck, so, how are you going to kill me?" As soon as these words came out, the whole world suddenly became murderous, full of chilling meaning, and all the divine beasts in Luokan were all stunned. Came behind him, set off his figure like a demon, as if coming out of the abyss. "You shouldn't be their opponent, so what means do you have?" Daohuo didn't answer directly. He said, "Bulletin, Karatanza, Haihuangya, Hailong, and Fengwang, you rescued them from Shalufu Company, right?" Fallen Dust nodded. The other party joked, "They are all at the peak of the first-level divine beasts, but now do you feel that their aura is a little weak, or something is missing?" Chapter 378. Luokan was stunned for a moment, because when they rescued Latios and Latius, the two water guardian gods, they said that the people of that mysterious organization absorbed something from Guratin and them. He hurriedly looked at Gulatin and the others, and found that the 5 first-level divine beasts he had rescued were still only at the mid-level of second-level divine beasts. When they were first rescued, their strength was at the second-level divine beast and middle level. At that time, Luokan didn't take it seriously, thinking that it was because of the battle and their brains were implanted with a controller, so the level temporarily dropped. Yes, but now that so many days have passed, with the super self-recovery ability of divine beasts, their strength should have recovered. But now, it's still a middle-level second-level divine beast, and it hasn't changed at all. The law on them has been taken away. Cheomeng next to Luo Chen said solemnly. Clap. Daohuo clapped his hands and praised Cheomeng. As expected, it is a super beast, yes, it is the law. Luokan's expression became extremely dignified. The difference between the first-level divine beast and the second-level divine beast was the power of the law. Only the first-level divine beast could control the law, and the level of the second-level divine beast and the first-level divine beast could hardly be crossed. The third-level divine beast might be able to. It was promoted to the second-level divine beast, but the second-level divine beast could never reach the first-level divine beast for the entire life. Because the first-level divine beasts are born, they are born with the power of the law, and the power of the law is the original power of the world. In terms of Hongwang novels, this level of divine beasts are the innate gods and demons at the beginning of chaos, possessing the power of laws from the moment they were born. But now, the power of this law was actually extracted by them. What did they want to do? Just as they were talking, Daohuo suddenly made a noise. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was shaking, and suddenly, he saw a ball of colorful light floating in the palm of his hand. When this ball of light floated out, the sky and the earth turned pale, the scorching sun in the sky lost its brilliance, and the whole world was silent. When it completely floated above Daohuo's palm, the entire light sphere didn't know what words to describe it. It couldn't be described in words. This is the law of light. Daohuo said, the law is the source of a world. If someone controls all the laws of the whole world, what will happen? He smiled. Nashi Island, you don't want to destroy it in our battle, right? Then I'll do you a favor. As soon as the voice fell, the energy light group in his hand suddenly burst into countless rays of light, and the red light flashed. Suddenly, in the sea near Nashi Island, countless bubbles appeared between Gululu, the sea water boiled, and it was red, as if magma was reacting with the seawater. The next second, an incredible scene happened. In the surrounding sea area, the sea that was endless just now turned into land, but the land was barren and the color was crimson. This scene was also broadcast to every household through the live broadcast. At this time, everyone's eyes were wide open, creating land out of thin air. Is this a human? The people at the headquarters of the Alliance were also extremely confused. For the first time, they felt that Daohuo was unusually unfamiliar, and they were able to become the top leaders of the Alliance. Naturally, they were not stupid, but they had high IQs. Through the conversation between Luokan and Daohuo just now, they all know that the identity of this fire is definitely not simple. There is a greater strength behind him, so big, they can't find out the Elf Alliance, and the people who have the first elf dream have a deep feeling for themselves. Doubt, is he really the biggest organization in the world? Why did they always feel that their understanding of the world is only very one-sided? Nashi Island. Luokan's eyes were half squinted. This was originally Gulatin's law ability. Gulatin, the god of the earth, has the ability to create land. Okay, let's start, Daohuo said again. Shish. The law of light in his hand rushed into the sky, like an unspeakable sun hanging in the sky. Puff, puff. Suddenly, behind Luokan, all his divine beasts fell to the ground one by one, like a chain reaction, and finally all collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The only ones who can stand are Mewtwo and Ninetales. The origin of the world is suppressing our power. After I have the power of the second-level divine beast and the primary-level power, those who are less powerful than the super divine beast will be suppressed by the source's power to the point of being unable to move. Chao Meng said. I only have the power of the peak of the third-level divine beast. Kurama's voice also sounded in Luokan's heart. Luo Chen nodded, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked up at the law ball of light in the sky. It was really tricky. At this moment, Daohuo took out several completely different Pokeballs, and red light flashed. There was a hurricane, and the roar of a beast it rang, and 4 little elves appeared, with extremely powerful momentum. However, the shapes of these 5 elves are very strange. No one in the world has seen them. They are very unfamiliar. They are elves that have never appeared before. However, although no one in the whole world knows, but Luokan does. He slowly said, Ultimate Beast. That's right, this is the Ultimate Beast, not just 1, but 4. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Philomelody. Rank, Level 2 Divine Beast Peak. Ellipsis. Name, King of Evil Eaters. Rank, Level 2 Divine Beast Peak. Ellipsis. Name, Zulu-eyed. XXX. Rank, Level 2 Divine Beast Peak. Ellipsis. Name, Explosive Muscle Mosquito. Rank, Level 2 Divine Beast Peak. Ellipsis. Moreover, these 4 extreme beasts are all at the peak of the second-level divine beasts. Chapter 379. The pinnacle of the second-level divine beast. This level is not very high, most of the elves under Luokan can completely defeat them. But don't forget, all the elves under Luokan's hands have collapsed to the ground. Under the suppression of the law, they have lost their strength. Now they don't even have the strength to move. Well, under the suppression of the law, only the power of the second-level divine beast at the beginning and the third-level divine beast's peak can be exerted. Usually faced with these 4 second-level supernatural beasts, they can solve it with a wave of their hands, but now it is a big trouble. Luokan's eyes flickered inexplicably. Ultimate alien beasts. I didn't expect you to have the ultimate alien beast. Are you a member of that mysterious organization? That's right. Daohuo nodded undeniably, and pointed to the few extreme beasts in front of him. This is an elf unique to our world, and it will not be suppressed by laws, so it is enough to deal with you. Already. Your world. Luo Chen looked at him and said. Daohuo shrugged. Although we are enemies, I admire you very much, so I will tell you something. Anyway, you can't run away today. Yes, I'm not from this world, but from another world. That mysterious organization was founded by people in my clan to better integrate into your world. Wow. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar all over the world. It was like knowing this world for the first time, and the worldview was destroyed. How could there be another world? And Dao Huo is a person from another world. He came to this world to invade this world. People have deep doubts about the world, and the world in just half a day has shocked them too much. First, there was Luo Chen, who had a large number of divine beasts, and then there was Dao Huo, who came from a different world. For the first time, they felt that the world they lived in was very strange. Hearing Dao Huo's words, Luokan squinted his eyes. As expected, this Dao Huo is indeed not from this world. Then what is your purpose? Occupy this world. Destroy this world. No, we're just here to get back what originally belonged to us. Also, let the human beings in this world completely perish. Said, Dao Huo showed a chilling smile at the live broadcast helicopter in the sky, making people feel chilled. Something that belongs to you. Okay, it's better that you don't know too much. This is an exceptional news for you. Go on your way, do it, kill them all. Huh. At the moment when his voice fell, the energy of the four extreme beasts in front of him was extremely dazzling, and the energy clusters continued to condense in front of them, like 4 nuclear reactors, very terrifying. Finally, their energies were gathered. 4 scorching energy groups converged in the sky to form a huge ball of light, floating in the sky like a small island. The sky and the earth were eclipsed, and the newly created land gave out cracks. This scene shocked people all over the world. The same is true for the high-level executives of the Elf Alliance headquarters, with cold sweat on their foreheads. They hope that Luokan will win. This fire is actually a person from another world, or came to invade his own world. Therefore, they hope that Luo Chen can win, and only Luo Chen has a chance to win in this world. Didn't they see that even the divine beasts couldn't move under the opponent's light ball of law? If they rely on them to deal with Dao Huo, no one in the whole world is his opponent at all. Therefore, they can only pin their hopes on Luo Chen. Whoosh! This huge energy light ball moved towards Luokan to suppress them, and the momentum was as vast as a sea of smoke. After half a second. Rumble boom. Luokan, a huge mushroom cloud rose up in the place where they were, and the energy inside was blazing hot and bright. The red flames were thousands of miles away, and the raging flames were burning fiercely. It was very terrifying to swallow everything up. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. In the blazing flames, Luo Chen's figure could not be seen at all. This made everyone not dare to let out the air. With their fists clenched tightly, they did not dare to let out the air. They stared at the TV with wide eyes. But more than half a minute passed. But there was still no movement. Everyone's heart tightened and they were praying in secret. Soon, after a minute passed, there was still energy inside. Apart from the explosion, there is nothing. 0. Immediately, people all over the world felt a chill in their hearts, and despair filled their hearts. Looking at this scene, Dao Huo also showed a happy smile on his face, but the corner of his mouth froze in the next second. Boom tilde boom. Amidst the dazzling flames, there was a sudden movement. I saw that the flames actually split from the middle, swept toward both sides, forming a road, and a figure came out from it. Every time he took a step forward, the flames on both sides of him changed back and decreased by 1 point. When he came out of the flames completely, the terrifying flames that had destroyed the world just now turned into bits and pieces of flames and dissipated between the heavens and the earth. Looking at the unscathed Luokan, Dao Huo's eyes shrank slightly. Impossible. Did you think that the power of the elf that suppressed me would kill me? Also, have you really found out about me? Luokan smiled, the bright red in his eyes, the strange windmill suddenly whirled in his pupils, very infiltrating. As mentioned earlier, although the eye is a reincarnation eye, it can be converted back to a kaleidoscope. If you want to use the kaleidoscope pupil technique, you must switch back to the kaleidoscope. Who told you that the elf is all my strength? Who told you that the super beast is my trump card? 100 million. Chapter 380. At the moment when he said this, the clothes on Luo Chen's body moved without wind, his hair fluttered behind his head, and an invisible power radiated from his body, making him look particularly majestic. It made people's back involuntarily shorten a bit. Seeing that Luo Chen was unscathed, people all over the world let out a long sigh of relief. It's fine. Seeing Luochen, who had nothing to do, Dao Huo's eyes narrowed slightly. Superpowers. There are some people with superpowers in this world, just like Nazi, the owner of the Golden Temple in Golden City. She is a human with superpowers. Even if you are a superpower, how can the power of human beings be comparable to the power of the 017 elf? You are just struggling to the death. Dao Huo said. Oh, really? Luochen asked indifferently, and the moment the words fell, the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel in his eyes was spinning frantically. Suddenly, a smear of black flames emerged from the sky, like a flame from the abyss, dark and strange. The moment he saw the black flames, Dao Huo's brows were beating wildly, and he said to his 4 extreme beasts, "Avoid." Shish. The 4 extreme beasts kicked their feet, and the wind rolled back, turning into 4 phantoms and leaving their original positions. Naive. Luo Chen sneered. Roar, 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 ouch. 4 painful cries came over. I saw the 4 extreme beasts that had been swept away hundreds of meters away, wailing and rolling on the ground, in great pain, and they didn't know when they were attached by strange black flames. And this black flame is really weird, spreading little by little. There is a tendency to attach to the whole body of the 4 ultimate alien beasts. This scene shocked Dao Huo's heart. When did it happen? But now is not the time for him to be shocked, he quickly said. Zuwu-Ide uses sandstorms. The energy of the jellyfish like Zuwu-Ide gathered, and countless sandstorms suddenly erupted all over his body. The sand spread, densely packed and overwhelming, overturning towards these 4 extreme beasts, to extinguish the black flames on their bodies. Soon, the yellow sand buried all 4 of them. But, roar! A big explosion sounded, and the sand in the sky was shaken. More shrill screams permeated the sky and the earth. In the sand, the 4 extreme beasts were wailing frantically. The black flames had covered most of their bodies, and even the sand around them did not. I know when it is dyed with black flames and is being burned away bit by bit. The earth was burned by this black flame, creating a big hole, and the seawater poured in down the hole. Seeing the seawater pouring into the big pit, the eyes of the 4 extreme beasts showed a slight glimmer of light, and then they all plunged into the big pit, causing countless splashes of water. But their wailing didn't stop. It was more mournful than before. Because, the moment they came into contact with the seawater, the black flames seemed to have been injected with some fuel, and they burned even more fiercely, covering the entire bodies of the 4 extreme beasts in an instant. Dao Huo's pupils shrank suddenly. This black flame can't be extinguished. And he can feel that this black flame can erode everything, and it can burn everything. After a few seconds, the wailing stopped, the seawater in the pit was evaporated by the black flames, and the 4 extreme beasts fell into the pit, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Seeing this, the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel in Luochen's eyes turned around again. After all, these 4 extreme beasts, the black Pokeball needed them, so they couldn't be burned to death like this. Soon, the black flames went out, and the 4 extreme beasts fell to the ground, already venting more and less. The 4 extreme beasts who were still majestic and mighty just now, just played with only one skill, and then they lay on the ground like dead dogs. Looking at the ultimate beast lying in the pit, Dao Huo's face showed a rare solemn expression. You are indeed a monster, and you can't grow up. Your potential is really terrifying. Did not expect, your biggest trump card is actually your own strength, and the combat power is actually comparable to the 1st level divine beast. This word has spread to thousands of households, and people all over the world are in an uproar again, a 1st level divine beast. This Luokan's own strength is actually comparable to that of a first-level divine beast. Is that human being? This simply breaks the worldview of the entire world. In this world, elves are the mainstream. Even if human beings have superpowers due to genetic mutation, their abilities are incomparable with elves, even if it is a talent like Nazi. Extraordinary superpowers are all good, and at most they are similar to superpower elves at level 20 to 30, and they will not have too strong destructive power. Even the talented Nazi is only level 20 to 30, so the other superpowers are even more unbearable. That's why the Elf Alliance allows the existence of superpowers and does not control them. But now, Luokan actually possesses a combat power comparable to that of a first-level divine beast. At this time, Daohuo's face has returned to dullness, and he has recovered from the short-term shock, but you think that you have a chance of winning. Coincidentally, my trump card is not these extreme beasts. He twisted his neck, made a bone-cracking sound, and said lightly, I haven't touched anyone for a long time. Chapter 381. Hearing the words, Luokan's eyes flickered with golden light, because after eliminating the 4 extreme beasts, the fear in his heart still did not disappear. His hand gently touched his face. In the next second, his face floated like water ripples, and his entire face changed. A head of fiery red hair floated behind his head, and his face was feminine but full of fiery ferocity. 2 completely different temperaments appeared on his body, but no one felt any sense of disobedience. But the most striking thing is that Daohuo at this time has a diamond-shaped fire-red crystal embedded on his forehead, which is very orange. After completing the transformation, Daohuo was shocked. Boom! XXX. An extremely strong momentum formed an invisible shockwave that was visible to the naked eye and swayed in the air, causing ripples in the air, spreading out in all directions. Wherever they passed, the large strata were cracked, the thorns were broken, and the sea water was shaken and flowed back. It turned out that Daohuo's own strength was so terrifying. Suddenly, when caught off guard, Daohuo's hand waved violently, and in an instant, a dazzling flame of knife light bloomed from the sky, piercing the sky, creating a series of sonic booms in the air, cutting the space, and then carrying a thunderous thunder. The momentum traversed toward the falling dust. Looking at the terrifying flame knife light slashing towards him, Luokan's eyes narrowed, his hands turned over, and the ghost cry that he had drawn with the system's lottery last time appeared in his hands. The demon sword was unsheathed, and Luo Chen also swung it violently. A pitch-black sword chi immediately greeted him. Zzz tilde. The 2 sword chi collided with each other in midair, the energy resisted each other, and made a sizzling sound. The radius of the collision between the 2 was 50 meters, and there were countless light blue thunder arcs scurrying wantonly, destroying the surrounding space. It was all terrifying. After dozens of seconds, with a puff, 1 black and 1 red saber chi annihilated each other. Daohuo twisted his neck, shook his hand, and felt the power in his body. I haven't done it myself for hundreds of years. This power is a bit unfamiliar, the power just now is a little scattered, otherwise the power can be stronger. A little. He went on to say, the people of our family never rely on the power of elves, but on their own. As for these, they were just created by the people of my clan, who were bored. He pointed to the few extreme beasts lying on the ground. Your power, if I hadn't been able to confirm that you were not from our clan, I would have almost thought you were my clan. He said to Luo Chen. Luokan looked at him solemnly. He finally knew why he had a great sense of disobedience when he saw Daohuo before. It turned out that he was not his real appearance before, but now this is his original appearance. Looking at him like this, he is not human. Moreover, he said, this ultimate beast was actually created by their race. And the combat power of this kind of clan is actually so powerful. The power of a casual blow just now has the combat power of a first-level divine beast. This makes people feel a little incredible. What race are they? What race are you? Luo Chen looked at him and asked. Daohuo smiled. The strands of hair behind his head were crystal clear and radiant, emitting a fiery red light, he kicked his feet violently, the ground under his feet cracked, his hands were covered with orange flames, and his body was like a string away. The arrow rushed towards Luo Chen. In the blink of an eye, he circled behind Luochen, his right hand clenched his fist, the flames were condensed and terrifying, and blasted towards the back of Luochen's head. At the same time, his words also rang in Luochen's ears, with arrogance, Protoss. Luo Chen's expression was indifferent, and the ghost in his hand waved suddenly behind him. Chong! The sound of steel-like collision came, and the fists of Guiku and Daohuo collided. Boom boom boom. The two exerted their strength, and the large strata around them collapsed outward. Bang bang bang. The body of the shapes are rapidly intertwined, and only two phantoms can be seen fighting constantly. The thunderous sounds are constantly coming, and the ground shatters. After half a minute, there was a mess everywhere, and it was extremely unbearable. The two actually fought a drum match. Looking at the embarrassed land, the enemies all over the world were stunned and speechless for a while. The destructive power of this human being can be so strong. Yes, the warm-up is over, it's time to show you my true strength. Daohuo said. Luochen made a drum with clothes on his body. It's a coincidence, I've also finished my warm-up. I'll give you the same message. Saying that, Luochen's kaleidoscope writing wheel is spinning frantically. Suddenly, a pitch-black skeleton enveloped him at some point, like a devil crawling out of hell. Ellipsis. Chapter 382. The black skeleton appeared little by little around Luochen's body, and finally took shape, becoming a skeleton frame more than 10 meters high, wrapping Luochen. The empty eyes look very human, with the black energy constantly overflowing from its body. It really looks like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. But it's not over yet. Luochen's eyes narrowed, and the blood-red windmill in his eyes spun wildly, getting brighter and redder, as if he was about to drip blood. In an instant, the entire black skeleton underwent earth-shaking changes again. During the rumbling, the dark energy on the skeleton surging frantically, because the breath was too terrifying, an energy vortex appeared above it, which was extremely huge. In the next second, the skeleton began to plump up little by little from only the skeleton, and the body began to rise little by little, and soon it became like a hill, and its size was larger than that of the super ancient fast dragon. Times. The energy roared and rolled, the wind and clouds gathered, the huge energy turned into its blood vessels, and the blood vessels appeared on its body, like a rushing river, and then there was flesh and blood. In the end, it completely turned into a giant, and the remaining energy was condensed into a pair of armor and draped on its body. He became a gray-black giant in armor standing between the heaven and the earth. His body was suffocating, his mighty might, it was very terrifying. The heaven and earth seemed to be a little shorter in front of him, and the momentum was thick like a thick layer of clouds. Watching TV has slowed the hearts of people all over the world by several beats. Complete body Susano. After finishing all this, Luo Chen opened his lips lightly and said lightly. Daohuo felt the black giant lying between the heavens and the earth in front of him, felt the bottomless horror and strange breath on it, and finally put away the if-nothing smile on his face, that pair of winning tickets. Holding it. He said solemnly, I didn't expect that. What you are hiding is still beyond my estimation. I can't imagine what kind of existence you will become if you let you grow up. But what I have a hunch is that once you let go as you grow, you will surely bring destructive consequences to the plans of our race. There was coldness in his voice. So, no matter what, I will kill you here today. Also, are you really not one of our Protoss living outside? His voice became empty and serene, because, you are really similar to the people in my clan. The voice just fell. Bang 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 . Countless flames suddenly erupted from his body. The flames were extremely solid, and finally turned into magma to wrap his whole body. The magma came out layer by layer, and then wrapped it again. Daohuo's body became larger and larger, and the hot magma flowed on the ground, turning the entire land into a fiery red. With the continuous overflow of magma, the temperature of the whole world suddenly increased. The sea water was boiling and bubbling, the earth was hot and red, steaming, and large tracts of cracks were cracked. Soon, all the bodies that flowed down from Daohuo seemed to be surging violently as if they had life, and they had to curl up towards Daohuo layer by layer. Not long after, a magma giant made up of magma stood up in the sky, and a rolling heat wave radiated out, corresponding to Susanoo on the opposite side. The magma giant trembled slightly, and the blurred face changed rapidly, and then turned into the facial features of Daohuo. Afterwards, it roared up to the sky, and the enormous aura poured out from its body. The energy was bright and terrifying, and the whole sky seemed to be ignited. Press on it. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, and it was also true. Susanoo's jet black energy soared into the sky and turned into a sky to greet him. Boom! The momentum of the two sides converged in the air. In an instant, the entire sky let out an overwhelmed whine. The entire sky trembled violently, and the heaven and the earth were shaking. The land just created was overwhelmed with dense cracks, and finally burst into several continents floating on the sea. The scene is very terrifying, as if the end of the world is coming. There are wonders in the world. Half of the sky is night, the other half is hot day. Day and night are colliding with each other, and they want to devour each other. The scene is very terrifying. ZZZZ tilde. The collision of momentum caused dense light blue thunder arcs to appear in the entire sky. The people all over the world looked at this scene, and the shock in their hearts did not know how to describe it. It was too strong. It was beyond the range they could accept. These two people, it was just too terrifying. Boom boom boom. The momentum is still colliding with each other, but no one can do anything about it. Soon, the night subsided and the sun dissipated. The sky was clear again, as if the scene just now was an illusion. However, the shattered earth and the two giants standing between the heavens and the earth are always showing that the scene just now really happened. Luokan and Daohuo looked at each other, and there was a faint thunder and lightning in the void. The collision of momentum between the two was just testing each other. Now they have confirmed that the strength of both parties is at the peak of the first-level divine beast, at this moment, approaching the super divine beast. Ellipsis. De Jiao. Well, the tweet book, Longing for the God-Level Heavenly King of Life, was written by a girl. The update is much faster than my salted fish. It has more than 10,000 words a day. It is very beautiful. If you like entertainment, you can go and read it. The writing is very good, and the writing and so on are much better than my scumbag, and there are more cool points. The most important thing is, listen carefully, the most important thing is that the girl's fried chicken is beautiful, so go and make a first order for the little sister. Go to Ying Ying Ying, then, big reader, put down the mace in your hand. Anyway I also fell in love with each other and killed 79 words. Listen to me once this time, and go to make a first order. It is best to comment on the book review area. Several close black lens bracket. The update or something should be stable, the real things are almost dealt with, and the plot has reached a climax. Also, the plot in the back of the book has completely turned to the original semi-original, so if you don't like it, don't spray it, and don't be with the sun and the moon. The plot hooks too much. Chapter 383. God Clan. Luo Chen squinted his eyes. This is the first time he has heard of this kind of clan. Besides, this kind of clan is a bit too powerful, right? Being able to extract the law for his own use, his own strength is still so powerful, and he directly created the elf of the ultimate alien beast. From this point of view, they are also worthy of the name of God. It's just, I don't know what the ultimate plan of the Protoss is. What is their purpose? If it weren't for his own strength, he might have been planted this time if he had Samsara Eye and Eternal Kaleidoscope. Huh. The two looked at each other without blinking. The atmosphere of the whole world became extremely serious again, full of chills. Boom. The magma giant's eyes flickered with golden light, and he clenched his fist violently, which bombarded the air. A dull thunderous explosion sounded, and a huge beam of lava blasted towards the falling dust, blasting a white glow in the air with terrifying power. Luokan's eyes narrowed. He stretched out his hand, and held the demon sword, Guiku, in his hand. At the same time as he moved, Susanoo also moved, and two ghost fires appeared in his empty eye sockets, evil and strange. The energy flowed from its body, poured into its right hand, and finally took shape, becoming a long knife. The shape was very similar to the ghost crying in Luo Chen's hand. The lava beam has come close. Swish swish tilde tilde. Susanoo squeezed the long sword in his hand and blasted away. Boom. The entire lava beam was split open and turned into magma that filled the sky. The lava fell on Susanoo's body, but it didn't use any eggs or cause any damage. Amaterasu. The blood-red windmill pattern was spinning rapidly, and a terrifying black flame bloomed between the heavens and the earth, and suddenly appeared on the lava giant. This scene made the middle-aged man in front of the TV rejoiced. Did he want to kill the opponent directly? Because of the power of this black flame, through the TV, they also knew the terrifying power of this black flame, and they directly killed 4 terrifying extreme beasts, and they were also able to devour all the energy bodies. But the result disappointed them. I've been guarding against you for a long time, but unfortunately, it's of no use to me. Dao Huo's muffled voice sounded. He looked at Amaterasu on his chest, and with a thought, his whole body suddenly split into 2 halves, and the half of the body with Amaterasu was directly abandoned. And soon, the fire of half of his body was missing, and with the accumulation of magma on his body, it became as good as before. Is it really useless? Luo Chen's eyes narrowed. Obviously he had expected it. After all, he had seen Amaterasu just now, and he dared to use such a huge body to fight against him. If there was no solution, it would be a living target. Since he dared to use such a body to fight against himself, that means he has a solution. Dong dong dong. The ground was rumbling, and it was the lava giant that rushed up, making a big stride, and the magma on his body was dazzling and amazing. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Susanoo, and punched Susanoo with a punch. The ghost fire in Susanoo's eyes flickered, and the long sword in his hand turned into energy and reintroduced into his body. It also greeted him with a punch. XXX. Bang 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 bang. The 2 huge giants were punching each other, and the scene was very intense. The collision of each punch made the whole world let out an overwhelmed wailing sound. The mainland shattered into countless pieces between their punches, and the hills were leveled by their feet. The magma flowed recklessly on the ground, and then jumped into the sea water, making a sizzling sound. Dong 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 dong. As the battle between the 2 intensified, the entire earth was completely shattered by them, and there was nowhere to stay. Complete body Susanoo. Luo Chen Lang condensate. Chi chi tilde. Susanoo's energy gathered, and finally 2 wings jumped out, and 1 wing flew into the sky. The lava giant was also unwilling to be outdone. With a low roar, the dazzling magma wings behind him were pulled out with a squeak. When he flapped his wings, he also flew into the sky. In its hand, the magma moved and condensed into a long magma knife. The lava giant glanced at Susanoo in the distance, and then swung his sword fiercely, and a huge crimson blade slashed towards Susanoo. Susanoo was also not to be outdone. The long sword appeared in his hand again, and he swung it up. Zzz tilde. The 2 sword chi collided with each other again, then split the space, and finally cancelled each other out. Susanoo and the lava giant seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding. When the 2 swords annihilated each other, the 2 moved at the same time. He suddenly flapped his wings, cut through the sky, and charged towards the opponent. Chong, clang, clang, clang. The knives in their hands were violently colliding. Occasionally, the knife chi slashed down, directly splitting the sea, and it took a long time for the sea to recover and close again. As the 2 giants continued to fight, their bodies continued to rise and flew towards the sky. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Ellipsis. Chapter 384. Quick, switch to satellite monitoring. The high-level executive of the Elf Alliance headquarters spoke. At this moment, all the satellite cameras in the universe were aimed at the sky where Nashi Island is located. Leader, do you need to broadcast the screen live? The leader of the Elf Alliance was stunned for a moment, then said, live broadcast. Soon, on the televisions of thousands of households, the picture appeared again. Nearly 10,000 meters above Nashi Island. Boom, bang bang bang. The earth-shattering sound was constantly coming from the sky, and everyone could only see a black and a red body rapidly fighting, and the figure was blurred. The bodies of the two giants are obviously huge and abnormal, but for some reason, their speed is completely inversely proportional to their body size. They are incomparably fast, and their long blades meet. In just a few seconds, they have already fought countless times. The speed of the fight is hard to see. Dong dong dong, clang. The sound of weapons colliding kept coming. With every explosion and roar, the entire sky groaned. Because the temperature of the magma giant is too high, the seawater has been evaporating, the water vapor has risen, and then it came into contact with the icy abyss like cold air on Susanoo's body, forming a dark cloud that covered the sky. In an instant, a heavy rain fell on the entire sky, but it just fell. The long knives in the hands of the two giants collided again. Zzz tilde. Where the weapons collided, terrifying sparks were shooting, light blue electric arcs were raging, and an invisible shockwave erupted. Suddenly, the dark clouds that had just formed were shaken apart again, and the raindrops that had just fallen were also blown away. The high temperature on the magma giant evaporated and melted, and the sky was clear again. Yan Zan. After being unable to take down the opponent for a long time, Daohuo also began to show his true strength. The magma-long knife in its hand boiled and became bright, and then slashed it fiercely. At the moment when the knife was drawn, it seemed as if dusk had come, and a bright red glowed from the horizon line, and a sword light like a ray of sky slashed towards the dusty Susanoo. It's good to come. Luokan's eyes narrowed, and he held the demon saber in his hand. At some point in time, a black flame rose from the demon saber. Similarly, the big saber Susanoo was holding also rose up with a black flame, Amaterasu. The falling dust accumulated energy, and then slashed out violently, a smear of darkness like the darkest night before dawn. A pitch-black sword she carried an evil black flame and won. Ka 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 ka. The sword energy of the magma giant and the sword energy of Susanoo seemed to ignore the existence of space at this moment, and disappeared from sight the moment they split. Less than half a second. Boom, boom. Everyone only felt that they heard a monstrous noise that made the eardrums bulge. I saw that the black sword chi and the fiery red sword chi collided at some point. After the violent roar, it was replaced by silence. Under the collision of these two sword chi, after the extremely short roar, the sound of the whole world disappeared, and there was no sound coming from my ears. You can't even feel the breeze, and the picture seems to be black and white. The hearts of people all over the world are about to stop beating. It's really terrible. This is just what they saw in front of the TV. They can't imagine how terrifying it would be if it were on the scene. On the screen, the black knife gas and the magma knife gas violently collided. The energy was reckless, and there was a terrifying energy reaction between each other. Where the two collide, the space constantly emits ripples like water waves. Then, ka 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 tilde. The sound of a broken mirror kept coming, and I saw that with the two sword chi as the center, the space around them was cracked in large areas, shattering like a mirror, which was extremely terrifying. In the distance, Cheomung and Kurama watched this scene. The power of their blow has exceeded that of a first-level divine beast, and this blow has reached a super divine beast. The two sword chi that were stalemate with each other quickly broke the balance. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot ask for flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Because the black blade air is attached with the never-extinguishing flame, Amaterasu, which can devour some energy bodies. Under the erosion of Amaterasu, the magma knife gas was quickly consumed, and then a whimper was heard. The magma knife gas was directly cut off in half, and completely swallowed by the black knife gas. The black blade gas devoured the energy of the magma blade gas, and its power not only did not decrease, but instead doubled. The speed also soared, and only a light trembling sound was heard, and the black saber aura disappeared directly from sight. Psi tilde. In the distance, the magma giant avoids facing this speed and achieves teleportation. The ghostly black sword chi has no time to dodge at all. Everyone only snorted, and a black sword chi passed through the magma giant's body in a flash, and then again. Breaking out of the body, carrying the remaining power, it pierced through the sky, and flew towards the universe. 0. However, the body of the magma giant that was beheaded did not change in the slightest, as if it had not been beheaded. This scene was also broadcast to every household via satellite live broadcast, and everyone was stunned. Could it be that the slash just now didn't hit? Been dodged? Or is the scene just now an illusion? Just when they had doubts, the magma giant's body suddenly swelled up. No, to be precise, it swelled up, little by little, as if something was wreaking havoc in the body. The magma giant's complexion also changed slightly, but he found that he could not control his body at this time. He could only watch his body expand little by little. Soon, its entire body would expand like a big balloon, and it had not stopped expanding, and had a tendency to expand again. Chi 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 tilde. Countless sword chi burst out suddenly, as if a grenade exploded in the body. The whole body was riddled with holes, and countless large holes appeared, open and bright. Boom. In the end, there was a big explosion, and the magma giant that had already swelled completely exploded, turning into a bright red magma firework in the sky. The bang was extremely spectacular, and the magma fell into the sky. 100 million. Chapter 385. Oh. When everyone in the world in front of the screen saw this scene, they jumped up from their chairs excitedly. They were extremely excited. Finally, this invader from other worlds who has always invaded his own world has been solved. At the same time, they looked at the TV set, the young man wrapped by the black giant. He stood in midair in a relaxed manner, looking like a demon, even though he was not very old. But at this time, all the people in the world looked at him like a god, and they couldn't be disrespectful, wasn't it? The scene where they fought just now is no longer within the reach of human beings. Only gods can touch it. Moreover, his opponent of 017 is still the so-called Protoss, a person who can fight with gods. What is it if he is not a god? Just when they were excited. Don't pretend, I know you won't be solved so easily. Luokan's words came out lightly, causing everyone to be stunned for a moment. They couldn't help but suffocate. It's not over yet. They quickly looked at the screen. In the sky, a dazzling bright red appeared, and then it began to grow slowly, and the magma that filled the sky erupted again. In less than a few seconds, the magma giant that had been blasted into powder by the knife gas just now stood high in the sky again. Everyone was stunned. This is too terrifying, isn't it? The attack just now did not completely kill him. Looking at the magma giant who was not damaged at all, the entire high-level meeting room of the headquarters of the entire Elf Alliance fell into deep silence and endless panic, and the clothes on the back were covered in cold sweat in this short half-day. How many times has it been soaked? This kind of person who wanted to invade his own world was actually sneaked into his alliance headquarters by him, and he also became the second in command in the alliance. They dared not imagine that if Daohuo was motivated to kill, it is estimated that no one in the entire Elf Alliance would be spared, and they also dared not imagine that once the Daohuo plan was successful, what would happen to the consequences. They couldn't help but think of what Daohuo said before, let the entire human race be completely erased. Thinking of this, if the cold pool in their hearts is half cold, it will penetrate into the bone marrow. Why, such an important thing, such a big thing, the enemy has come to their pillow. They didn't find a clue before. I don't know a little bit of wind. They can't help but think, is it that the Elf Alliance has been comfortable during this time? Don't know yourself. Forgot the original intention of the creation of the Elf League. They can't imagine what it would be like if the dust didn't fall this time. But the only thing that can be known is that in the face of Dao Huo's powerful combat power, in the face of him, he can extract the law, and then restrain all the elves in this world. In the face of these, the people from all over the world are tied together, and they are not his opponents. With this in mind, they looked at the big screen in front of them, and at the boy in the black giant who was far away from the magma giant. Now the fate of the entire human race is in his hands. Once he is defeated, the entire human race may cease to exist. Ellipsis. What a terrifying attack. After the body was reassembled, Dao Huo looked at Luokan and said, "This knife gave me no time to react. When this knife passed through my body, it turned all the energy into bombs. Buried in my body, after all the explosions. Sure enough, you are too scary." The word, too terrifying. I don't know how many times Dao Huo said it. This is enough to see that Luo Chen was shocked by him. "You're also very scary. I know you won't die if you take my move, but I didn't expect that you would be able to escape unscathed." Luo Chen also said, "In thousands of years, I have never seen any human being like you. You don't feel like a human race." Dao Huo said, "Thousands of years. Our Protoss has a lifespan of 10,000 years. Before the great change of heaven and earth, it was the same as the sky and the earth, and the sun and the moon shine together. My age, calculated according to the age of your human beings, I have lived for more than 3,000 years. Now," he said lightly, "in the past 3,000 years, I have witnessed the vicissitudes of your world, and I have experienced too many things." Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the fire was actually over 3,000 years old, and this god race was too terrifying. Even if it was strong, its lifespan still has 10,000 years. Does this still give people a way to live? But at the same time, a word in Dao Huo's mouth was also very doubtful in his heart. He said, "The world has changed." Dao Huo smiled. "You don't need to know this. To be honest, I really don't want to kill you. In the past 3,000 years, you are the only human being who made me feel good about it, and the only human being who made me play so heartily." He shook his head. "Unfortunately, we are born opposites, and your existence has become the biggest stumbling block in our plan. You have no chance of winning against me. Your black giant must be very physically draining, right? But our Protoss is different. We are immortal existences. You can't kill me." XXX. Luokan smiled. "No, you are not immortal. If you were really immortal, this world, no, this entire universe should be yours." Luokan paused for a while, then said again, "Also, just now, I have discovered your Achilles heel, the loser. It should be you." Ellipsis. Chapter 386. Dao Huo was stunned. But what Luo Chen said next made his complexion change drastically. "You can be immortal, it should be because of the red crystal in your body, right? Or it is your core. As long as your core is not broken, you can be resurrected quickly. Just now my knife chi exploded in your body at the time, your core quickly teleported away from your body." Luokan smiled. "However, I found something very interesting. The energy of your core doesn't seem to be as bright as it used to be. It seems dimmer a lot. Does this mean that you are not immortal, as long as you completely destroy your core, or kill you a few more times, so that its energy is exhausted? Does that mean you dying?" Dao Huo's face was changing rapidly. He looked at Luokan and said, "What a keen observation." Obviously, what Luo Chen said was a tacit acceptance that what Luo Chen had just said was correct. Luokan smiled and pointed to his own eyes. "In front of my 22 eyes, there is nothing to hide." Dao Huo looked at the blood-red windmill pattern spinning faintly in Luokan's eyes. "It's really a pair of eyes full of weirdness and ominousness." He smiled and said again, exuding confidence, "But what if you know? Do you have the ability to grasp my core? Our strength should be between equals. You can't kill me, neither can I can't take you for the time being. I'll be on guard against that move just now. You won't have another chance to kill me. And it will be you who will lose in the end, because you, the black giant, consumes a lot of your physical strength, right? And I, the giant, is my own innate ability, you can't consume me. Luokan also responded with a smile. So, do you really think that now is my true strength? Room. Suddenly, a translucent lid covered most of the sky. The moment the translucent cover appeared, Dalhuo's brows were beating wildly, and there was an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. Danger. Before his mind could react, his body had already reacted. The entire magma giant flapped its wings violently and quickly ducked to the side. Scoff. However, it was still a step slower, and a voice that pierced into the flesh came out. I saw that Susano had come to the back of the magma giant without knowing when, and his right hand was like a sharp sword, completely submerging into the magma giant's chest. Dalhuo's face changed greatly. He suddenly abandoned half of his body, and rushed out with the other half of his body, swept away thousands of meters before stopping. Susano pulled out the abandoned half of the magma giant's chest from his chest, and threw the magma out of his hand. In the distance, the magma giant's body was restored to integrity again. Dalhuo's face was full of fear, and it was only a fist away. If he hadn't reacted, he turned his body at a critical moment, and his core was already there. Got caught. He looked at Luokan deeply. The endless trump cards and tricks really made him feel terrified. Moreover, Dalhuo vaguely felt that Luo Chen still had a trump card. This is very terrifying. Every time you think this is his hidden hole card, it doesn't take long for a more powerful hole card to come out, and give it to people. A feeling that you never know how deep he is and how many trumps he still has, can always give you a ruthless attack at a critical moment. He looked at the translucent pot lid and frowned slightly. Can he teleport? In that case. His eyes suddenly condensed. Magma field. The voice fell, and the entire body of the magma giant began to melt, like ice cream exposed to the scorching sun, melting rapidly. Soon, the magma in the main sky overturned, becoming a dazzling magma tianhe, hanging high in the air, rushing endlessly, turning the entire sky of Nashi Island into the existence of only magma. The pictures captured from the satellite live broadcast are very shocking. Can you imagine the feeling of a magma-like lake and river in the main piece of the sky? This is the magma field. Luokan looked at Gululu's bubbling magma field and frowned. This was a bit difficult. Dalhuo's entire body had become this magma field, with the core at the deepest point, and it would change its position at any time. Now, even if you can teleport, you can't get close to me, right? In the magma field, a mass of magma condensed and turned into Dalhuo's head, and he faced Luo Chen Dao. Then, not necessarily, do you know that I don't have a backer? Luokan looked at him with a half-smile. These words made Dalhuo stunned again. Then he looked at Mewtwo who had been watching the battle in the distance and said, Mewtwo, help me block the satellite signals in the sky. Under the suppression of the law, Xiaomeng only has the strength of the second-level divine beast at the beginning, and it can't help much in the face of Dalhuo. Xiaomeng nodded, his mental power poured out, his mind power was activated, and the magnetic field in the high altitude of Nashi Island was chaotic, and the satellite could no longer capture the specific picture of this place. The TV screens of thousands of households have also completely turned into snowflake patterns, and no trace of the picture can be seen anymore. Luokan nodded, and with a thought, the entire Susano disintegrated and disappeared. Then, he looked at the fire in the magma field, and his eyes narrowed again. The blood-red pinwheel pattern spun frantically, but in the next second, it suddenly changed. The blood-red windmill pattern disappeared, and instead, ripples appeared in his eyes. The pupils have suddenly turned into a circle of strange pupils with ripples. Ellipsis. Chapter 387. The TV screens of thousands of households have also completely turned into snowflake patterns, and no trace of the picture can be seen anymore. Luokan nodded, and with a thought, the entire Susano disintegrated and disappeared. Then, he looked at the fire in the magma field, and his eyes narrowed again. The blood-red pinwheel pattern spun frantically, but in the next second, it suddenly changed. The blood-red windmill pattern disappeared, and instead, ripples appeared in his eyes. The pupils have suddenly turned into a circle of strange pupils with ripples. Ellipsis. Looking at these strangely corrugated eyes, Daohuo didn't know why, but a throbbing came from his inner spirit. It made the hairs on his whole body explode. Although Luokan's pupils didn't look as weird as the blood-red windmill pattern before, but it gave him a very dangerous feeling. It's as if it came from the suppression of the life level. This made him a little unbelievable. He was the god race, the most powerful race in the world, but now it made him feel that his life level was suppressed by the other party. What kind of eyes are these? Your heart and heart should be in this place now. Luokung pointed to the realm of the human world. Through the eye of reincarnation, he could clearly see that there was a blood-red crystal lying quietly, which was the one who stole fire. Peace of mind, said softly. Then, he stretched out his palm. Samsara's eyes lit up slightly, with a strange light, the corner of his relative's mouth, Shen Luo Tianzheng. When the voice fell, eating and living from his palm, a repulsive force that destroyed the sky and the earth blasted towards the magma field. With a coax, in the area along the river, where the gold faced, under the extremely powerful repulsive force, all the magma was repelled away, and a vacuum zone without magma appeared, and in this vacuum zone, there was only a blood-red one, where the crystals lie quietly. Pai Huo's face changed greatly. But it wasn't over yet. I saw Luo Chen's outstretched palm with 5 fingers slightly bent into claws. Said again, Vientian Tianian. An incomparably powerful attraction radiated from that palm. With a chirp, Daohuo's core did not resist at all, and was controlled by a powerful attraction, and flew towards Luokan's hand. Daohuo's eyes shrank, his mind moved violently, and he saw the blood-red core suddenly glow with red light. The heart of stealing fire and the ability to teleport, so at this time he is urging Xinghe with all his strength to get it out of Luokan's control. Don't think about falling into the dust, and said lightly, room. Immediately, the translucent pot lid appeared again, covering the place, covering the entire magma field. Falling Chen moved his hands, wanting to use the power of the surgical fruit, and replaced the core that he wanted to teleport away. But with a show, the entire galaxy still teleported away and forcibly broke free from the attraction of the Vientian heavenly enchantment, and fell back into the magma field, hiding in the depths. Luo Cheng was stunned for a moment, but it was useless. The ability of the fruit of surgery was actually useless against Xinghe. Is it the interference of mental power? He also had a slight answer in his heart. After all, this galaxy is the core of stealing fire, which is full of huge spiritual power and energy. So the ability of the fruit of surgery to fail it. Daohu, who had escaped the catastrophe, had a turbulent wave in his heart, or it was no exaggeration to say that there was a sense of fear in his heart. He was really deeply shocked by Luokung. When he felt terrified, how could there be such a human being in this world? He actually suppressed himself, the Protoss, in all aspects. And the most important thing is that today is not Luo Cheng's opponent at all. There was determination on his face. The Protoss was a proud race, never bowing his head. His strong self-esteem would not allow him to take a half step back, let alone escape, just like the prestige and identity of his Protoss. Saying this, he waved his hands. Bang 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 tilde. The entire magma field was suddenly turbulent, like a furious ocean under a violent storm, and the magma river swept up, covering the entire sky. Carrying the power of Wan Jun, it came from all directions. The force was fierce, and the scene was very terrifying. The dazzling magma was like a panic, and the hot breath distorted the space, which was extremely terrifying, making Luo Chen unable to hide. To destroy it. Looking at the magma that swept towards him from all directions, to wrap himself up, Luo Chen's face was flat. He slowly stretched out his hand. Diaresis Shen Luo Tianzheng tilde. It's gone, boom. A repulsive force that destroys the sky and destroys the earth radiates in all directions with itself as the center. A bang. I saw that the magma river that filled the sky, like a turbulent river, was flying upside down towards the magma river that was overturned by the falling dust, which was visible to the naked eye. The earthquake all collapsed. Under the powerful repulsive force, no magma dared to invade within 100 meters of the falling dust, and it became a vacuum zone without magma. The collapsing magma reunited. Luo Chen looked at it coldly and stretched out his hand. If that's the case, then let you see my power. He said lightly, Super Earth Blast Star. Ellipsis. Chapter 388. Boom. A repulsive force that destroys the sky and destroys the earth radiates in all directions with itself as the center. A bang. I saw that the magma river that filled the sky, like a turbulent river, was flying upside down towards the magma river that was overturned by the falling dust, which was visible to the naked eye. The earthquake all collapsed. Under the powerful repulsive force, no magma dared to invade within 100 meters of the falling dust, and it became a vacuum zone without magma. The collapsing magma reunited. Luo Chen looked at it coldly and stretched out his hand. If that's the case, then let you know me too. He said lightly, Super Earth Blast Star. The moment the voice fell. Boom. XXX. The earth was shaking violently, very terrifying, as if there had been an earthquake of more than 10 magnitudes. Dong dong dong. On the ground, the red continent that had been created by Dao Huo with the power of the law was disintegrating violently. It had already been torn apart by the fight between the two. But now, these shattered continents are disintegrating quickly, one by one, turning into huge rocks the size of small hills, and shaking violently. In the sky of Nashi Island, all the helicopters in the previous live broadcast were still there, and the satellite signal was disturbed by Cheomeng's superpower, so the live broadcast had to switch the channel back to the helicopter live broadcast to find the first-hand picture. They clearly captured this scene. Through the live broadcast, people in the world were puzzled and wondered why this scene happened. Could it be that the battle between Fallen Dust and Dao Huo above the sky has come to an end? Just when they were making all kinds of guesses, an incredible scene happened. I saw these disintegrated huge stones shaking violently. Then, under the eyes of everyone who looked like they had seen a ghost, these small hill-like stones actually swayed and floated, and then jumped up to the sky. This scene is really amazing. You must know that this is the disintegration of a created continent. This is a continent. How many stones does it have to have? At this time, the entire sky was filled with densely packed rocks, big and small. The big one was like a hill, and the small one was the size of a millstone. They all floated in the sky like this, filling up the sky, endlessly. As if attracted by some kind of attraction, he hurriedly jumped towards the sky above. This scene is simply spectacular. Everyone in front of the TV also widened their eyes, as if there was a cat tickling in their hearts, eager to know what happened, but the satellite broadcast signal was blocked, so they could only stare blankly. Shoo 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 tilde tilde tilde. Countless stones roared away like this and came to the top of the sky. It is distributed throughout the sky, blocking the sun, making most of the Kanto region feel as if it has come to the dark night. These huge stones are distributed around the magma field formed by the cremation, slowly turning and floating. Dao Huo also looked suspiciously at the huge rocks that surrounded him. He couldn't understand what Luochen wanted to do. It was impossible for these rocks to hurt him, because the temperature of the magma field was enough to pass these rocks. Melted, so it was of no use at all. But I don't know why, there was an extremely ominous foreboding in my heart. It wasn't Dao Huo's turn to figure out the specific situation. At this moment, Luo Chen looked at it and said lightly again, Super Earth Blast Star. It was as if a certain switch had been activated. Boom boom boom. All the stagnant rocks moved. Dao Huo's magma field is like a huge magnet, and these huge rocks are like countless iron blocks. With bang bang, all the rocks whizzed away towards the magma field. Dao Huo looked at it, although he knew that the temperature of his magma field at this time would be able to melt all these rocks, but this was Luochen's trick, and he couldn't bear to underestimate it. After all, it was Luochen's trick. So, his mind moved. In the depths of the magma field, the red core suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Woo-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-th. With the burst of dazzling light from the core, the magma in the entire magma field was boiling. It is very incredible, these bright red magma suddenly turned into red gold at this moment. The red gold magma is constantly flowing and boiling. This shows that the temperature of the magma has risen by several levels, and the surrounding space is distorted too much under the huge temperature, and even the space close to the magma field is directly scorched and shattered. Bang 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 tilde tilde. Countless rocks rushed towards the magma field with full firepower. Dong dong dong. One huge rock after another crashed into it. Daohuo's complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he couldn't melt. The temperature of the magma in the magma field is now comparable to the temperature of the surface of the sun, and even space can melt. But now it can't melt ordinary rocks. How can that be? A look of extreme disbelief appeared on his face. Not far away, if Luokan knew what Daohuo was thinking, he would definitely laugh out loud. You must know that this is a super-Earth exploding star. That's how the moon was made, and this super-Earth exploding star is also a sealing technique. Even a super-energy body like the Ten Tails can be sealed. Dong 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 tilde. Huge rocks crashed into it one by one. Soon, the entire magma field was filled up, and the entire magma was covered by countless huge rocks layer by layer, forming an incomparably huge sphere, suspended in the air. On the ground, everyone stared blankly at this scene. The moon appeared in the sky. Looking at the sphere formed by the super-terrestrial star, Luo Chen stretched out his slender and fair hand, then slowly clenched his fist, lightly opened his lips and teeth. Break. Ellipsis dot. Chapter 389. Dong 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 tilde. Huge rocks crashed into it one by one. Soon, the entire magma field was filled up, and the entire magma was covered by countless huge rocks layer by layer, forming an incomparably huge sphere, suspended in the air. On the ground, everyone stared blankly at this scene. The moon appeared in the sky. Looking at the sphere formed by the super-terrestrial star, Luo Chen stretched out his slender and fair hand, then slowly clenched his fist, lightly opened his lips and teeth. Break. Boom. Like a nuclear bomb exploded, a huge storm was set off above the sky, the space was shattered, and there were dense cracks like glass. A spectacular huge mushroom cloud rose up, and the scene allowed people in several areas to see this earth-shattering huge mushroom cloud. As soon as this mushroom cloud rose up, several areas turned from day to night in an instant. The mushroom cloud blocked out the sunlight. A shock wave centered on the mushroom cloud, thinking that the whole world radiated away. Wherever it passed, the storm raged, and a huge storm rose out of thin air in the entire Kanto region. The scene was incomparably terrifying and spectacular, with mushroom clouds covering the sky. The sky suddenly became like night, and everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned for a while, and then looked at the mushroom cloud in the sky outside the window, which could be seen from a distance, and fell into sluggishness again. What level of battle is this? However, at the same time as they were shocked, they also had a faint feeling in their hearts, that is, the battle should be over. Thinking of this, everyone in the world is no exception, their throats convulsed, eager to know what the result is. You must know that this result is related to the life and death of human beings. Thinking of this, everyone looked up at the incomparably dark sky, praying in their hearts, don't let the situation develop in the worst direction. Ellipsis. There are 2 flowers, one for each. At this time, above the sky, the smoke and dust generated by the explosion curled up, making this place covered by the smoke and dust in the sky, and the 5 fingers could not be seen. Shen Luo Tianzheng. An extremely strong repulsive force radiated away in all directions in the west, centered on the falling dust. In an instant, all the smoke and dust within a kilometer radius of the falling dust was repelled, and the vision became clear again. I saw that the magma field that filled the sky before disappeared, and the magma giant also disappeared. Daohuo floated in the air with scars all over his body, and his body swayed, like a candle in the wind, as if it was about to dissipate at any time. The long red hair that was full of dazzling bright reds and whose roots were like plump rubies had also completely faded, turning into dull gray hair, giving people an old-fashioned feeling. There was a tired look on his face. He lost this battle. However, his head was still upturned, just as he had just seen Luo Chen. He was as proud as ever. Even if he lost, there was no sign of annoyance or regret on his face, just calm and indifferent. His eyes were flat, he looked directly at Luochen, and there was no fluctuation in his voice. You are very strong, you won. Luochen looked at him without saying a word. Dao Huo, the opponent, was the opponent he had recognized the most for so long. He was an opponent, not an enemy. Seeing that Luochen didn't speak, Dao Huo said again, to be honest, fighting with you is very exciting for me. If we are not opposites, we will definitely be good friends, because we are very similar. He paused. Really, it's very similar. You and I are very lonely, as if they are not from this world. Luochen was silent for a few seconds. Indeed, as he said, although he has been in this world for more than 10 years, he still feels lonely, so he has no friends and feels out of tune with this world. After a while, he said, yes, if we are not opposites, we are very good friends, maybe my first friend in this world. Luo Chen said, you are very strong, and you are the strongest opponent I have seen for so long. You have already exhausted my cards, and you are the first person who pushed me to such a level. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Then I'm honored. Dao Huo smiled. Let's do it. Luo Chen spread out his palm, and in his palm lay a crystal quietly, a red crystal that had become dull. It was when it exploded just now, and he used Vientian Heaven to catch it. The core of the core has become dull now, and it is covered with some small cracks, as if a little external force stimulates it. It will be completely broken. Goodbye. Saying that, Luo Chen lightly squeezed with his fingers. Ka tilde. A crisp voice came from the red crystal, and the crystal, which was already full of cracks, completely shattered and turned into countless crystal ice chips, which slowly drifted into the sky and the earth. And as the red crystals shattered, the body of the fire was the same, like a sand sculpture. From the feet up little by little, it slowly turned into sand and drifted away. In the face of death, Dao Huo is as flat as ever. He looked at Luo Chen and said, if that was all your trump cards just now, then you will have no chance of winning against my clan. He said, I grew up in your world, but my clansmen live in another desolate place that can be said to be a prison. Therefore, their character is very cruel and their strength is too strong. If your strength is only as good as it is now, then it is very difficult for you to win. Let me tell you one thing. A long time ago, before the great changes in the world, our Protoss, the babies born had the strength of the second-level divine beasts, and they basically had the strength of the first-level divine beasts when they became adults. These are just ordinary bloodline Protoss, and those with strong bloodlines are born. They are super divine beasts. After saying these words, Dao Huo's body completely turned into dust and dissipated, and only one sentence echoed in it. So, get stronger, while you still have time, while they can't get through. 100 million. Chapter 390. Luochen froze in place, feeling a little shocked inside. Protoss, ordinary clansmen are born as second-level divine beasts. With strong bloodline, they are born with the strength of super divine beasts. This Protoss is simply a terrifying race. XXX. However, according to Dao Huo, it means that they can't come to this world yet. This may be the only good news. These future things we'll be worrying about later. Luochen looked at the place where the fire dissipated, and was stunned for a long time, with a complex look in his eyes. He let out a long breath, and said to Chao Meng in the distance, Chao Meng, let's go back. Chao Meng nodded, came to Luo Chen's side, and then the two swooped down. Ellipsis. At this time, people all over the world were standing in front of the TV, waiting for the final result. Because above the sky, unlike before, the sound of fierce fighting continued to come, and now there has been no movement for more than half an hour. They know that the battle is over and the winner has been decided. They looked up and felt uneasy in their hearts. This is related to the life and death of the entire human race. The same goes for the headquarters of the Elf Alliance. The senior management of the entire Elf Alliance looked at the big screen nervously. Coming. An abrupt voice came over, making everyone's heart beat a lot slower. Holding her breath, she quickly looked at the screen. I saw on the screen, at the end of the sky, a black dot swooped down from the sky, constantly approaching Nashi Island. Seeing this scene, everyone forgot to even breathe, and their faces were so red that they didn't know it at all. The knuckles of the fingers were white, and the sweat was constantly overflowing from the forehead. At this moment, the whole world seems to be in an absolutely constant environment. Finally, that black spot is getting closer. Finally, the whole picture of the black spot appeared on the TV screen little by little. What? Oh. Yeah. We won. Seeing this at the same time as the shadow, an earth-shattering sound erupted from the whole world. The sound almost overturned the sky. It was a carnival all over the world. All the people were dancing with their hands one by one, falling into endless joy, and their mood was difficult to self. 1. The crisis of mankind is temporarily lifted. The Elf Alliance, the upper echelons of the Alliance also seemed to have exhausted all their strength, collapsed on the chair, and had been soaked with sweat several times behind them. Ellipsis. On Nashi Island, Luokan and Cheomung came to the sky above Nashi Island. He looked at the multicolored light ball of law in the sky above his own territory. Walk over. Chao Meng brought Luo Chen to the law ball of light. The light emanating from the entire law ball shrouded the entire Nashi Island and the surrounding seas. Within this range, all the elves lost their abilities. The suppression of this law on this world is still dominant. If it wasn't for Luo Chen's strength relying on himself, or if it wasn't for the endless trump cards in his hand, this time it may have been planted. Therefore, Luokan has to be thankful, because of his personality, or his loneliness in the world, he likes to keep his trump cards. For so long, he has never exposed his eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye and reincarnation eye thing. He has been hiding well. But the most important thing is that Dalhuo didn't investigate Luokan's own strength, because even if he killed him, he never thought that Luokan's strength would be so powerful. If he knew, the result might be different, he might not so early to start. Looking at the law of light in front of him, Luo Chen said lightly, System, the eye of exploration. Law light ball, the extracted law. He frowned, couldn't even the system detect anything? But yes, after all, it is a law, which involves the source power of a world. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and lightly touched the law of light. Bang tilde. However, the light ball of this law directly bounced him off. Can't touch it. His eyes narrowed, Samsara eye appeared, and he reached out and grabbed it again. This time, it didn't bounce off, but was directly caught by Luo Chen. But the next second, the law ball of light emitted a fiery light, which was extremely hot to the touch, like a small sun, so that Luo Chen couldn't catch it at all, so he could only let it go again. Luokan frowned, a little helpless. This can't be charged, this law of light has been rejecting him. Then since it can't be collected, can it be destroyed? Boom. The eyes of falling dust were transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and the weird windmill pattern was madly spinning, and Susano appeared again. The gray aura on his body gathered and condensed into a big knife. Susano held the big sword and slashed towards the law light group fiercely. Click. A crisp sound came, the light ball of law was unscathed, and Susano's sword was broken inch by inch. This is a little out of place. Super Dream, try it. Luo Chen said. Chao Meng nodded, reached out and grabbed it, but was also bounced off. Then it clenched its fist tightly, with white light attached to its fist. The shock fruit ability was activated, and it slammed out a punch, which blasted a white light in the air. Ellipsis. Chapter 391. Boom. Bai Meng collided with it, but it didn't stir up even a single ripple. It seemed to disappear immediately. Luokan squinted his eyes, and the reincarnation eye appeared again, and then he made a quick move, quickly grabbed the La light group, and then threw it towards the ground. Shoot. The light ball of La was swooped down and soon landed on Nashi Island. Luokan and Cheomeng also fell quickly. Gulatin, Kazakuza, Kaihuangya, Hu, Zekrom, come here. Luokan called 5 first-level divine beasts over. Can you absorb the La in the La ball of light? Luo Chen said, because the La in the light ball of this La is that Dao Huo is extracted from the bodies of these 5 first-level divine beasts, and it belongs to the 5 of them. Since it can't be collected or destroyed by oneself, is it possible to let them to take back the laws that belong to them? The 5 first-level divine beasts were stunned for a moment, and King Ho moved first. It came over, spread its wings, and touched the light ball of La lightly, and then the colorful feathers on its body lit up with a faint halo. 22. But the next second. Boom. It was directly shaken away, and it shook its head at Luo Chen. Next, the other 4 first-level divine beasts also tried, but the results were the same. They were all similar to Ho Wang, and they were all shaken away. Luokan's brows were furrowed. What's the matter? Can't even take them back. Just when he had absolutely no choice. A very elegant elf in a black dress walked over. It was Shinado. Shinado, what's wrong? Shinado did not speak, but looked at the La ball on the ground with a bewildered expression. The next second, an incredible scene happened. I saw the La ball of light lying quietly on the grass. Abruptly, as if it was stimulated by something, it floated up, and came to the front of Shinado, spinning faintly, constantly emitting a dense light. Moreover, what surprised Luokan the most was that when the light ball of this La faced Shinado, he actually had a faint emotion. It's like a puppy, trying to please its owner. How is this possible? Luokan is stunned. What is going on? Seeing that Shinado didn't move for a long time, the light ball of this La kept jumping up and down around Shinado. It was like a pet trying to please its owner. Shinado looked at the La of light in confusion. Then he couldn't help but stretched out his finger and touched the light ball of La, and a very incredible scene appeared. Fallen Chen, who had been repelling all the time, and the La ball of light of many elves actually exuded a pleasant emotion. A shrouded light erupted from all over the body, and finally disappeared between Shinado's fingers, turning into countless thin threads and entering Shinado's body. Dong. Immediately after, countless rays of light erupted from Shinado's body, and the colorful rays of light enveloped it like a ball of energy light. How is this possible? Luokan couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. The light ball of light that even divine beasts had mastered actually surrendered to Shinado. What is the reason? A pure force poured out and entered Shinado's body. Now, what he should be worried about has come. After absorbing the light ball of La, can he really control it? But after several inspections, he shook his head. There was nothing wrong with Shinado's body. On the contrary, it is very normal. Even in terms of strength, it hasn't risen even a little bit. Forget it, maybe this thing should belong to you. She rubbed her temples worriedly, and then prepared to leave. With a glance from the corner of his eyes, he suddenly saw a few first-level gods brought by Dao Huo. He immediately smiled and took out the black Pokeball in his arms. Come on, eat these babies and let me see what you are. When these first-level gods saw the black elf ball, their bodies began to tremble rapidly, but under the suppression of Luokan, how could they still have the qualifications to resist? Crawling on the ground, let it be slaughtered. Having killed so many souls, it's time to pay the price. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he saw a first-level god turned into pure energy, pouring into the black Pokeball. The next few gods could not escape this punishment. Luokan's breathing slowed down and he was quite nervous. XXX. The Pokeball was already trembling at this moment, and he was overjoyed. Could it be that the ultimate divine beast sealed inside was about to come out? But the next scene made him wonder whether to laugh or cry. Yes, the divine beast did come out, but, ahem, it's just an egg. On the top of the eggshell, there are faint lines. Even if it is falling dust, I dare not look directly at it. What is inside? Ding, you got a mysterious elf egg. The system prompt sounded, and Luo Chen was speechless. Do you need to say this? The aura of the egg's body was too strong. Luo Chen took a deep breath and put it back into the Pokeball. Everything is still waiting for incubation. This guy must be a shocking divine beast. The divine beast from the ultimate world. I don't know what it is, but there is a small expectation in my heart. Shinado, who was beside him, glanced at the black elf ball, looked at it meaningfully, and then glanced at Luoken, but there was no other action. Of course, Lu Chen didn't see this scene. In the battle yesterday, I don't know how many innocent people died. There was a trace of sadness in his heart, and he left with Shinado. This guy ate the light ball of law, and Luo Chen was not at ease to throw it in the Pokeball and take it with him, just to see what changed. But he didn't know that this world was completely boiling. The invasion of the gods is the end of the world for the world. Who can be spared? Fortunately, his strong presence suppressed Xiao Xiao. After finding a small hotel, he fell on the bed and fell asleep. Dao Huo, this guy is very strong. Even if it is him, he must do his best, otherwise he will not be his opponent at all. At this moment, in the hall of the Elf Alliance, a middle-aged man sat upright above, exuding an aura that was not angry and mighty. Well, is there any news about him? He is the leader of the Spirit Alliance. In today's battle, the fight was a heart-stopping battle, and the whole world looked at it. If you were a little careless, it would be the world that would be destroyed. Reporting to the Alliance leader, Luo Chen has been fighting in the daytime, and there has been no news. It is speculated that he should be recuperating. One stood up and said respectfully. The rest of the people all nodded and said yes, but in fact, they couldn't find it, and they didn't know how to answer the question. Well, during this time, you must strengthen your defenses, be careful with your fellow party members, and, once there is news of falling dust, report it as soon as possible. After he finished speaking, he left the seat. When everyone saw this, they got up quickly and officially left after he left. Chapter 392. By the way, turn on the radio, and such a big thing happened, I should meet everyone too. What should be in mind? The leader rubbed his temples, and then said. This matter is by no means easy to handle. If there is no dust, the world today will be in danger. Luo Chen, the principal, is still sleeping soundly on the bed at the moment. His original intention was to not let the world be destroyed. It didn't take long for the video footage from all over the world to jump directly, and a middle-aged man appeared on TV. He first saluted the crowd to show their respect, and then sat down. Hello everyone, I'm Spirit Alliance, the leader of the Alliance. I think I should give you an explanation for what happened yesterday. The thick voice resounded, attracting the attention of many people. I think you all know that God is an untouchable existence. Even we are not its opponents. Fortunately, Luoken killed the invading gods. Regarding Daohuo, I'm here to give you a profound review. He comes from my Elf Alliance, who would have thought that he was a traitor. Moreover, over the years, he has always been loyal and caring, and you should all have it. Feel. But it just happened. Today, I am here, and I promise to my compatriots all over the world that in the future, I will be careful when using people, and this kind of thing will never happen again. Also, Luoken saved the world. We should be grateful to him. From now on, Luoken will be the friend of the whole world. If you have an old feud with him, please put it away. Joke, just talking about his strength, who would dare to provoke him? Don't say the number one in the world, it's no problem to be the second. Yes, fallen dust saved the world. We must be grateful. It turns out that the hero is called Luoken. Well, I wrote it down. Next time you come to our store, all of them will be discounted. No, they should all be free. Ellipsis. The voice of discussion came, and many people who still blamed the Elf Alliance were all eliminated. Nashi Island, after this tragic battle, a lot of buildings were smashed, and endless ruins filled the air. The Elf Alliance quickly made a remedy for this, and rescued many of the victims. With Pokemon around, the rescue is much easier. Throughout the night, I was immersed in joy. Many places were decorated with lanterns to celebrate the victory of the battle. There were also many family members of the victims who were unhappy. Everything is the bigger picture. If it wasn't for Luokan to come forward, the whole world would be destroyed. As soon as the sky was bright, Luo Chen was awakened by a noise, and he couldn't help rubbing his sleepy eyes and scanning the surroundings. Shinado was wearing a small skirt and dancing in the house. When she saw Luokan woke up, she was overjoyed, and hurriedly came to his side and rubbed it affectionately. "Little guy, it's very naughty, let's go, it's very uncomfortable to keep you suffocated all night Tilda." After saying that, he took Shinado and walked out. His hotel is a remnant of Nashi Island, and the building is still intact. It's just that there's a lot of dust in the air. Not far from the horizon, a huge guy appeared, swallowing the sea for a while, actually sucking up the dust from the sky, making the corner of his mouth grin. Take a deep breath, pure air. It's really good for world peace, at least it's quiet now. With this in mind, he walked slowly, and saw a lot of people walking in front of them. They gathered together as if to celebrate. Lord Luokan. Suddenly, someone saw Luo Chen with a look of excitement. This is different from yesterday, this is a real person, and it is still face to face. "Hi, how are you?" Luo Chen was a little stunned, so he could only passively say hello, and then he saw the stage in front of him. There is a woman above, who is playing a song affectionately. Of course, he has never heard this song. The woman seemed to see Luo Chen, her voice stopped abruptly, and her eyes became extremely red. "Thank you, Lord Luokan, for saving our family." The words were astonishing, and when everyone followed her gaze, they saw the falling dust in the corner. Hey, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and I am also in my heart. Perhaps, this is fate, and his unintentional act actually saved their family. You are our hero. The entire Nashi Island is your best proof. Luokan's whereabouts were leaked, and many people came to Nashi Island like a madman. Even the people from the Elf Alliance did the same. Nashi Island. Fighting always makes people grow. With age and strength, he has to do some things. This living environment must not be defiled. Quick, pick up Luokan for me, I want to talk to him on the phone. In the hall of the Elf Alliance, the leader of the alliance was excited, and finally there was news of falling dust. Okay, don't worry, Alliance leader, I'll connect you right away. The correspondent is also very happy, it is also very good to be able to deal with such characters. Lord Luokan, the leader of the Elf Alliance, wants to make a video call with you, what do you think? At this moment, a woman hurried over and said carefully. Diaresis Alliance leader, okay. After speaking, he followed the woman to the side of the stage. On the big screen, it suddenly lit up, and it was divided into two pieces, one half was the leader of the Alliance, and the other half was falling dust. Lord Alliance leader, how are you doing recently? Luo Chen looked at the middle-aged man, smiled slightly, and did not pretend to be a strong man. It is this small detail that makes many people very satisfied. Ha, thanks to you, everything is fine. But what you have done is really amazing. Well, I have already ordered that this Nashi Island will become a holy place in the future. Do you have any opinion? When the Alliance leader said that, he laughed out loud. This is true. Retaining some ruins will also wake up future generations, knowing that there was a battle of the world here. In the battlefield of the gods, mortals participate. That's just food delivery. It's up to you to call the shots, I won't participate. It's over, Luo Chen chuckled lightly, and hung up Dianhua without saying anything. It's not that he doesn't want to talk to him more, it's that there are so many people here. The ministry surrounded him, and there was no air circulation. From now on, Luochen is the patron saint of mankind. This point is the consensus in everyone's heart. It is normal for such a tyrannical strength to hold this honorable position. This kid, hang up pretty fast. The leader of the alliance smiled, then beckoned and ordered everyone to prepare for 1 or 2. Speaking of which, since we want to turn this place into a holy place, we can't just talk about it. Leader, in fact, we can build a few sculptures. He should have no opinion, right? Overwhelming the gods, such strength is far from us. After a person from the rear stepped forward, he talked about strength. Well, but the shape must be a little more handsome, lest he be unhappy. At this point, he laughed out loud. Ellipsis. Chapter 393. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed, and Luo Chen has been wandering here all the time. First, to let those who want to see him take a look, and second, to worry about whether there will be any changes. Shinado followed him quietly, without the liveliness of the past. This change made him a little surprised. Could it be that there are sequelae? With a thud in his heart, he quickly picked it up and looked at it carefully. Shinado looked at Luochen in surprise, not knowing what the master was looking at. What happened to you? I can't see through. He frowned, but still couldn't see anything, so he put it down. On the street, a woman came hurriedly and came to him cautiously. Lord Luochen, the leader of the alliance invites you to visit Shinmeng. The woman said respectfully to Luochen. Okay. Naturally, he didn't say much, so he followed the woman and drove slowly down the street. XXX. Along the way, as long as there is a place for them, they consciously give up a path. Looking at the woman in front of him with a twisted waist, he coughed dryly. He didn't like it, but after all, she was a man, and there were still some normal reactions. What's the matter? Is Lord Luochen unwell? The woman turned her head, showing the appearance of being slaughtered by others, but when she saw Luo Chen's appearance, she immediately held her breath and turned back to continue walking. What kind of man is this? Could it be that he can't do that? Shinmeng is a new building built on Nashi Island. It is a branch of the Elf Alliance. The local Elf Alliance was destroyed in the previous battle. With the help of elves, it is very easy to build a building. Lord Luochen, you are here. There were several people waiting at the door, many of them were unfamiliar faces, and Luo Chen saw the leader at a glance. He is a little fat, not very fat. Come on, go in and talk. He smiled without losing a bit of demeanor. Okay. A few people surrounded Luo Chen and entered the gate. Please. Pointing to the conference room, the leader let him go in first. The status change is really fast. He sighed, but he did not refuse, so he entered it, but everyone looked at him eagerly, and took a seat directly in the first place. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Luochen, there are no outsiders now, do you mind if I call you that? He has always called young people adults, although the other party is indeed qualified, it is always a little awkward. Of course it's fine, you seniors are much more senior than me, and there are many things I have to ask you. Strong strength does not mean great experience. Most of the people here are around 50 years old, and they are all seniors. Ha ha ha, well, it's really open-minded. As the leader said, he took out a document from the drawer and handed it to him. Looking at the brand new seal, Luo Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised. What is this for? Seeing his concern, the leader of the alliance said quickly, you are now the patron saint of people. Well, this Nashi Island, I will give you the position of the owner of the island. Do you have any opinion? Such a strong person no longer cares about this fief, and even handing over the leader of the alliance to him, I am afraid that Luo Chen will not be interested. Huh, that's it, then forget it. I can't manage it myself, let alone a piece of land. Indeed, he is really not interested in management. Okay, that's to be expected. Instead of being angry, the leader of the alliance smiled. Luokan looked around, then stood up, and first came to the front. Everyone was puzzled and looked at this scene in confusion. Even the leader of the alliance looked at it curiously. I'm leaving. I can't stay here forever. As soon as the words came out, everyone was at a loss for words. As the old saying goes, the sea is wide and the fish leaps, the sky is high for the birds to fly, and the dust falls. But you may have misinterpreted my meaning. It won't be long before I leave. Some things must be done by me. The tone was firm, and there was no room for refutation. When will you leave? The leader of the alliance sighed. The reason why he wanted to give him the island owner was to let him stay for a while longer. Wait for another 3 days. I received the news before. I'm afraid this matter has a lot to do with Daohuo, so it shouldn't be neglected. Yes, that's what happened on the rift seat. Huh, it's so serious. Saying one thing with Daohuo can indeed highlight the seriousness of the matter. Since this is the case, it is difficult for everyone to keep it. The alliance leader was disappointed, and then he remembered the main purpose of calling him here. By the way, I invite you to come today, but there is still something to do. I'm afraid it will be a little troublesome for us to do it. Luokan gave him a bewildered look, something that made the alliance leader feel difficult. It doesn't seem to be a trivial matter. In the previous reconstruction, we found a laboratory underground. Moreover, according to various signs, it is very likely that it was left by Daohuo. The most frightening thing is the gatekeeper. That is a god. Let's talk about the position. I've done this. As long as it's about God, this group of guys doesn't matter, they don't have that strength at all. The leader of the alliance was overjoyed, and hurriedly took out another document and handed it to him. The people here are all trainers who are in charge of the investigation. Well, if you have any doubts, you can ask them directly. He pointed to the few people in the seats next to him. Everyone was flattered and got up quickly. Neither the alliance leader nor Luokan were on the same level as them. Well, wait for me to look at the document first. It was a map that included Nashi Island, and the secret laboratory was in the western corner. In that place, the previous battle did not involve too much, but there were also damages, otherwise they would not have found it. Well, I know the location. Let's talk about the specific situation. He glanced at everyone, smiled slightly, without any pomp. Only then did everyone talk about it, and they told everything they had seen and heard. After a long time, Luo Chen finally summed up some things. After these people went, they found a secret passage leading directly to the ground, but after entering, there was actually a sculpture of Daohuo, which made them incredible, so they thought that this might be something left by Daohuo. Continuing to move forward, I don't know how far forward, everyone finally saw the entrance. But there was a giant rat squatting at the door, with scarlet eyes, staring at everyone, as if taking a step forward, it would launch an attack. Everyone wanted to retreat and hurriedly ran away. Fortunately, the giant rat did not catch up. Through all of this, Luo Chen already had the bottom line in his heart. The reason why this giant rat didn't kill them was probably because he was hungry and wanted them to go to the rescue so that he could eat all at once. The wisdom of the gods is far beyond what humans can guess. Chapter 394. Nashi Island has been turned into a tourist attraction. What they see is no longer the beautiful mountains and rivers, but the shocking ruins. These ruins inspire everyone to grow, and also make the wicked long remember, and there are still strong people around. In these surroundings, a young man walked slowly. He was Luo Chen. He glanced around and caught all the scenery into his eyes. According to information, the entrance is in a dry well. After a long time, I finally saw, not far away. Above the dry well, there was already spider silk, layers of white, which made him feel a chill in his heart. The gloomy wind whistled at the bottom of the well, and even standing above, he could feel terror. Come here, of course you have to find out what exactly is here. After removing the spider silk, he left with both feet and jumped onto the dry well. His body was falling at an extreme speed. He looked left and right, and found that the channel below was getting bigger and bigger, and the echo was getting closer, as if it was right next to his ear. The spider silk is layered on top of each other, forming a huge vortex at the bottom. The amount of spider silk here is completely beyond his imagination, and the spider that spews spider silk should not be an ordinary spider. Their spider silk was immediately woven into a web, and the speed of their descent was reduced by a staggering inch. Still struggling hard, it slowly fell. Boom! When his body fell to the ground, Luo Chen let out a long sigh, and finally came to the end. But when he looked at him, he smiled again. Ho-oh, you got rid of these annoying things. The Pokeball threw at random, and King Feng let out a high-pitched cry, and layers of flames appeared around Luochen. After finally removing the annoying spider silk, he looked around carefully. Ahead, there is a deep and secluded passage, with no end in sight, and it is also filled with bursts of smoke. With Ho-Oh here, it's not that darkness and cold don't exist. How was this place built? Looking at the surrounding concrete walls, he couldn't help feeling surprised. No matter how powerful Dao Huo is, it can't be hidden from the sky. The construction of such a huge project requires a lot of human and financial resources. He vaguely remembered that there should be a huge group of buildings above it. In other words, Dao Huo, under the eyes of millions of people, built the underground world. A sculpture in front of him completely left him speechless. This is Dao Huo, but this Dao Huo is too young, far from the Dao Huo in previous battles. Fixed it when you were young. Then joined the Elf League to implement your own plan. The carefulness of his mind made him horrified. He is strong and cunning. He doesn't want to deal with such a guy. At this moment, the little guy next to him jumped up. Shinado tapped on the back of his foot, then flew up, the corners of his skirt were flying, and the little guy's posture was extremely gorgeous. When she landed on the shoulders of the sculpture, seeing her attack directly, she slammed her palm down, and the sculpture collapsed in an instant. A pure force appeared, and instantly disappeared into the little guy's body. Huh, this is actually a puppet. Dao Huo, who controls the puppet technique? How can that be? The puppet technique doesn't exist at all, but it's happening right in front of him, and he can't bear to believe it. Fortunately, the puppet is not activated, otherwise I don't know how much it will cause danger. Although he is not afraid, once he leaves the dry well, the world will fall into panic again. She should know that she has made meritorious deeds, and Shinado is very happy, and becomes lively again. Going deeper and deeper, we finally came to the entrance. Sure enough, there was a huge mouse at the door, its eyes were scarlet, with killing intent. Damn, this guy doesn't want to kill me at all, does he want me to find help? He was a little speechless. Can't the current elves be a little overwhelmed? King Feng, kill him. The mouse is really disgusting, and Ho Wang goes, it's enough to solve it. I saw Feng Wang soaring into the sky, the flames blazing, nothing bad, all on the giant mouse. A shocking scene happened. The giant rat just twisted his body and removed a layer of skin from his body. What kind of skill is this? The similar skills he knows are only stand-ins, but he has never seen such a perverted method of fighting. The elf ball in his arms was trembling at this moment. Luo Chen frowned and put his hand in. It was the black Pokeball that trembled. You want to eat? He was a little depressed. You are just an egg, how can you participate in the battle? However, the Pokeball seemed to be out of control, and immediately flew into the air, and an egg with a golden glow fell. The giant rat's eyes lit up, and he opened his bloody mouth, trying to catch it. XXX. Are you kidding me? King Feng was stunned. What kind of eggs did the master subdue, and what did he do? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Even more ignorant than Ho Wang, Luokan is the one. Does egg also have a way of fighting? Sure enough, the next moment, the giant mouse looked embarrassed, and bloodstains spurted out from his pupils, as if he was about to break free. Boom! Blood sputtered everywhere. Luo Chen couldn't help but wiped a handful of blood on his face, looked forward again, and couldn't describe his shock in his heart. An egg floats quietly in the air, seems to be swaying, seems to be still, and the breath flowing from above is getting stronger and stronger. As for the poor big mouse, he was blown away by the egg. My dear Eggy, don't be so bloody next time, okay? Cough cough. For this egg, he is really helpless, he can't control it, he is so willful, and most importantly, he is extremely powerful. 0. The gods will be blasted. May I ask, which elf was so awesome before hatching? Well, after hatching, he must be a lawless guy, and he must be prepared in advance, otherwise it will be the birth of a demon king of chaos. The egg was very upset, and even shook a few times. Luo Chen was speechless. Nima, you come back, if you don't come back, how can he continue to move forward? Looking at the elf egg pitifully, the naughty elf egg entered the elf ball. This is definitely the dark history of his life. Nima actually succumbed to an egg. Feng Wang was also taken back by him, so he regained his mentality and stepped into the mysterious laboratory one step at a time. As soon as he entered the door, he asked the smell of blood. The smell was extremely sneering. Looking ahead, he almost vomited. Here, several tyrannical elves are bound, and in front of them, there is a robot, holding a dagger, piercing the skin one by one. What a cruel method. The elf's recovery ability is still very powerful. Below this, there is a blood pool that has condensed into a solid state. Luokan's heart turned upside down, he couldn't hold it any longer, he spit it out in one mouthful, and almost spit out the food he had eaten for more than 10 years. Daohuo, what exactly do you want to do? Leaning on their foreheads, they approached the robot step by step. The robot program was entered, and they were completely unaware. They only knew how to complete the task and didn't care about Luo Chen's approach. 100 million. Chapter 395. Naturally, these robots were directly destroyed by him, and then they forcibly endured the discomfort in their hearts and approached the trapped elves. With prayers on their faces, they stared at Luokan inexorably. He shook his head, came to his side, and opened the lock with one punch. Below is a platform, he just landed, so he didn't touch the blood pool, but when he landed, he looked left and right with a look of panic. It's also considered a strong man, yet he's so useless. Luo Chen is speechless. Are the powerful wild elves so timid now? Of course, they have been tortured here for a long time. After releasing the other elves, he approached the blood pool. Although the bubbling blood water condensed into a solid state, the aura of such killing was still heavy. There must be something hidden in here. An idea popped into his mind, and he was instantly terrified. The things cultivated here will probably be the strongest in the human world. The alliance leader is probably not an opponent. When all the elves saw Luokan approaching, they were a little embarrassed and didn't know what to do. It was at this moment that a throbbing sounded in his arms, and it was an elf egg. Damn it, you don't want to eat it, do you? It's blood. Seeing the egg flying up, he still went towards the blood pool, which really made Luokan unhappy. For the sake of your strength, you can kill other gods, but blood, let's forget it. Lu Chen really thought about it a lot, because what happened at the moment was far from what he could imagine. In the blood pool, rising into the sky, that is actually an elf egg. This blood pool inside, is an egg bred. Obviously, Fallen Chen's elf egg is much stronger. In the first confrontation, he knocked out a few cracks in the opponent's eggshell. Chi-chi. At the place where it was broken, a harsh sound suddenly came out, making Luokan Moguo really frown. What the hell is this thing? However, his elf egg is not a good stubble, and he chased after the victory, and a majestic energy surged, instantly annihilating the blood-red elf egg. Roar! The two sides collided, and there was actually a long and harsh sound. At first glance, a giant beast slowly walked out of the dust. What is this? Blurred and flickered in his eyes, then he saw the elf egg on his head and smiled. That's fine, let him see clearly where the limit is, naughty elf egg. The pattern of the eggshell flashed, and the colorful rays of light splashed around, and then a huge field was formed, covering the giant beast layer by layer. At the same time, at this moment, Luo Chen clearly saw the beast on the opposite side. It looks a lot like Hoopa, but it doesn't count. Could it be because of blood that it was forcibly mutated? Also, why is it hatched with blood? She frowned, and she had a lot of worries in her heart. Sure enough, being suppressed by the pet egg, the guy resembling Hoopa roared angrily, red light bloomed on his body, and an overwhelming stench came from the sky. Luokan just felt dizzy. Nima, what kind of feeling is this? Do you have no idea? Even the powerful elf eggs were affected a lot, and they lost control of Hoopa for a while. Fuck. Glancing at the corner of his eyes, he saw this big guy striding forward, and the purpose was precisely the master Luo Chen. Super Dream, come and meet him. He threw a pokeball with his backhand, and then he leapt and stood near the entrance. Chao Meng appeared, and the aura belonging to his super energy system was instantly covered, and Hoopa's movements suddenly became sluggish, making it difficult to move forward. After a temporary truce, Luokan was wearing rough clothes. No matter what he said, he was a human being. The smell of blood in this place was extremely strong, making him nauseous and retching. It's better to end the battle quickly, it's really disgusting. Luokan stood and spoke without back pain. This Hoopa's defense was too strong, and his attack was not weak. Mewtwo didn't dare to disobey the master's command, so she flew forward, her palms turned to the sky, and Mewtwo's rays blazed out. But Hoopa was as solid as a rock, staying where he was, not moving a single bit, as if the attack didn't exist. Huh, I'm immune. How is that possible? Falling Chen is astonishing. This guy's attributes restrain Mewtwo. Feng Wang, come here. Turning around and taking Mewtwo back, he threw Ho-Oh out again. Ho-Oh, who appeared again, first looked around, and suddenly saw the elf egg behind him, and his figure stagnated for a while. Luokan looked at this scene, angry and funny. You said a divine beast, what are you still thinking about? Flame lacing. Fire-type standard skills. A string of damage fell, immediately burning Hoopa's back to pitch black. It works. Luo Chen was overjoyed, thinking that this big man was invincible. But on second thought, this guy hasn't used his skills yet, right? In other words, his current battles are all with physical resistance. He couldn't help but pass his gaze to the elf egg. At this moment, he seemed to be quiet, without any waves. Even though Ho Wang was fighting with him in front of him, he didn't care. Huh, can't he release his skills? This elf has been mutated and must have many shortcomings. He had been beaten by King Feng all the time, and this big man also became angry, no longer entangled with King Feng, but instead rushed towards Luo Chen. As long as the master is killed, the instigator of all this will be gone. Damn. Luo Chen claims to be good at strength, but he is not yet tough enough to compete with these guys. Immediately, he stepped on the ground and fled towards the front. Boom. A mass of dark energy appeared in the big man's mouth, and he came behind Luo Chen in an instant. It is estimated that in 1 or 2 more breaths, the energy will catch up with him. Damn. Being hit by this gray fog, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. When he thought of this, he turned his head straight away with a solemn expression on his face. At the critical moment, a high-pitched voice came, and King Feng tactfully shouted. As for the hidden gray energy in the space, it was immediately shattered. Although there is still a little overflow, it should not be underestimated. Huh, I survived. I didn't expect this time to be so dangerous. Instead, he threw a few pokeballs. Since he was going to hit it, come on, play it well, and show his tyranny. Hoopa was besieged, and no longer had the prestige it had before, and some were only embarrassed. What worries him the most is the giant egg that is staring at him. This thing is too terrifying. Endless divine power fills the sky, and fallen dust looks up at the top of his head. The defense built by this concrete is really strong. In such a battle, even the earth will tremble 3 times. Soon, he saw Hoopa lying weakly on the ground, panting heavily from the corner of his mouth. This big guy won't be beaten. There seemed to be a voice coming from inside the egg, but it was only in an instant that he came to Hoopa's side. With a flick of the majestic breath, a group of divine beasts were knocked into the air by him, and then another force appeared that actually devoured Hoopa. Divine beasts. Fallen dust. Nima, this greedy egg. But what surprised Luokan was the attitude of the beasts. Ellipsis. Chapter 396. After everything was settled, he returned in triumph, and after explaining something to the leader, he left directly. The road ahead is still far away, not as smooth as expected. The hometown of Meteor is the hometown of the mythical beast Kaikongza. He had received news before and asked him to go there in person. As for what happened, he really didn't know. However, being able to use such an anxious tone must not be a trivial matter. On Shinmeng's side, the leader of the alliance planned to entertain him again, but he was worried that Luokan would feel tacky, so he dismissed the idea. After buying a plane ticket to the Hoenn area at the airport, he looked around, wondering what happened to them. When Sigana took him there, the village chief still didn't trust him. Well, this is just a preface, isn't it a proof of strength later? I finally boarded the plane. Unlike the last time, this time on the plane, I didn't have much interest in the surrounding scenery. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 hours passed, and he also came to the Fengyuan area. In this familiar land, he finally came back 22. XXX. Following the road he had traveled in the past, Luokan observed left and right. The people here have not changed. It seems that there must be a problem in the hometown of Meteors. Walk fast and walk through the vast sea of people. Shish. A familiar voice came from his ears. Luo Chen looked up and saw Meteor Falls. It's really fast. Sighing, he saw a person appear in front of him. It was a woman with an extraordinary temperament, and her frown and smile were all charming. Luokan, you are finally here. It's Sigana. This woman seems to be waiting for him here. Well, I'm here, how are you doing? When acquaintances meet, I miss them very much. It's alright, I haven't seen you for so long, I feel like you've become stronger again. This sentence cannot be false, and it is true. Really? Well, it should be. After a few greetings, the two walked towards the village. Just like last time, everyone was doing their own thing and was extremely busy. Occasionally, when someone sees Luokan, they are all excited. This is their savior. Look, you are in the village now, and you have a good reputation. Sigana laughed and said jokingly. Luokan didn't say much, but that's okay. One more friend is better than one more enemy, right? Speaking of which, after all this time, Sigana hasn't said anything serious. Calling him, there must be something important, or something they can't solve. After telling the matter, Sigana smiled and said, this matter is very important, and it involves the key to our Meteor clan. When you see the village chief, let him tell you. It's not that Sigana doesn't want to tell it, but it's really impossible. As soon as he heard this, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a frenzy in his heart. This is the hometown of Kaikongza. Well, the secret is very likely to be related to it. The village is not big, so I soon came to the village chief's yard. The village chief and a group of cadres had been waiting at the door for a long time, and when they saw Luokan coming, they stepped forward to greet him. Lord Luokan, I'm really bothering you. Come on, we've set up a banquet. We'll just wait for you to be seated. The village chief leaned on crutches and made a respectful invitation to Luo Chen. After such a long time, my stomach is indeed a little hungry, and it's no big deal to have something to eat with them. Please. After finding the VIP seat that they should sit, everyone slowly took their seats. That's what the village conditions are like, poor food, please don't blame me. The village chief gave a wry smile. Before, he was thinking about whether to go to the market to buy something, but after thinking about it, let it go. First of all, let's talk about the economic conditions, and then let's talk about the powerhouses like Luo Chen. Will they lack food and drink? Instead, let him eat this bland food. Taking a look at the food on the table, Luochen grinned, not to mention, the rural taste is really good. There is no oiliness like big fish and big meat, just the tranquility of rural life. The land of Meteor was like a fairyland, but now it has left an indelible impression in Luochen's mind. When this matter is over, I must find a quiet place to experience life. Village chief, just tell me if you have anything. As long as I can help you, I will definitely do my best. Luochen took a sip of the mellow wine, and then spoke slowly. After hearing this, the village chief turned his gaze to the surrounding people. What, could it be that there is something hidden here? Seeing their appearance, Luo Chen felt curious. It seemed that this matter was definitely unusual. It's not that serious, so let me tell you a story. I really couldn't find how to speak, so the village chief had to be polite. Seeing Luochen nodding, the village head breathed a sigh of relief. The land of Meteor is rich and beautiful. There is a fairyland. Hundreds of years ago, there was a young man, handsome, who accidentally broke into the land of Meteor. He was seriously injured. Our ancestors saw him in pity. He spent a lot of money to save him. Luo Chen nodded. A trace of doubt arose in his heart. What happened? Could it be that this guy has a problem? No, hundreds of years have passed, and they have long since become bones. You should have thought that this matter has something to do with him. Falling Chen understood. He didn't continue to ask, instead he focused on delicious food. This meal was a bit depressing. They should have something to hide, otherwise it would be impossible to hesitate like this. After an hour, several people left the dining table, and the village chief left Luo Chen alone. Village head slowly closing the door, he let out a long sigh. You don't blame me, do you? Looking at the young and tall Luo Chen, he said slowly. Of course, Luochen wouldn't say much, and while pushing his hand, he said, this matter must be a secret. There are so many people just now. Although there is no problem, you still need to be careful. Yes, this matter is very important. I don't want an outsider to know about it. The hometown of Meteor, as the hometown of Rift Kongza, contains a big secret, which even Luo Chen would not dare to veto. When that old ancestor fell, we buried him in the ancestral land. And recently, tomb sweepers found that a lot of tombstones were shaking. The village chief danced and danced, as if he was expressing his original urgency. The tombstone is shaking. Could something have happened? He didn't continue to ask questions. He looked at the village chief like this. The village chief seemed to be stimulated, and he didn't recover for a while. I took someone to check it, and at the last tombstone, we found a mutation. That tombstone seems to have the power of Lord Tianlong, so unpredictable, I couldn't catch it at all. Lord Sky, it seems that this is quite interesting. Let's go, lead the way, I'll go see the so-called cemetery. He is really not afraid of falling dust, Lord Sky. Even if the real body comes, he is not afraid. How strong is it? Can it resist the bombardment of several first-level gods? Chapter 397. A deep and secluded cave, vast and dark. The footsteps were left behind, and then rushed from all directions. The sound was ups and downs, one after another. For safety's sake, there are no lights here. The village chief smiled awkwardly and took out a flashlight from his arms. Under the weak light, he could barely see the road ahead. Luochen originally planned to let King Feng come out to illuminate, but after thinking about it, he had to forget it. After all, this is the ancestral land of others, and it will not be far from disturbing the rest of the ancestors. The cave was deep, and he kept walking forward. Before he knew it, half an hour passed. Why is this ancestral land hidden so deep? Luo Chen was speechless. The old ancestor wanted to find a place to sleep before he died, but he was not exhausted. Cough, actually there is a fast lane over there, I just want to show you here. The village chief was a little depressed. He knew this, so he went straight to the cable car over there. Forget it, it's coming soon. Luokan nodded, and suddenly felt a burst of breath. The energy was very strange, like the spirit that devoured the human body. What is this? He was shocked, and then looked at the village chief in amazement. But the village chief had no influence, which made him a little confused. Rejecting dissidents, Kikuzusa appeared in circles, and as the Lord of the Sky, his high voice lingered in the cave for a long time. Lord Sky. Kizukuzu, the belief in the hometown of meteors. The village chief bent his knees and fell to the ground with a brush. Glancing at the village chief, Kaikongza shrunk down, came to Luokan's side, and lifted him up. I'll take a step first, village chief, come in slowly. Can feel the pressure, Luokan naturally knows that the real destination is here. Rikongza moved extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, a strange iron gate appeared in front of him. From above the iron gate, the rotten breath of the long years filled the air, and it was a cracked seat, so I couldn't help but stay there, asking for Luokan's opinion. Wait a minute, this is their territory after all, and it's the resting place of the ancestors tilde. After he finished speaking, let the rift seat put it down. Sure enough, after leaving the splitting seat, the terrifying coercion fell and descended on the flesh. On the other hand, the empty seat was not affected at all. Coming. Not far away, a faint light of fire flickered, and the person who came was the village chief. Oh, my little friend runs so fast, but I'm chasing after my old bones. The village chief was breathing heavily. After he came, he glanced at the iron gate and found that there was no damage at all, so he was relieved. This iron gate is not an ordinary iron gate, or rather, it is the belief left by our ancestors. The vicissitudes of life above are proof of everything. Sighing that the time was short, he slowly stepped forward, his hands were imprinted on his chest, and a ray of aura shot out. The scepter in his hand suddenly flickered, raised high, and immediately echoed the iron gate. Bang dang. The iron door was directly opened, and everything inside appeared. This is an open land, and as far as the eye can see, all are graves. Taking a step into it, Luokan felt a deep depression. This is a feeling of depression that comes from deep inside. Or in other words, the memory of the deceased. The village chief entered and saluted respectfully in all directions before following up with Luokan. Here, you must be careful not to disturb the rest of the ancestors. For him, all people are ancestors, which is normal. After all, there are hundreds of years, thousands of years of history, and he is just a bleak pawn in the long river of time. Perhaps, a few hundred years later, he will also sleep here like these ancestors. Luokan nodded. There are still many legends in the hometown of meteors. After all, this place is the former residence of Rift Kongza. This one alone adds a lot of mystery to it. If you ask the heroes of the world who sharpen their knives, they will still be withered and turned into yellow mud. The evaluation of the cemetery is nothing like this. Looking at the surrounding tombstones, Luokan smiled. The dust on it has been swept away, and you can even see who is sleeping here. This should be Senior who has fallen recently, right? Pointing to the tombstone beside him, Luokan sighed. Because it says on it, it was 60 years ago. Well, this is the last village chief of Meteor Township. Sigh, unfortunately, the deadline is approaching and we have to enter the Lois. XXX. When the village chief spoke, he couldn't help but sighed. He should be fast too. Ignoring his words, Luokan moved forward again, because he watched an interesting scene. Except for the village chief who did not have any glorious deeds, the tombstones of the others still have achievements written on them. In other words, taking office as the village chief is the most useless. As soon as he thought of this, He coughed dryly, but he didn't act too violently. Let's go, they are all heroes, we are not qualified to judge. Perhaps seeing Luo Chen's mood, the village chief shook his head. As the road progressed, the whole way was filled with heavy weight, and the soles of the feet seemed to be filled with lead water, and walked slowly towards the front. Diaresis, the one you said should be the one in front, right? Luokan looked at the village chief suspiciously, as if she wanted to find the answer in her eyes. The head of the village nodded. It was the ancestors with hundreds of years of experience who had mutated. He took a step, came to the front, and printed it into his eyes. This tombstone is extremely strange, not observable at all. On the contrary, it also reveals a formidable aura. This is our only ancestor with a foreign surname. I don't know what happened at the time. But on his tombstone, nothing is displayed. When a person dies, the tombstone is naturally the proof of his identity, but this ancestor is so strange that he didn't even leave his name. You step back a little, lest there be a change. After speaking, he came to the tombstone with Kazorakuza. After walking around the tomb, everything was normal, as if nothing had happened. Weird energy fluctuations, could there be some treasures hidden here? Okay. Although he thought so, Luokan knew that no matter what was inside, it had nothing to do with him. This is the treasure left by the ancestors of Meteor Township, and of course it must be given to Meteor Township. The village chief was full of expectations, and he didn't know what Luokan was frowning and thinking. However, because of my lack of strength, I can't get close. He was also afraid of disturbing Luokan and making him unhappy. Before coming to the tombstone again, it seemed that everything had to start from here. Thinking of this, the palm of the hand emits a bright light and touches the tombstone. The tombstone didn't madly reject it as imagined, but pushed him away very gently. What does this mean? What exactly is written on it? Intuition told him that on this tombstone, there might be a secret of the land of Meteor. And, it's still shocking. Kaikongzo, come and give it a try, maybe it's a chance for you. Chapter 398. Kaikongzo was overjoyed, and hurriedly stepped forward. A faint halo emanated from his body, but the halo instantly disappeared without a trace. Rikongzu returned disappointed. He was a divine beast, of course he knew what it meant. Opportunities are not reserved for him. Forget it, maybe this is just a record of this person's identity. Luokan didn't want to say more, and then looked at the tombstone. Everything around is moving with the wind. What's the matter, do you still have no eyebrows? The village chief stood on one side and couldn't help asking. Luokan gave him a comforting look, and then tried again. He doesn't believe it anymore. Everyone is dead. How powerful can a tombstone be? Another burst of energy came out, but the tombstone was still as stable as a mountain, not moving at all. Don't you have any ancestral teachings in your clan? Luo Chen asked in surprise. The village chief suddenly came to his senses, suddenly remembered something, and hurried forward. Yes, if you don't say it, I'll forget that there are ancestors in the land of Meteor. Looking at this ancient tombstone, he was a little excited. He had read the ancient books before and learned about this convenient record. But it came along with the falling dust, and I almost forgot about it. Now that Luokan mentions it, it really makes him feel suddenly enlightened. This tombstone records the relationship between us and the Protoss. As for the more detailed records, the ancestors did not say anything. But from the data above, there should be records on the stone tablet. Luo Chen nodded. It seems that this thing must be untied. The tombstone was too hard, and he didn't dare to force it, for fear of breaking it, so the land of Meteor couldn't eat him raw. Village Chief, has Zhu Xuan recorded this situation? In other words, there was a record above, but for some reason, something changed and it was forcibly erased. This is really not recorded. The village chief shook his head, glanced out of the corner of his eyes, and saw the menacing Kakudaku seat, and hurriedly knelt down and saluted. In front of Tianlong, he didn't dare to say much. Okay, I'll think about it again. The palm didn't use a little force, it placed it on the tombstone, and gradually, a little energy was output and injected into it. As time went by, there was still no gain. This is the first time this happens. I don't know if the reincarnation eye is useful. With this thought in his heart, he directly wiped his eyes, and a bright light appeared and reflected on it. Above the eye of reincarnation, everything is delusional, and living beings don't want to hide the slightest here. But on this tombstone, there was not a trace of discovery, which surprised him. Could it be? What's wrong with this? He stood up and came to the edge of the cemetery. In front of Samsara Eye, everything was a cloud. You can even see the outline of the cemetery. The square is a circle, and it is presented as a square. There are 4 images in the town of 4 corners. It is an ancient myth that the 4 corners suppress the 4 symptom mythical beasts, and there are quite a few mythical beasts recognized in the world today. That's not right, it's the divine beast that is suppressed in this central area. Cracked seat, show me up there. Stepping on his back, he immediately rose into the sky. At the top, there is a fresco of the cracked space, which is only comparable to his cracked space. The power of rules. With the rules, what exactly is there in this place? Shinado. The image of her suddenly popped out of her mind, and she released it as soon as she thought about it. Shinado, go and have a look. Without even having to say it, Shinado leaned down and charged down, aiming at the wordless tombstone. At this moment, Luokan also descended, looking at Shinado who was acting strangely. He couldn't help but smile. The original law light ball was absorbed by him, there should be no problem with the little rules here. Like the same, there is no ability to resist the rules at all. It seems that there is a reaction. The village chief exclaimed, with great joy in his heart. It seemed that the thing that had been embarrassing him for so long was finally resolved. Don't worry, it's not that simple. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, there was a rumbling sound from the entire cemetery. Countless tombstones uttered high-pitched chirps, bursts of divine energy poured out, hitting the last wordless tombstone. Hidden for many years, this tombstone is really strange. The village chief smiled and then said. It turned out that Zhu Xuan was only trying to paralyze others. He was worried that someone with unpredictable intentions would discover the mystery. After Shinado ate a large ball of rule power, he burped, as if he was so sleepy, and fell to the ground. Luokan coughed dryly, picked it up, and quietly withdrew the pokeball. This little guy is really getting more and more mysterious, and the level I'm in contact with now has rules. He was disappointed in his heart, not knowing when the other elves would be able to derive rules. The handwriting is derived, and this is not the relationship between the Protoss and humans, but it is the formation of the Protoss. The Protoss came only for weak creatures. They hide their strengths and bide their time. They are afraid of everything, and as time goes by, they gradually control the real power. Later, they surpassed humans, surpassed elves. Above everything, the ancient elves are extremely powerful, and the human race is a weak existence. They don't even have the right to breathe. Later, the gods forcibly appeared, grabbed them, and used them as mounts. This is enough to form just how strong the Protoss is. Today's human beings seem to be powerful, but in fact they are not, they are extremely weak. However, there are also outstanding powerhouses, like this seriously injured outsider, who descended on the land of meteors. Luokan glanced at the village chief and found that he went to silence first, and was also a little puzzled. What do you want to say? The village chief must know something. This was the only thing Luo Chen thought in his heart. What else is there to say? Our hometown of meteors should have something to do with them, but it's only limited to this ancestor. This old man. Glancing at the tombstone, he smiled. The powerhouse of the human race is indeed rare. It has been rare to find one for hundreds of years. It is also a powerful personality that can control a powerful elf. Yes, our meteor land is because of him. There is a new legend, and even Tianlong was suppressed. Speaking of which, He took another look at Kakukangza, and he was relieved when he realized that the other party had not changed. That is to say, the Sky Splitter is not your only belief. Or does the Protoss have a stronger position in your hearts? Luo Chen was a little unhappy. How could his original intention be changed so easily? That meteor land is really bad. No, the original intention is still the same. Lord Tianlong has always been our belief. No matter what, it can't be changed. Oh, how do you say it? Fallen Chen smiled. If it was really like this, it would be good. Our hometown of meteors was born from Risikuza. No matter who it is, it can't be changed. Ellipsis. Chapter 399. Hearing the strength of the Protoss, even Luo Chen felt a burst of sigh. It is precisely because of their strength that the current results are created. Moreover, judging from this stone tablet, there is a shocking news. The Pokeball used to capture the Pokémon was invented by their Protoss. Under the fusion of technology and time, it gradually formed an unbreakable force. XXX. If you ask who in the world is going to compete, it is the number one of the Protoss, but it's a pity that now the gods are flooded with disasters, and it is even more outrageous in the ultimate world. It can't be said that flooding has caused disasters. All in all, the existence of gods has seriously threatened the survival of human beings. If a god breaks into this world, it will definitely bring a devastating blow. Moreover, the existence of fire can turn the world into a haze. Luokan, what happened to you? Seeing that he didn't speak all the time, the village chief was a little displeased and poked him lightly. Luo Chen was stunned, turned his head quickly, and then said, "In the past, the gods, but it can be said that they are the masters of the world. Neither the human race nor the elves are their opponents, but because of their conceit, the current laws have also been leaked, and many gods will eat it, even the gods can't restrain it now." Thinking of this, I can't help thinking of Shinado. The law ball of light that was swallowed at the beginning belonged to, what? Yes, the world has changed. If our human race is so weak again, I'm afraid we will be the next one to perish. The power of wild elves is far beyond their imagination, let alone a first-level god. Even a second-level god can make people drink in this world. The Protoss is alive, and everything is in their hands. The elves are just born, they are the existence of third-level gods, but they do not have the law of devouring, their nature is pure, and they can be enslaved at will. No, what is recorded here is far from the current human race. It seems that humans fought fiercely with the gods back then. Suddenly seeing the record below, Luokan suddenly realized, no wonder, human beings are so small now, but they can still exist safely. Although there is still a certain gap between the human race in the super ancient times and the god race, it is not an existence that can be slaughtered by others. The world has changed drastically, the laws are broken, and those broken laws are looking for their masters everywhere. The elves bred by the Protoss are born as third-level gods, and when they become adults, they are even more comparable to first-level gods. And this law, the one who is looking for is the first-level god. The existence of the law has made many first-level gods. After they fuse the law, their strength has become extremely powerful. Body shape soaring, this is only one aspect. The most important thing is the change in strength. Their individual attributes, attack, defense, and speed have all been improved by more than a single star. Unite the human race and start the first battle of resistance. In that battle, the world collapsed, the divine beasts with the power of rules were not afraid, and the ancient human race was not inferior at all, and they defeated the divine race that had ruled for many years. Originally wanted to wipe out the Protoss and make them disappear in the long river of time, but a famous Protoss appeared and subverted everything. With his tyrannical personal strength, Gus won a chance for the gods to breathe. The tombstone exudes an air of vicissitudes, as if bringing them into the world of the past. A middle-aged man, holding a scepter, a golden crown on his head, and a golden lotus on his feet. Opposite him, there are hundreds of strong men. All of them are vicious and evil, and if they disagree, they will go to war. Gussie, the rule of your Protoss is over. Take it easy. On the Terran side, a middle-aged man held a pagoda, glared angrily, and locked onto Gus. Beside him, all the strong people of the race took a step. Hee hee, my god clan can cultivate you, and naturally I can destroy you. Do you think that ants can still turn over? Amir Jr. can turn over and become a master. GUC, the Lord of the Protoss, is extremely powerful. Technology and cultivation coexist. He is a real powerhouse. In the face of hundreds of strong people, he did not change his face, but looked at these people with a smile. Stop talking nonsense, kill him, we will never be controlled. The elf clan, a guy who looks exactly like Risikuza, snorted coldly. The strength of the Protoss has been destroyed by most of them, and now it is only necessary to continue to attack to exterminate them. Kill me, what a big tone. Even if all the rules are added, you will still be a slave after all. Indeed, in their eyes, the Protoss is the supreme existence. This battle is the most crucial one. What Gus showed is the dignity of the Protoss. Hee hee, not much to say, let's do it. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. His whole body shone with golden light, leaping into the dragon, and a majestic and terrifying breath flowed, completely shrouding it, forming a huge thundercloud in the air. Lightning sky splitter. No, this is flash splitting sky. Or is it a sky-splitting god that incorporates rules? Compared with him, his own split empty seat is weak and pitiful. I am afraid that in his hands, he will not be able to hold on for a breath of time. As a spectator, Luo Chen caught everything in his eyes. This battle was definitely the most terrifying battle he had ever seen. The super ancient people, and the most powerful elves, challenge the masters of the world. The peak combat power of the two is similar, but it can only be on par with GUC, which is really shocking. With the rules, every move can make the galaxy collapse, and even break the space. Zero. What are you doing standing still? Shining Kakuza snorted coldly, a little displeased, and looked at the indifferent humans below. It is good. The human race powerhouse gritted his teeth and jumped up. Around him, there were bursts of white light, which was like the light of rice grains compared to the cracked empty seat. Haha, human beings, you are destined to walk in this muddy water. GUC sneered, he really looked down on the human race. Really? Then let you see how powerful I am as a human being. Being looked down upon, everyone was also full of anger. Seeing this, Glitter Splitter gave a chuckle. Humans are good at using strategies, and I don't know how they derived the formation. However, this formation is indeed powerful, and even his elves have to avoid its edge. Boom. The first shot, a mushroom cloud was formed directly in the air. The continent was torn apart, countless spaces collapsed, GUC's face was pale, and he was gasping for breath. Good. A group of slaves LI can also reach this point. Really good, huh. After saying this, Gus spat out a mouthful of blood again. Glancing at the world behind him, a sad expression appeared on his face. Could it be that the Protoss is finished like this? The spirit of fusion law is too strong. There are also unpredictable human beings, whose cunning and extremely cunning schemes gave him a headache. 100 million. Chapter 400. Today there is a Protoss, and GUC is on the throne. Don't try to touch me when you are young. GUC roared angrily, and his body radiated bright light, actually forming a huge shield in this side of the world. This is the enchantment that he forged with his life. Protoss, you have been slaughtered endless creatures, slave to my elf and human for many years, and now I will betray you and wait for life imprisonment. The continent is torn apart, and the rest of the world is your lingering place. If I find out that I have set foot on this side of the world, what awaits you is complete annihilation. The Protoss is too strong, not because they don't want to exterminate the clan, but because they really can't. What about the fusion rule? The 1,000 years of the god race, the 10,000 years of history are here, and it is already deep into the bone marrow. It is absolutely not easy to completely eliminate it. Okay, I hope you all remember the promise, my God race, even if it loses today, the world of 023 will completely belong to my God race, and you don't even want to set foot there. Once I find out, even if you try your last bit of strength, it will be the same. Kill him. After Guc finished speaking, he suddenly launched a force, pushing the ground away, making the world completely away from the human race. Looking at all this, Luo Chen felt awe in his heart. All of these are the solid foundation laid down by the predecessors. Moreover, the ultimate world where the Protoss lives and their side of the world originally belonged to one continent, but they were torn apart abruptly. And the human race and the elf race are not at ease with the god race, and a tyrannical barrier is specially arranged at the junction. On the other hand, the village chief has fallen into deep thought at this moment, and he doesn't know what to think. Following his gaze, he saw that he hesitated. If you have something to say, just say it directly, Luo Chen smiled and then said. What relationship should we have with the Protoss? The village chief frowned, because he felt something was wrong from the battle just now. What's the connection? The Protoss is the target of public criticism. It can be said that the enemies of the whole world, if the land of Meteor is really related to them, must also be kept secret. Back then, this old ancestor left a letter secretly, which was kept by the people in power in the past. They tried it all, but no matter what, they couldn't open it. That's all. Just for this reason, it is speculated that Meteor Land is related to it. This can't be said nonsense. But since it was left by this ancestor, I'm afraid it really hides a secret. Okay, take me to see it. It would be better if it could be opened. The tombstone is wrapped in laws, and the letter is probably the same. After leaving with the village chief, the two of them went to the library pavilion, where the letters from that year were kept, but no one was able to open them. This library is located in the central area of Meteor Township, which is the hub of the village. Village Chief. Seeing Luokan and the village chief coming out, Sigina was full of smiles. The two had been in for a whole day, and now they finally came out. If it wasn't for the village chief's order, I'm afraid she couldn't help but go in and take a look. Well, please prepare and get something delicious, we still have something to do. As the village chief, there is still a little majesty. As soon as she said this, Sigina would refute it, and she hurriedly walked towards the kitchen. Luokan, what do you think of this girl, Gianna? The village chief squinted his eyes and looked at Luokan. The meaning in his heart was, very simple. Sigina, she's fine, what's the matter? As a pure man, he naturally knows the purpose of the village chief, but he really has no such thoughts about Sigina. Hey, that's fine. Would you like me to arrange a chance for you to meet alone? Men, everyone knows it. The village chief winked, and the smile was self-evident. Cough, no need, I have no plans for this. He coughed dryly. The village chief sighed regretfully, then shook his head. After a small episode, the two soon came to the library, where countless books were placed. If you look closely, most of them recorded the big events in the hometown of Meteors in the past. Of course, the glory of some patriarch's deeds are also recorded. The village chief slowly walked forward, took out a simple book, took a breath, removed the dust, and took out a letter inside. To the land of shooting stars. These are a few large characters on the letter. Although they have been stained with a little time and dust, they are still intact. I don't know what paper they were written on. Putting his hand on the letter, he felt the dust carefully, and wanted to probe from above to know whether it contained the power of the law. Sure enough, a trace of hidden power beating. Isn't that the power of the law? Shinado, work. The pokeball was thrown, and Shinado was dancing on the ground. Then she saw the village chief, smiled at him, and jumped up and landed on Luokan's shoulder. Suddenly seeing the letter, he opened his small mouth and swallowed the power of the rules above. All right. In an instant, the seal of the letter was torn open, and a letter was taken out. Friends of Meteor Land, if you can unlock the seal of the power of rules, it proves that you already have a certain strength. XXX. It was this part that caught my eye, and then I called the village chief over and asked him to watch it together. After all, this is their thing, and Luo Chen is not good to watch alone. The village chief glanced at Luochen gratefully, and then saw the first paragraph. The power of rules. Does this word sound familiar? I'll introduce myself first. My name is Gu Meng. Yes, Guc is my ancestor. I know, this news is definitely a shock to you. I escaped from the ultimate world and broke into here. When he was seriously injured and endangered, he was rescued by the land of Meteor, and now, this news is to give you an early warning. Protoss, they were extremely dissatisfied with the first battle, and now they have launched a crazy revenge. As far as I know, there are already 3 passages that can pass through the barrier. Regarding the purpose of the Protoss, I hope you must be careful. They are looking for a first-level god who controls the laws, take their laws away, return to the world, and control the world again. Remember, my name is Gu Meng. The letter was over, and Luochen's heart was also covered with a few haze. Gomen, Gus, are these two directly related? Since it is a direct line, why did you escape from the ultimate world, and why did you reveal such important news? Village Chief, what do you think? Looking at the village chief with a dignified expression, this matter is no longer as simple as imagined. Once it fails, the whole world will be doomed. What's your opinion? We old guys have no ability to stop it, ha ha ha, everything depends on you juniors. The village chief is a little helpless, but this is a fact.